if you see people come and go, they probably have to be in 3 different places at once. And they also have to eat and use the facility. So it's not a matter of lack of interest. It's a matter of being a human being and have to be in more than one place. So we look forward to the public hearing and thank you for being part of the process.
Sounds good. Anyone else? Seeing none, we are going to start. The first person to speak is Commissioner Katie Dykes. You look different, but you're more than welcome to take.
Hit the button. Mason.
Oh,
Hit your button.
Hey folks, Mason Trumbull, Deputy Commissioner. Our team's here. We're in the building.
oh, she's right there.
Coming in.
You're doing great.
We were gonna make them dance and sing. You know.
Okay, you're good.
Okay, you take the seat.
Thanks.
I'm happy to sit right inside.
Enormous apologies.
No, take your time. Just.
All right. Katie Dykes, Commissioner at DEEP. Pleasure to be with the committee today. DEEP has prepared written testimony on a number of different bills. We are very enthusiastically supportive of House Bill 6917 on solid waste management. Appreciated the committee convening the informational forum a few weeks ago and the continued effort to provide tools to address solid waste management and support progress towards self-sufficiency in the management of our waste here in the state is something that we are very encouraged and excited about. We are also, we provided support for House Bill 5019 for battery extended producer responsibility programs. Connecticut has such a great track record of EPR programs for hard to recycle items. And so I think, would be glad to offer just a few suggestions on some minor technical changes to improve the bill, but it's great to see progress and continued expansion of EPR approaches in that bill. We're also supportive of Senate Bill 1281, extended producer responsibility for solar and wind turbines. And we have been participating in a working group that the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority convened to look at, together with the Green Bank and other entities, to look at EPR approaches for end-of-life disposal of energy infrastructure. And so we'd be glad to build on the effort that was involved there. We did provide, we are also submitting testimony on Neonics 6916 and rodenticides 6915. We have some concerns on the resource needs associated with the implementation of some of the different waiver provisions and so on in 6916, which we'd be happy to speak to. We also would appreciate the opportunity to engage with the committee on House Bill 6914 related to Harbor Management Acts. I think this is something where there may be, we are very appreciative and supportive of the structure that we have with the harbor management committees to provide local expertise and identify preferences with respect to coastal resources. We may have a different interpretation or understanding of the impact of the recent court case in Cohen, which we believe does not change our longstanding practice of being able to consider the recommendations from harbor management commissions on particular applications, but not have those recommendations be binding on application decisions. We, through our 20 by 26 initiative and 20 by 20, we've had a strong focus when it comes to permitting for infrastructure on predictability and transparency and efficiency. And in my view, the harbor management, the consultation process works best when harbor management commissions are providing clear criteria in their harbor management plans that we can interpret and apply in applications, and that applicants can then be informed by as they're designing their projects. And we much prefer the route of strengthening the clarity and the specificity of conditions that are in harbor management plans as the way to ensure that local input of the commissions is incorporated. We are required to follow what is in those harbor management plans. It's when we are having this feedback provided on particular applications. If this bill were to pass, making that binding, we think that that could negatively impact the ability to build critical infrastructure across the state, including transportation projects and so on. So for that reason, again, this is an important stakeholder group for us. We want to engage sensitively to make sure that we can continue to have a constructive interaction between harbor management commissions and the department. But we'd be happy to take any questions on that structure. And maybe I'll just stop there and see if there are any questions that the committee might have for us.
Okay. Any questions, Representative Resco?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Specifically to HB 6915. This is not the first time this bill has come before the committee. And if you recall, last year, there was significant back and forth negotiations between DEEP and me, and about the fiscal note on this bill. And you made mention to some of the financial parameters of not only this one, but the Neonics bill. So as written, are we still good with the agreement that we came to last year, so that this doesn't create a fiscal note when hopefully it gets passed out of committee and goes to OFA? I don't need to go through that again. So I want to get it done now.
I'll turn to Deputy Commissioner Trumbull.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Our concerns here, Representative, we're trying to thread the needle here between our concerns on the wildlife team, where we have, legitimate concerns around the use of rodenticides, and then our team the pesticides team and the team that manages the rodenticides on the other side of it from a regulatory perspective, to make sure we have the resources needed to carry out the bill. I think we're glad to meet with you to find a way to work with the committee on a way to thread that needle and make sure that we have the resources necessary to implement the bill in a way that's productive for both you and the wildlife community.
I think the best way, I'll say we stand ready to engage with the committee on opportunities to address the resource constraints, hopefully ahead of the bill being JF'd out of the committee. But we do have to be transparent about where we think that there are resource limitations, especially in an environment where there's a lot of uncertainty around continued base federal funding for core parts of DEEP's programs. So, but we want to engage proactively with the committee on where we see those resource constraints, where they might be, so we can try to make sure you're fully informed, that it's consistent with the governor's budget.
I think we got to a good place last year. I'd just like to get there again this year. And of course, we all don't know what's going to happen federally. So that kind of overshadowing it all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner. What's sometimes frustrating to me is we have past couple of years, we've heard a rodenticides bill and a neonics bill. And to my knowledge, I don't think we have any pesticide experts sitting up here or online. And we're being asked to make decisions that could greatly affect agriculture, maybe our ability to stop invasives. And again, coming to rodenticides, we could pass a bill that could be very good. It could also turn into a public health nightmare. Does DEEP have the staff to make these decisions instead of? We would like to pass good laws, but we can only do it with the information we can gather and our staff can gather, which are great. So EPA hasn't made a decision, for instance, on neonics, but would DEEP have taken DEEP is support of the bill, but why isn't DEEP handling this for us rather than the legislature? Do you have an expert group of people who manage what pesticides go out?
Yep. Jen Perry.
Thank you, Representative. I'm Jennifer Perry. I am the Bureau Chief for Materials Management and Compliance Assurance here at DEEP, and I do oversee our pesticides management program. So we do have staff that work on these issues, and we have actually been in many a conversation with the advocacy groups around both of these topics. We have made some suggestions. I know Representative Gresco is aware of some of the conversations we've had as well. So we have made some recommendations around what we think would be workable language that we would also be able to implement. We do have some concerns over the resource needs for the neonicotinoids bill. It essentially would be standing up a whole new program beyond what is currently in place. But we would also suggest, as far as rodenticides, a simple first step might be to make them restricted use so that they're not available to the general public. They would only be available to certified applicators. And that's really what our program does. It focuses on training the applicators, licensing the applicators, and then enforcing the bills around those pesticides that applicators are utilizing. So that is something that we do have the resources to be able to do.
Okay, so sounds to me like you would recommend maybe not taking the tool out of the toolbox, but limiting it to the people who knows how to use it best. That's my concern, because what if we were to take it off the table, and what if we switched everything to Phillips head screwdrivers tomorrow and throw out all the flatheads? You might need them again someday. So it's really, you don't want to pass a law that's going to create some sort of public health issue or some sort of invasive infestation. So we rely on you, and you support both these bills. Yes, is that what you're saying?
We support them with some concerns over the implementation of these bills as currently drafted. Again, there are resource constraints. The neonicotinoids especially has a framework that would be very resource intensive for us to implement.
So we'll continue to work with your
We'd be
agency.
happy to work with the advocates in the committee.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For the record, I hate flathead screwdrivers.
Yeah.
Especially as you're out of get away with this. Any further questions? You may set the record for, so close. Representative Piscopo.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. My question goes to 6917. You mentioned in your testimony that it sets up a fund in Section 1, the solid waste management bill, and it sets up a fund in Section 1, but it's not in the budget. And I just kind of want to flesh out where our present tipping fees are going. What percentage goes to back to the department? Because we're all starting to hear from our selectmen that they're very worried about their tipping fees going up, especially those members that were in Mira. So can you help me better understand that, Bill, and your testimony on that?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question, Representative. So as we understand it, the first section, Section 1, would appropriate funds to DEEP. This is not included in the governor's budget, but so I'll caveat with that. But it would be for the purposes of enforcement of the provisions in 22A, 226E of the general statutes, which refers to the requirements on commercial entities to divert food scraps and organics to organics processing facilities if they're within 20 miles. So this is an important step that this requirement to divert these materials is a positive one that we've supported over the years past. The legislature has taken steps to strengthen that by including more and more facilities in that requirement. And in recent, over the last year or so, DEEP has taken more steps to ensure that there's proper compliance assistance that's occurring to inform those entities that are subject to that requirement about this responsibility that they have and help them connect to some of the organics processing facilities that are nearby to them so that they can better understand how to participate in those programs. In some cases, this is something that can help save these facilities money on their managing their solid waste to the extent that they can utilize some of these facilities that are nearby, whether it's a anaerobic digester or or a static pile, a composting facility, and so on and so forth. It's also helping to improve our self-sufficiency by ensuring that we can divert more valuable material out of the waste stream instead of sending it to other communities out of state to accept it. So as this law has been strengthened to include more facilities within this requirement and responsibility, that means that there's more facilities that we want to be engaging to help them, not just from an enforcement perspective, that's always our last resort, but we start with trying to provide more technical assistance and just inform these entities about their responsibilities and help them connect to those facilities that they could be utilizing. So my understanding of this provision is it would appropriate funds that would help us expand the amount of compliance assistance and technical assistance as well as enforcement that we're doing to ensure that this law is being properly implemented. You also, I think in your question, you're also perhaps touching on the solid waste assessment, which is referenced in section 5 of the bill. And currently DEEP does not receive any funding from the solid waste assessment. Just as a reminder, that's the $1.50 per ton that's assessed on all tons of municipal solid waste that are sent to a waste energy facility in Connecticut. It does not currently apply to any waste that is exported out of the state. But those revenues that are received through that assessment are deposited into the general fund.
Oh, thank you for that clarification. I was under maybe the misunderstanding that like a certain percentage of the tipping fees that our town pays goes to the department. No, okay.
No. But I do think that this provision reminds me of provisions that were in House Bill 6664, the governor's bill from 2 years ago that addressed a variety of different solid waste solutions. And that at that time, there was discussion about expanding the applicability of the solid waste assessment or increasing the solid waste assessment, and then recycling those revenues back into tools or mechanisms that could help municipalities divert more waste, or in one concept, backstop revenue bonds that could provide low interest financing for developers interested in building new solid waste disposal facilities in the state of Connecticut. So those are examples of alternative solutions or modifications to the solid waste assessment program that could recycle those funds back into things that would positively impact our maintaining self-sufficiency in management of solid waste in the state.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none online either. Thank you very much for coming to testify. Run while you can.
That's great.
Next up, Senator Huang.
Thank you, Chairman Lopes, Chairman Parker, as well as ranking members Callahan and other esteemed members of the Environment Committee. I'm asking for some indulgence because I'm going to read a statement from the Fairfield Harbor Management Commission, who are unable to make it due to illness and logistics. So I'll begin, if I may, and also make a couple of comments on a couple of additional bills. First, let me begin by a note from Mr. Christopher Smith, who is the chair of the Fairfield Harbor Management Commission. And it states, thank you to all members of the Fairfield delegation and members of the Environment Committee in the General Assembly for your ongoing and continuous support of harbor management commissions throughout the state as it pursues the mission to guide the safe and beneficial use of, in this case, Southport Harbor, and to protect the harbor's exceptional nature and cultural resources. We do so to advance the public interest and in accordance with the long-standing state-approved and town-adopted Southport Harbor Management Plan. And we do so in coordination with state and federal authorities, including DEEP and the Army Corps of Engineers. The Harbor Management Commission joins with 26 other harbor management commissions along with the Connecticut coast in expressing its strong support for Raise Bill 6914, an act concerning the revisions to the Harbor Management Act. We are aware of the statements and objections made by Deep Commissioner Katie Dykes, and I respectfully submit that the Commissioner's statement does not necessarily accurately reflect and represent the intent and substance of the raised bill. No Harbor Management Commission that I'm aware of, and certainly not the Fairfield Harbor Management Commission, is asking the legislature to give coastal regulatory approval authority to a Harbor Management Commission. The bill seeks nothing more than legislative clarification of what DEEP itself has already agreed to and approved in municipal harbor management plans, including one, that a Harbor Management Commission has legal authority to review and comment on applications for DEEP permits and other regulatory approval. Two, that DEEP must consider a recommendation of the Harbor Management Commission during the regulatory process. And three, if DEEP should act contrary to that recommendation, simply explain why. The language in the bill makes clear that DEEP has the ultimate final authority on any application reviewed by any harbor commission, just as always had. No one has ever suggested that it should be otherwise, and to suggest now that we are seeking veto power over state decisions or to erode the state's sovereignty over the public trust area is incorrect. On behalf of the Fairfield Harbor Management Commission, I submit that absent the proposed legislative clarification included in House Bill 6914, in response to the court decision that cited in Cohen versus Deep, a major part of all the harbor management plans, including Southport Harbor Management Plan, will be invalidated, and the legislative intent of the 1984 Harbor Management Act will be abandoned. We intend to submit more detailed comments writing to the Environment Committee and look forward to a fair and honest discussion on the proposed bill with DEEP, your committee, and other interested officials. Thank you again for your service. Christopher Smith, Chair of the Fairfield Harbor Management Commission, and it's supported by former Chair Ms. Kim Taylor and Harbor Management Consultant Jeff Stedman. I want to be able to articulate my perspective on that. We had an occasion where the drudging of a contaminated worksite affecting the Mill River was under consideration about 15 years ago. And there were some considerations and agreement reached by DEEP, but through the work of local officials, waterway experts, and local expertise, we were able to make some recommendations that extended beyond what DEEP initially approved. And what resulted was, through that local expertise and input, we were able to create a much more vibrant waterway, a much more a successful, sustainable waterway that only local municipalities knew best. So I think this is an example where this letter and this statement made by the Fairfield Harbor Commission cited that they want to have input and recognize that DEEP has sovereign authority in any waterway decision. But wouldn't it be helpful to be able to get input from local governance, local entities, to be able to make the best possible plan moving forward? Now, this is not just a Fairfield Southport issue. The sponsors of this bill range the entire coastline of Connecticut, and I want to thank those individuals for raising this bill. But ultimately, for me, this is about a collaboration between multiple parties that share the same common goal, but to be able to welcome the expertise from all available resources to be considered in creating the most sustainable and positive plan moving forward. I hope you'll give positive consideration for that. If I may, at the indulgence of the committee leadership, to be able to raise my support on Senate Bill 78, a bill that was originally raised by Senator Harding and Representative Callahan, by providing local representation on Connecticut siting councils. This is not to, again, encroach on the objective and the difficult decision that must occur in siting decisions throughout the state of Connecticut. But what we have learned from experience, again, consistent with what I cited about the Harbor Management Commission, is having a local representation to be part of that siting council when cases are decided relative to impacting that community. Now, it's important. I see the weight of this is local input and contributions on the insights of expertise and local knowledge, but it doesn't outweigh that they don't have a voting right. That is a policy consideration that I know the committee has considered, but to be able to have impacted communities, to be able to have a local representative, to be able to have transparency, accountability, and better information is again another example why I supported the testimony in regards to the Harbor Commission as well as the Siting Council. And on an environmental basis, I want to offer my support for the advocates and the proponents in regards to 6915 on the rodenticides, as well as 6916 on neonics. It's an issue that's been long going in this legislative body. I think Representative Callahan said it very well. There are considerations that we need to make and to ensure that effectiveness and sustainability and impact on our businesses and agriculture is considered. But I will share with you, for me, learning from constituents like Mary Hogue in Fairfield, as well as Mary Wilson in Newtown, these individuals have spent a lifetime making a commitment and have seen the devastation that these chemicals have impacted in our natural habitats. I dare anyone who does not fully appreciate the impact of neonics to see an entire colony of bees eviscerated and dead because of one bee impacted by neonics. So again, I rise in support of these two bills, but recognize there are incredible challenges in regards to the execution, and it is important for us to engage all shareholders to find a solution moving forward. But somehow controlling and banning and finding a better alternative in those two areas of chemical impact on our habitat is critical. And I thank the intelligence of this committee for the time you gave me. I'm happy to take any questions related to those four bills. And thank you for the work of this committee. And thank you to all the tireless advocates that are out there that are advocating for points of passion and protecting our environment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Senator. And I'm glad that you mentioned the Siting Council bill, because it seems like these two, the Harbor bill and this, they run parallel. In looking through Deep's testimony and citing the Cohen versus Deep case, is it your opinion or in your reading that Deep doesn't want to give input to the local harbor masters or significant input into their decisions when it comes to dredging and harbors?
Well, I think the goal is common, but nevertheless, the input, and I think that's the challenge, right? Our local authorities have different ideas from a statewide mandate. We see that in housing. We see that in multiple cases in which state makes a dictation that one size fits all, without accounting for the impact on local municipalities. I think the Harbor Commission and the 26 that joined in this testimony by my chair in the Fairfield Harbor Management Commission is to say, we're not looking to usurp your sovereign authority in protecting our waterways. We agree with you, but we want to be able to offer some context and local input so that we can create a far better plan. You're never going to have the tremendous expertise that Deep has, which I want to acknowledge, but nevertheless, no one is living in those communities, living and breathing and utilizing those resources. They're looking to have a voice, not a veto. And the same thing with the Siting Council. We have seen that sometimes the Siting Council have to make very, very difficult decisions. Believe me, if it was left purely on a political basis, nothing would be built. I understand that. But to have local input, and I think it was the wisdom of this committee in drafting this bill to say, we're going to give you local representation, but you're not going to vote. But having a voice, just as we're doing here right now with many of the people that are signed up, it is to have public accountability, public transparency, and a public assent to be able to voice their opinions and thoughts based upon their local knowledge and personal interest in that. So I think that is an important bill from a standpoint of transparency, accountability, but also respect for those communities that will be impacted.
Well, I agree, Senator. I think local nuances can only be they can have input from local experts who actually live in the area and work in the harbors. And same thing with the siting council. You're not looking to usurp authority. You just want to, there certainly could be some things that the state misses that the local experts know about. So I would hope that their input would be considered in both of those bills, and hopefully we can get them through the process. So I appreciate your excellent testimony today.
Well, I appreciate your effort in proposing it along with Senator Harding. I think it's again, not usurping the difficult job that they have to do both on DEEP as well as the siting council. But what is the harm to have more information and local input on issues that are affecting those very specific communities?
Thank you. And
Thank
I
you.
have to give Representative Fonsello, he was a big proponent of this siting council bill as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for not being there in person, a little under the weather, and I assume you're probably all thankful that I am not there in person. And I'm sorry, I did miss the majority of the commissioner's responses. Good Senator, could you tell me, did you have an opportunity to listen to the commissioner?
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Hope you feel better, and nice coat. Saying that, I did read the commissioner's written testimony related to the bill, and I did hear part of her comment, but I think she had a lot of other issues she needed to address. But saying that, I think the citation is consistent with what her testimony was in 2023 when this bill was initially raised. And again, I think the Fairfield Harbor Management leadership, as well as 26 other harbor managements, wanted to reiterate, we're not looking to have veto power. We're looking to have a voice to be able to contribute on that. And I think the Cohen versus Deep case articulates that specific. And you know, we're not questioning the sovereign power to protect public interest and trust, but we are looking for local input and expertise. And I cite the example in Fairfield where the excise battery plant with significant contaminated soil was met with DEEP approval. And this was many years ago, probably at least 15 years ago. DEEP approved that project. And through the efforts of town leadership, environmental advocates, and we have many in my district, and as a result, they proposed some additional supplement to the approved plan. And what we have, and I will share with you, hearing from sports people and environmental advocates, the Mill River, as a result of that positive and additional input beyond what was approved by DEEP, has made that waterway cleaner, more hospitable for habitat, and it has been a vibrant waterway. And it was done because DEEP had input, as they do under law, but they got better information from local authorities to create a plan that is greater success for sustainability and success. So that's an example, and I can share that the proponent of this bill, and one of them being Representative Baumgarten in the East Coast, can say many examples of local input contributing to that, and not a veto of DEEP's authority.
Thank you. And I'm reading the second to last paragraph of her testimony was, accordingly, DEEP opposes this bill and welcomes the opportunity to work with the committee to assist with consideration of alternative approaches. I don't know if you heard or mentioned any alternative approaches. And again, I apologize for not being there when she was testifying and asking this to her. But hopefully we'll be able to work together in finding some alternative approaches if this bill needs tweaking. But I don't know, Senator, if you heard her mention any alternative approaches.
I have great respect for Commissioner Dykes and the work that she has to do, and always welcome the opportunity to speak and work together to find solutions, because I think the best part of the whole discussion is the goals are mutually common. We want to be able to protect our waterways. We want to be able to make sure that our harbors are viable and sustainable for wildlife habitat, but also for economics and recreation purposes. So the fact that these kind of decisions need to be made. So this bill if you read through it, simply allows our municipalities the opportunity to offer input and ask for DEEP to consider it. It is clear in statute and it is clear from many of the harbor commissions that the ultimate decision and approval rests with DEEP. I think where the confusion may be is the perceived usurpation of power from DEEP. I can, from my understanding and from this reading, is they're not looking to usurp that power. They recognize that power rests with DEEP and the important role they have to the public trust in our waterways. But nevertheless, they want to be able to be a partner in finding solutions. And I think if we're all going toward that common goal, I do believe the commissioner and the various harbor commissioners, who are all volunteers in this capacity, but passionate volunteers, I think we can find a solution. This need not be a us versus them and a win-lose. I think it can be a win-win with greater collaboration of all shareholders.
Thank you very much, Senator, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Any questions? Being none, thank you very much, Senator Horn.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee.
Next on the list, Rachel Khanna, remotely.
Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Senator Hockadell, Representative Baumgartner, Senator Harding, Representative Callahan, and esteemed members of the Environment Committee. My name is Rachel Khanna, and I had the honor of serving as the state representative for the 149th District. It's nice to see you all today. I'm here to urge you to support two bills, House Bill 6916, an act concerning the use of neonicotinoids, and House Bill 6915, an act concerning the use of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides. Neonicotinoids and rodenticides, poisons which are commonly used to control insect and rodent infestations, severely harm birds, animals, insects, particularly pollinators, and people. Alarmingly, in the case of neonicotinoids, most of the pesticide coating actually rubs off the seed after planting, contaminating our soil and water. That means it doesn't just affect the insects it's intended for, it spreads throughout our environment, thus regularly exposing about half the US population to at least one type of neonicotinoid, and young children have the greatest risk of exposure. Neonicotinoids are about 7,000 times more toxic than DDT, and exposure to them has been linked to serious health problems, including neurological damage, metabolic issues like disrupted insulin regulation, and changes to fat metabolism that can lead to obesity. Rodenticides are just as dangerous. They don't just kill rodents, but can harm other wildlife too. This toxic substance has been found in our soil, water, and fish. Children and pets can be exposed to rodenticides, leading to respiratory distress and bleeding risk. The truth is we don't need to rely on these toxic chemicals. It's been proven that the safest and most effective ways to control rodents over the long term is to remove what attracts them in the first place and prevent them from getting into buildings. Connecticut has been a trailblazer in protecting our bird and animal population, our shoreline, and our forests. Limiting the use of neonicotinoids and rodenticides is the logical next step to safeguard our environment and the health of our residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Khanna? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Representative Linehan, remotely.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. If we are still in morning, no, afternoon. I am here for Chairman Parker, and the ranking members and vice chairs to testify on behalf of two bills. First of all, 6915 rodenticides. I just want to throw my support behind that, but I'd also like to talk about 6917, an act concerning the management of solid waste. This bill is obviously regarding producer responsibility programs for consumer packaging. And I'm thrilled to see the consistent movement towards supermarkets having more responsibility in that. And because of that language in this bill, I'd like to bring up an issue that I would like the good chairman and vice chairman and ranking members and members of this committee to consider when drafting final language. The issue that I have is that in the past, our use of plastic bags and getting them out of the system and prohibiting them has actually considered that it's turned into that we're using paper bags more often and we're putting more of those in the waste stream. Excuse me. So absolutely, I believe that we should look more into our ability to cut those out of the waste stream. And one way that we can do this is by asking supermarkets, who are the biggest users of these, for them to require anyone bringing in a reusable bag would receive a credit on their bill that is equal to the amount that they are charging for the paper bags. Essentially, the idea of only having paper bags was good at the time, but now, like I said, it's putting more waste into the waste stream. And what we're seeing additionally is that the charge for those paper bags are becoming, unfortunately, a money grab. Oftentimes, these bags are charged for 10 cents or even more, and that is usually more than it actually costs. So what we'd like to talk about is the ability to have an offsetting cost in order to have consumers have more of an incentive to bring their reusable bags. There are a few companies that have been doing that for a while. Among them are Target, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, Lowe's, Sprouts, Farmers Market, and more. This was especially popular when it was known as a bag tax. But as you know, we no longer tax bags. Unfortunately, what has happened is that consumers are confused and they still believe that that charge for the paper bags is a tax levied by the state. So in addition to any change that we make that would hopefully require that there is an equal credit for bringing in your reusable bag, I think it's important that we also require that anyone charging for a paper bag, that on that receipt, it is clearly listed that it is a charge that is levied by the store and not by the state. I think that would go a long way to help people understand what state policy towards the environment is, and not actually think that it is in fact a tax. As you know, that's been a PR problem throughout the state for years, and I think it's time that we change that. I do appreciate you allowing me to bring up this in regards to 6917, and I hope that the members of the committee and the good chairman and ranking members consider adding additional language. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Linehan, for joining us and for the feedback on the solid waste bill. So just to clarify, from my understanding, when I go to the store and pay 10 cents for a paper bag, that's not required by or given back to the state. That's the store itself. Is that your understanding?
Correct. So any place that charges for the bag fee, that money goes directly to the place that's charging. There is not a tax. But unfortunately, when you talk to consumers and residents, they're telling you that they believe that that is in fact the bag tax when
Right.
it is not.
It's what I might have thought even. Do you have any sense of how many stores are charging that 10-cent fee?
So there's not, because it's not in law that they are required to charge that, there is no data that shows us who is actually doing it. But I think that we all go grocery shopping and we see that it is a lot of the grocery stores that are doing that. And in fact, if you remember back in the day, and when I say back in the day, I think it was even close to 10 years ago when we started talking about reusable bags, grocery stores many times did offer a credit if you brought in your own bags. So this is not something that is new. It's something that stores have done in the past, but because now our state law allows them to charge, or rather allows municipalities to allow them to charge, what's happening is they are charging for those bags, keeping the money for themselves and not putting it back into any environmental practice prescribed by law.
Interesting. Thanks for sharing that. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next person.
Thank you.
We're going to go a little out of order here. I'm going to go with Mayor Caggiano of Bristol. If I see him online, hopefully he's prepared. Nope, I see him coming on.
There we go. I think I had to unmute. I don't see myself on, but I'm assuming you can hear me now?
You're not very clear, but we can hear you.
Okay, I'll talk right into the speaker. Hopefully that will work. So again, I'm Mayor Jeff Caggiano. Thank you, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Senator Harding, and Representative Callahan, and all the members of the committee. I'm actually today speaking more on behalf of the Bristol Facility Policy Board, which is comprised of the 14 towns that have their trash processed at the plant. And in that capacity, I just want to briefly comment on House Bill 619. So Section 3 of that bill concerns the $1.50 per ton assessment on the processed trash that is paid by the owner of the plant to the state. And I know Representative Piscopo had actually commented on this and asked a question. For the Bristol plant, that's about $330,000 a year. And I think because we have a long-term contract, it may not really come directly back to tipping fees in this year, but certainly probably gets added after. It's kind of like a tax, and I'm sure that gets passed on to the taxpayers, basically, in the form of higher tipping fees for subsequent contracts. The closure of the Mirror plant has meant that hundreds of thousands of tons of solid waste are now transported out of state. They go to Pennsylvania and Ohio, and if that current trend continues, more than half of the state's trash will be exported annually, and it will deepen the trash crisis that we have in the state. My suggestion is that we move to invest in the foundation of the current system, which we're one of them, and there's 4 remaining plants that process almost all of the solid waste that is handled in state. At the same time, they're generating some electricity for the grid. So Pura even commented in previous years in a report to the task force on solid waste issues that in order to adequately, and this is their quote, in order to adequately invest in property, plant, and equipment, some form of public subsidy or financing for the existing plants might be required. So we're asking you to take a look and take a step in that direction in this 2025 session. We propose that Bristol, and probably the other plants as well, be able to retain any funds as long as they reinvest them in the facility. An annual accounting of this would be required to DEEP and should be required, in our opinion. Taking these dollars away from the Bristol plant and diverting them to other uses, and this is going to the general fund as we talked about, not really fair to the plant, and we really need those dollars to come back to these plants to make sure they continually modernize. And I actually just did get a note from ReWorld, and I think you'll be talking about some of the changes that they want to make, maybe even proactively, because as you remember, just a week or two ago, I talked to you about making sure that we have clean air coming out of our stack. So there are long-term challenges, obviously, with municipal solid waste. And I do think that we should be, I want to end with this, we should be open to other ways of taking care of our waste and to manage food waste. But until those times happen, I think we'd love to see you consider the proposal that's been sent by the Bristol Policy Board on Section 3 of the bill. And I'm available for questions if you have any. Thanks for the opportunity.
Any questions? Good.
Thanks, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very appreciate the lifting up the need to invest back in the systems. And so looking forward to continuing that conversation. Can you briefly say what are the kinds of investments that could be made in terms of expanded capacity? I think that's what I'm most interested in, if this money was going to be available in some way to get back into the system.
Yeah, I think the simple answer for me has always been when I've talked about this is that if we were to start getting more of the food waste out, that's reported up to 20 to 30% of the waste, that the capacity at this plant is not, it's an older plant, so it's not going to be increased too much, but you might be able to bring other cities and towns back in, some of the smaller cities and towns, if we're working on the other things. So I think this is a parallel process that we work on diverting waste as what is DEEP's commitment. And I know you in the legislature have been working on that as well. But I think if we keep these plants operating at about, and I don't know the exact number, I know that our BRFOC director will speak later, he might have a direct answer to the question, but they're operating at 90+% capacity and working very well, but they're putting many capital investments into the plant. And without getting too deep into other things, they've spent millions of dollars on the exhaust system, and they have some sound issues that they're working on and have made some announcements there. So yeah, I think reinvestment to keep them viable for at least the next 10 years is very important for the 14 cities and towns that are currently bringing their trash there.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for squeezing me in early. I appreciate that.
No problem. We will be in touch. We have to talk about your proposal versus the proposal in the bill and see if we can work out a happy middle.
I did hear something about that. I look forward to it.
Funny how that works out. Next up, Laura Simon, who I think also is remote.
Yes, I am. Can I
Please
be?
proceed.
Yes. Am I being heard?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am representing the Connecticut Wildlife Rehabilitators Association. I'm the president. We represent wildlife rehabilitators throughout the state, and we heartily, mightily support House Bill 6915 concerning the regulation and restriction of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides. It is glaringly clear that this bill is urgently needed. We are lucky to have scientific data from a place called Hope, which is one of our wildlife rehabilitation facilities within our network. What they found, 78 out of 101 hawks and owls and other wildlife tested positive for rodenticide poisoning. This is astounding because it is just the statistics from one rehab center in one small part of the state. It clearly underscores the harm that is being done to wildlife by these second-generation rodenticides, and it's consistent with studies that have been done in other parts of the country showing the devastating impact of these second-generation rodenticides. There is no such thing as a safe poison. I keep hearing that if it's correctly applied by skilled and trained applicators, it is safe. That is not true because the poison is applied. It takes up to 7 days for it to take effect, and these rodents are out and about, becoming increasingly disabled, and then they become sitting ducks for all the predatory species that will prey upon them and become poisoned by them. So there is no such thing as a safe poison. I think it's important to look to other places which have done what we're trying to do, like California and British Columbia, which are banning the use of these second-generation rodenticides. Actually, California just banned the use of first-generation rodenticides. And what we're seeing is really informative. We don't see, which is interesting, massive rodent infestations or human disease outbreaks. That is not being seen in these areas which have banned these second-generation rodenticides. What we do see is a greater reliance on integrated pest management and the use of newer, more innovative strategies, such as the use of these fertility control products, which are completely non-toxic and deal with the source of the problem, the reproduction of these rodents. So there's really great models for us to follow, and it looks like we're planning to. But I hope we will not be misled by some of the things we're hearing, such as that fertility control is too expensive and not available to homeowners. That is not true. Over time, fertility control products are very cost effective. And right now, these products are available even on Amazon. The initial cost.
Laura, if you could please wrap up, your time is up.
Okay, we firmly support this bill, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Simon? Double checking, seeing none. Thank you very much for testifying today. Next up is Chris Phelps.
Thank you, Senator, Representative, and members of the committee. I'm Chris Phelps. I'm the State Director of Environment, Connecticut, and here to testify on 3 bills, although I want to just add my support for what I heard earlier, the bipartisan agreement between Representative Callahan and Senator Lopes to eliminate the scourge of flathead screwdrivers in Connecticut. Anything I can do to help get that onto the governor's desk, just ask. I'm not kidding. Regarding House Bill 6915 and 6916 on neonics and rodenticides, I want to register our support again this year for these measures. And I'll be honest, I was listening to and reading the testimony of the commissioner of the department earlier, and it was disappointing to hear, as I heard it at least, the agency articulate support for the policy proposals in these bills, but ask you not to do it and cry poverty or whatever. That's not, to my ear, a very good argument for not moving forward with this policy that makes sense on both rodenticides and neonics. But the bill I want to spend the bulk of my time talking to you about today is Senate Bill 887, which would repeal a portion of Public Act 2459 by exempting cookware, nonstick cookware coated in PFAS chemicals from the ban that you enacted last year on such products that would take effect in 2028, I believe. We strongly urge you to reject this proposal and preserve the integrity of that legislation that you enacted just a year ago. As I think the members of the committee are aware, PFAS is a class of literally thousands of chemicals that are persistent in the environment and bioaccumulate in plants, in animals, and in our bodies. Right now, probably every single person in this room has measurable levels of PFAS in our blood. 96% of the US population when it has that. So the odds are pretty good that if you're sitting in this room, you have PFAS in your blood right now. And that's a danger and a risk because these chemicals lead to cancer, liver disease, kidney disease, and more. And as I mentioned, they're persistent in the environment, as we know, and they're accumulating more and more in our bodies. The longer we're exposed to them, the more exposure we have, the more risk we have. It's just building up. Now that said, manufacturers of nonstick cookware products using these PFAS chemicals are understandably quite interested in continuing to sell the products that they're making a profit off of. They've launched aggressive public relations and lobbying campaigns, not just here in Connecticut, but around the country, trying to convince legislatures and legislators such as yourselves who've passed legislation like this to exempt their product, their nonstick cookware from these laws. Their talking points, as I'm sure many of you have seen, describe their products using words and phrases like quality and affordable and so forth and so on. But what they're very careful not to say explicitly is that their products are completely safe and non-toxic.
Mr. Phelps, your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
I'll summarize it real quick. If you go to the website for the Teflon brand of these chemicals, they actually talk about, with an explicit warning, the risks of the fumes put off by cooking with these nonstick coated PFAS coated cookware. And they tell you that that can literally harm or kill birds if you have pet birds in your home, for example. They stop short of discussing the effects of breathing those fumes on the people in your home. I'll just conclude by saying I am aware, of course, that in his signing statement on the legislation he passed last year, Governor Lamont highlighted this issue and asked you to reconsider this issue. And he pointed to, excuse me, in fact, he said there will be challenges in the widespread manufacture and distribution of affordable cookware if you move forward with this. And I'll just conclude by saying, I'm a cook. I love to cook. Anyone who's known me over the last 20 years that I work in this building can attest to the fact that I visibly have changed because I like to cook. And I hate when the food I'm cooking for dinner sticks to the pan. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I have cast iron pans. I have stainless steel pans. I have ceramic coated PFAS free pans that I use to cook for my family and my friends, all of which cost the same or less than the cheap nonstick cookware at Walmart or Target or whatever, because I'm a cheap bastard. I don't buy expensive pans. They work. They are available. They are widely available. They are affordable. They're the criteria you used when adopting this bill last year and selecting products to put in it included the question, simply put, is there a reasonably available alternative to the products that you chose to ban? Non-stick cookware coated in PFAS has plenty of reasonable, non-toxic alternatives available. It meets every criteria to be included in the law, and it should stay in the law. I've gone way over my time, and I thank you for your indulgence. If you have any questions, I'm happy to respond.
I have some questions, but I do have to say your love of cooking, and I've seen that posted on Facebook, meals that you've made, and yet I don't think any one of us have ever seen the fruit of any of your cooking. So your testimony is in question, but any questions from Mr. Phelps? Sir, Rep. Jensen.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. So there's basically two classes of nonstick cookware, right? There's the Teflon, which I guess is probably a brand name, right? But there's all the ones that are like that, right?
Yeah.
And
PTFE would be the
so
chemical
those
class.
would
Yeah.
basically be banned in Connecticut. Is that
As
true?
of January of 2028,
With the current legislation.
cookware coated in that
Right.
chemical would be prohibited in Connecticut, yes.
And then the other class is the ceramic, right? Now, ceramic coated cookware.
Yeah.
So are all ceramic coated cookwares PFAS free, or is it just like a subset of them that are?
To my knowledge, I'm not aware of ceramic coated cookware that also contains PFAS. I can't promise you that there isn't someone out there making that, but it would not make much sense to me that there would be, since one of the points to ceramic coated nonstick cookware is that it is a non-PFAS containing alternative. So, but yeah.
All right, thank you.
And they work really well too, even if I do prefer cast.
Thank you, Representative. Little Birdie told me you may have, insider information on how some of this works. Because for years, I've been trying to figure out how to get my degree in English literature to align with PFAS and chemical compositions. Any further questions for Mr. Phelps? Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chris, for coming in to testify. Just curious, to your knowledge, have any other states made these kind of exemptions that are being contemplated in today's bill?
To my knowledge, no states that have enacted similar legislation to yours covering nonstick cookware have rolled that back as of yet. Yet there is plenty of lobbying and plenty of public relations on the part of the industry trying to make that happen. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Well, I'm going to say to you, because you're first, and I'm sure other people will come up afterwards, that yes, last year's PFAS bill was quite an achievement by this committee. Some national recognition on how far it went and how well it was written. It did take about a month or two off our lifespan. It was, I'm not to joke that it was a tremendous undertaking. And as you said, the governor did ask us to hear this and look into it, which we are doing. And but I've not seen an outcry, really asking for this bill to move forward. So at this time, your testimony is very relevant, and I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, Senator. And I would agree. I was there. I saw how much work members on both sides of the aisle put into this bill last year, because I think it's a really important thing for our state, and it's a emerging huge problem for our nation. And I can't get up and walk away without saying that, we should be, as a state, talking about what next steps we need to take dealing with the problem of PFAS contamination in our state. We have groundwater with PFAS in it. People on wells in this state are drinking, some people on wells in this state are drinking water contaminated with PFAS and they don't know it. There are municipal supplies that have PFAS, and that problem is only going to get worse unless we continue to reduce the spigot of PFAS coming into our economy and into our environment. And if we don't take more effort and make more effort to identify where there's contamination now, whether it's in the farmland, soil, or in water supplies, and clean it up. That's really what I would urge you as policymakers to turn your attention to going forward. What are the next steps we can do to protect our families and our environment in Connecticut from PFAS?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further question. Next person up is Betsy Guerra, I believe is remote. It's not here. Okay. Next is Heather Millette, who's remote. I do see her listed.
Hi.
Hi, Heather.
Thank you. Yep. All right, now we're done with the delays there. Hi, I'm Heather Millette, the owner of Millette Pest Control. Good afternoon, everyone on the Environment Committee. Senator Lopes, appreciate the time to testify today in opposition of HB 6915. As written, it seeks to ban second gens. I've submitted written testimony as well, and I'll touch base on a couple key points. The EPA is currently evaluating all 13 rodenticides, including second gens, as part of its registration cycle that it does. The latest interim decision recommended was an increased restriction to the improved product safety. I kind of urge the legislator to wait to see what the EPA's final determination is before making any state level restrictions. The EPA has the expertise and scientific rigor just to do this, and it would allow us to then see what they're suggesting. This bill suggests that second gens, it's allowing some exemptions in critical situations, public health emergencies, water supply protection, medical waste facilities, and agricultural, which kind of contradicts the fact that the premise is that they're so dangerous for professional use, we can't use them to control the rodent populations. And if they're still allowed to be sold and used in agriculture and over the counter, I don't see how that's helping anything. There's no phase out transition plan. It's just as of October 1st, 2025, it's done. And then we've got to kind of read the language to figure out who we're going to report to if we feel we need to use it somewhere professionally. There's no phased out transition, no statewide IPM plan that involves input from industry experts to put a little bit more of a program together for a transition like this. Today, everyone's going to hear all about rodent control and how it can be achieved without second gens. It is a tool in the toolbox. It's the same thing each year. We utilize many different things: exclusion, CO2, snap traps, IPM. This is just a piece of it, and it needs to be used at times. Not all structures or client situations are the same. No one size fits all approach works with pest control to protect public health and property, and that's our purpose. And people are the worst enemy because the people cause most of the problems that bring the rodents. But that's a whole nother thing to try and work with people, as you all know in this committee. Homeowners, they buy their own products and they place bait out freely. I've gone to places where I find it just broadcast blocks out around their garage or their barn. Sometimes it's in pie tins, sometimes it's in an open bucket, sometimes it's just tossed around their house and they have kids and pets. So if we ban the unlicensed use of SGARs or second gens, for homeowners, that would make common sense to me. And don't sell it on the retail market. Let licensed people make the decisions to put it in the right places for the right reasons. And I feel that that's a happy medium with that, or make it restricted use where we can just take care of it. And then it allow the implementation by the DEP to be able to help monitor what's happening probably a little better than going to a public health commissioner to get everything figured out. They've been on the market for over 40 years, second gens.
Hey, could you please conclude your thoughts? The timer just rang. Thank you.
No problem. They've been on the market for over 40 years, and just recently in late 2021, there was also bird flu that came in. So not that there's not any situations where birds have anticoagulants and other wildlife in their system, but I think we should also look nationwide and find out if there's other things happening as well and be a little bit more sure on the science, because Fish and Wildlife has noticed for the last few years a lot of issues happening and kind of were quiet-lipped, and there are some articles out there that explain that. So if you have
Thank you so
questions,
much. Could you just please state your name one more time for the record?
My name is Heather Millette from Millette Pest Control.
Thank you. Do I have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we're going to keep moving along. Thanks very much. Next
Thank
on
you.
our list is number 9, Adrian Esposito. Is Adrian here in person or online?
I'm online.
Thanks, Adrian. Take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. My name is Adrian Esposito. I'm the Executive Director of Citizens Campaign for the Environment. We're going to switch subjects today to the topic of 1,4-dioxane in common household products. We're here to strongly support Bill 884, which limits 1,4-dioxane in common household products. You might not know a lot about this chemical. It's called an emerging chemical. It's listed as a likely human carcinogen by the EPA because of its direct association with kidney cancer and liver cancer. Now, you might say, well, how much 1,4-dioxane does a common household product have? Like my shampoo, my bath gel, my kids', bubble bath, dish soap. Well, the answer is a lot. To give you some context, New York State has a drinking water standard of 1 part per billion for 1,4-dioxane. And my organization independently tested in 2019 80 common household products because you cannot tell how much 1,4-dioxane are in the products because it's not listed as an ingredient because it's not an ingredient. It is a byproduct of the manufacturing process. That's why it's called the hidden carcinogen. So we tested 80 products that are very common, things like Tide, Ivory Snow laundry soap, and we found unbelievable results. So Tide, for instance, had 14,000 parts per billion. Ivory Snow, not clean as the driven snow, 11,000 parts per billion of 1,4-dioxane. We even tested products like Victoria's Secret, and we found out her secret. She's poisoning us. 17,000 parts per billion, 16,000 parts per billion for the 2 products that we tested. So the levels are extremely high. And why that's important is not only are we getting exposed to the toxic chemical by inhalation and also dermal exposure, but then it washes down the drain. It ends up in a septic system, a cesspool system, sewage treatment plant, and gets discharged into drinking water, groundwater, and the Long Island Sound. Then we have to pay to filter it out because it's so toxic. So the key is to pass this bill. They did it in New York. Industry did comply. They did so kicking and screaming and all sorts of threats. They'd have to take Tide off the shelf and the product would be, they have to raise the price. None of that happened. They came into compliance. And I want you to know that Procter & Gamble changed their formulation for all of North America since they had to change it for New York. So industry can filter this toxic chemical out. You would be doing a great service for the public and for the drinking water supplies and the Long Island Sound. I know that this is what's called an emerging contaminant, so it might be less well known than PFAS, but still the science on it as it's coming out is very serious and very real. So we really hope that you support this bill and join the other states that have done so. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Esposito. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative.
Yeah, so thank you for letting me have some questions and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
A couple of questions. So the FDA actually found that that it's a likely carcinogen, but there isn't actually proof that it is a carcinogen. Is that correct?
Well, the EPA has classified it as a likely carcinogen. Yes, you're correct, because of its association with liver and kidney cancer.
And then, so this bill before us is now proposing a level of 2 ppm in personal products and 10 ppm in cosmetics, right? So the numbers you were citing were parts per billion, not parts per million.
Correct.
Right.
That's correct.
So
Gotta follow the math.
So it was actually 1.4 parts per million that you found and 1.1 parts per million, correct?
No. So your bill would be 2 ppm, which would be 2,000 parts per billion. The New York law that was passed limits it at 1,000 parts per billion. So it's similar. So for us, for our study, which I'm happy to actually email you, We did it all in parts per billion because that's what the EPA recognizes the contaminant at. For instance, the EPA has a health advisory standard of 0.35 parts per billion.
0.35, yes. So I saw a recent study that cited the detection limit as between 0.2 and 0.3 parts per million. All right. So that's really the detection limit that we have right now that you're talking about.
Well, in your bill, but they could detect, I'm sorry, I just don't know how you're using detection limit. I'm just want to get clarity. They can detect 1,4-dioxane down very, very low. They could detect it down to less than 0.35 parts per billion. But you mean for the products. I think I just want to say one of the things about this is that don't forget that's not an ingredient. So they don't need this chemical to actually make the product work or to enhance the product in any way. It's just it's a byproduct of the manufacturing process. That's why it's easy for them to filter out or to reformulate so it doesn't get formed in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know about easy to filter out, but I know they've worked hard to try to reduce this byproduct from being in these in the raw materials used in these products. And then the other question that I had, and I don't know if you can answer this, but I see that it's 1 part per million, right, for personal care products and 10 parts per million for cosmetics. Do you know why the difference? Why would you have a higher level for a leave-on than you would have for a wash-off?
Well, I think for the cosmetics, those are things that are used in very, very small quantities, like very tiny quantities, as opposed to what we found, what was happening with the personal care products. For instance, you could use a certain shampoo, like if you use Pantene, at the time we tested, it had 5,500 parts per billion. Then you go downstairs and do some dishes with Dawn dish soap, and then you're exposed to 4,400 parts per billion. Then you put your kids in the bath and, Baby Magic had 7,600 parts per billion. And so the bombardment of exposure that people were having every single day is what added up. And you're absolutely right. The science on this is still evolving. That's why it's called an emerging contaminant. The one health study that we found was a European health study that recommended that people were not exposed to more than 10,000 parts per billion, which is 1 part per million per day. But, the study showed that people are exposed to way more than that. So this bill is an attempt to bring that number down, create less exposure for the public, and also less exposure in the environment. Less in our drinking water, less ends up in our private wells and the Long Island Sound. And frankly, if they did it, industry, did it in New York, they could do it in Connecticut. And honestly, we didn't believe they did it in New York. So we went out, we took products right off the shelf and we tested them. And Tide went from 14,000 parts per billion down to under 500. So they did comply. A reporter called Procter & Gamble, and that's when they said, yes, we, of course, are in compliance. And we decided to use the new formulation all over North America. So Connecticut is currently benefiting just with Procter & Gamble products from the New York legislation that was passed and enacted.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So is it the New York State legislature? Doesn't the FDA have 1 part per million in personal care products now and 10 parts in cosmetics? No?
No.
All right. I looked on their website. I thought I saw those numbers. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
And I guess also because it's not an ingredient, it's very difficult for them to regulate.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Jensen. Are there any other? Representative Steinberg?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by saying hi, Adrian. It's been a long time.
It has been.
I confess, I always know it's you when on CBS Radio when you get a chance to
Prettiest
talk.
voice.
Having missed your initial testimony, for which I apologize, could you just comment a bit more about the impact on Long Island Sound, particularly in that's where everything ends up sooner or later? We'd made some pretty significant progress in cleaning up Long Island Sound over the recent decades. Are we at risk of backsliding here?
Well, the good news is you're right. We have made significant progress on the restoration of Long Island Sound. But if we're pouring in this level of toxic chemicals, the 1,4-dioxane, we risk going backwards in that progress. But I also think it hurts, really creates a threat for all of the people. To my understanding, it's approximately about 400,000 people in the state of Connecticut are on private wells. And there's no real private well testing system. So it's likely that a good percentage of those people are drinking 1,4-dioxane in their private wells. The reason I say that is that after we released our report, Stony Brook University did a study on how much 1,4-dioxane was coming out of people's homes, going into their septics and cesspools. And just as we suspected, it depended on what products they used in the home. But there was significant detection of 1,4-dioxane going into cesspools and septics. And then those septics and cesspools leach into groundwater. And eventually, as you said, all ends up in Long Island Sound.
Thank you for your testimony, but more importantly, for your ongoing advocacy. You are, in my mind, one of the great heroes in the environmental space. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rev Steinberg. Any other questions from the committee? Otherwise, we will thank you, Ms. Esposito, for joining us today.
Thank you for your time.
Moving along to number 10 on our list, Hannah Lemick. Welcome, Hannah.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lopes, Parker, Ranking Member Harding and Callahan, and esteemed members of the Environment Committee. My name is Hannah Lemick, and I am here today representing the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, which proudly represents 99% of our towns and cities across this great state. Today, we will be submitting written testimony discussing a variety of bills, including HB 6916, HB 6917, HB 6915, HB 5019, SB 78, and SB 1281. However, I would like to focus most of my time on two key issues: the need for local representation on Connecticut Siting Council and the concerns regarding the solid waste management language in HB 6917. First, I would like to address HB 6917. This bill proposes a new fee of $1.50 per ton of material processed at resource recovery facilities. However, it is unclear what material this fee encompasses beyond what is already covered. In our current fiscal environment, municipalities are already facing increasing costs in waste disposal. Imposing an additional fee without a statewide plan will inevitably pass down the cost to consumers, raises concerns. The National Waste and Recycling Association rightfully questioned the jurisdiction of this new fee when municipalities are already struggling to manage rising disposal costs. We believe it is critical to find solutions that do not place further financial burdens on our communities, and CCM cannot support this legislation in its current form. Turning to SB 78, I want to highlight the importance of enhancing local representation on the Connecticut Siting Council. This bill proposes that CEOs of municipalities appoint a local elector to the Siting Council for projects within their jurisdiction. While current law allows for representation, it does not provide for voting power. For projects that span multiple municipalities, the bill permits appointments through regional councils of government, with non-voting participation from others. While we appreciate the intention behind the language, we strongly urge the committee to amend SB 78 to ensure municipal representation includes voting power. Without this change, the bill fails to provide municipalities with any additional say or increased influence in decisions that directly impact their communities. Residents know their communities best, and giving them a voting voice on the Siting Council will build trust and engagement in the decision-making process. Local officials who are accountable for their constituents must have a meaningful role in these important matters. By including municipal representation as voting members, we can guarantee that communities' needs and concerns are prioritized, leading to more informed and equitable outcomes. CCM firmly believes that legislators who actively listen to municipal input can better address the unique needs of their districts. The insights of Connecticut's residents are invaluable, and empowering them with a vote will cultivate a more inclusive and transparent process. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to discussing these issues further, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lemick. Appreciate it. Do we have any questions from the committee? Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you. I have a general purpose question.
Yes, ma'am.
A large number of towns that used to go to Hartford waste energy plant are now going to Ohio. And it's very expensive. It's like $120 a ton, something like that. It's supposed to be increasing over time. Without the fee, how do we set up in-state handling for and management of the waste if we don't have the fee? What's our other alternative?
So I think the legislation right now is written there. That's the problem with it, is that the fee, you're putting a fee onto the disposal waste, but you're not creating a plan of where to put it.
Okay, so you would be okay with a fee if it was
we had a
if it was
plan.
put back into the plan.
If there was a plan for the fee. You're paying into the plan and you're not getting anything out of it.
Okay, I understand that. That makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from the committee? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in to testify today. So I want to turn your attention to one of the two bills that you gave more extensive testimony on, and that would be Senate Bill 78, having to do with representation on the Siting Council. So as I'm sure you're aware, we have dealt with this issue for the last several years. A bill comes up almost every year trying to increase local representation on Siting Council. And the bills generally tend to fail every year because there's a concern about ex parte communication, regardless of whether the municipal member is a voting member or a non-voting member. There are concerns about ex parte communication. There are concerns about confidentiality. There are concerns about partiality. So what would you say to all of that?
Yeah, so I think that a big concern too from different members of the legislature has been, there would be a different person coming in and out of the conversations when it came to different projects. So I think that our solution to this confidentiality problem would kind of be one person who either who was a municipal leader at one point, and then they just stay as a permanent member of the Siting Council. So then you're not interchanging different members of different communities with different things. So if that's a concern, that's kind of a solution that we have.
All right. One more question, if I may, Mr. Chair. I'll have to consider that. So the other concern is, and you probably know more about this than I do. Do not all municipalities have the ability to offer their input on anything that comes before the Siting Council? Is that not available to the municipalities already?
Yeah, so I think that the conversation itself, that's more of a, like this right here, a public comment, public testimony period, where I think that the members of the Siting Council have more of a say and understanding of certain projects. And I think that when the Siting Council notifies municipalities and opens it for public comment, it kind of stays as public comment. And I think that we need to keep that conversation going into the project as it develops into the community.
Okay, thank you. Much to consider. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico. Any other questions from the committee? Please, Rep. Callahan.
Thanks for coming in, Hannah. It seems to me we already had testimony from Senator Wang this morning about on the harbors committees to get local representation, and it seems like this is along the same themes. And I understand issues of confidentiality and making sure it remains one member. So Representative D'Amico, I definitely understand your point. But we've had this come up a couple times, and it seems like if the issues of confidentiality can be taken care of, having local representation that know local issues seems like a good thing on this. And isn't that what you're advocating for?
Absolutely. Local representation is the best thing that you can do for a community.
All right, thanks. Good to see you.
You too.
Thanks, Rep. Callahan. Any other questions from the committee? Anything online?
I think you have another.
Representative D'Amico for the second time.
I appreciate the
course.
indulgence, Mr. Chair, for the second time. So I have to ask this question. Was not the Siting Council initiated years ago to specifically ensure that local bias and local favoritism would not be part of the siting process?
Yeah, so I think another concern that we do see is that when someone is a representative on the siting council of a municipality, that vote doesn't become the majority of the siting council. It's a member of the council. And I think that that's why why it's such a vast council, is because that one representative of a municipality doesn't become the majority. So I think that that's.
But you will acknowledge that on a close vote, that one member's vote could make a difference.
I mean, any vote can make a difference, but that's why they're there, is to give a voice to the people and the community within the council, to give the say in it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course, thanks, Rep. D'Amico. Rep. Brandon Hughes, please.
Hannah, thank you for being here today.
You're welcome.
My question has to do with, as a result of us not having this, okay, not having somebody who is a voting member in municipalities, that whatever is going on, whether they're doing a power plant or a solar farm or whatever it may be, are there any instances where, because of the lack of the historical information, to frame it that way, that the siting council, while certainly they are very well qualified and they are very smart people, because they don't have that historical information environmentally in some of these cases, have there ever been cases where things have gone through that perhaps should not have?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So I think I can get you any specific projects that have gone against, what the community, I know that there are certain solar projects throughout the state that emit a humming noise. And so it kind of impacts communities that way. I know that it's different because when it snows, it gets quiet. And so people can really hear it a lot more. So I can get you examples like that.
That would be great.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Rep. Baumgartner, you got a question?
Very brief.
Go ahead,
question.
sir.
Thank you so much, Hannah, for testifying. So with respect to the bill before us, do you have any strong feelings about that sort of this local representation, whether or not the individual would serve like in an ex officio capacity or should have like full bona fide voting rights as a member of that of the siting council for that specific case or whatever's on the docket?
Yeah, I think CCM is in support of having the member of the siting council have a voting say. And
thank you, Hannah.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Anything else? Ms. Lemick, thank you for entertaining all of our questions. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. I
Have a good
appreciate your
afternoon.
time.
Folks, we're going to circle back. Someone that was earlier on our list is now able to join us, and that's Betsy Guerra. Betsy, are you with us online?
I am. Thank you.
Nice to see you.
My name is nice to see you. My name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the executive director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and we have submitted testimony on a number of bills. My colleague James Berardino has submitted in support of House Bill 5916 of farmland restoration bonds, and also 1281 creating an EPR program or exploring the feasibility of an EPR program for solar panels and wind turbines. I'm going to focus my comments today on House Bill 6917 and Act concerning the management of solid waste in the state. We do have concerns and are opposing Section 3 of the bill, which imposes a solid waste management or assessment fee on waste process at resource recovery facilities. Currently, the fee only applies to municipal solid waste, and I'm trying to get some numbers from my members as to what the impact of this would be. But I know when we raised it at a board meeting yesterday, there were significant concerns, particularly because towns are facing a lot of budget challenges right now, budget shortfalls associated with some newly enacted changes in the way motor vehicles are assessed and so forth. So again, we have concerns with that, and I will follow up with details on the potential impact on municipal budgets later on. We do support certain provisions in the bill that provide for increased food waste diversion, as well as encourage entities to donate food. I think we all agree that organics collection has been one of the most viable solutions to help address solid waste management concerns. So again, we are supporting that provision. And we also support Section 4 of the bill, which just provides towns with some flexibility to use the bottle deposit revenues to support municipal or regional waste coordinator. So that would help them address their solid waste management issues. We also support Section 5 of the bill, which requires a study to be undertaken to determine the feasibility of an EPR program for packaging. It's my understanding that DEEP will be issuing an RFP very soon to do a waste characterization study. So my only recommendation is that if this moves forward, that the deadline for the study be pushed out so that the waste characterization study can help it develop an informed approach on that issue. Again, this is a huge issue for towns. We really need to do more to assist our municipalities in addressing solid waste management challenges. Hopefully, there are some new technologies on the horizon, and we're hopeful that we can develop a statewide approach to, again, addressing these issues and minimizing the environmental impact of shipping this waste out of state, which nobody is a big fan of. In addition, I just want to lend our support also to Senate Bill 78 regarding municipal representation on the Siting Council. This builds on provisions adopted last year under Public Act 24-144. I do think it's important to ensure that the impact of siting certain facilities on small towns is more fully considered. I know it's been discussed that the Siting Council was created in order to avoid some of that opposition that can come on the local level. But I think as we've seen the proliferation of these renewable energy facilities, particularly the solar farms in our small and rural towns, that we really need to make sure that that there's a voice at the table, that the municipal representative has a vote to determine how these proposed facilities may end up impacting the area. And there have been instances, I know there was a question earlier, but there have been instances where the siting of such a facility ended up impacting on a core forest or on wetlands in an area and created a lot of concerns on the local level. So I think that, again, this builds on
Thank you, Ms. Garrett. Could you please
changes.
summarize? I think the time is up.
Happy to. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Mashinsky, please.
Thank you. Betsy, did you hear the testimony from CCM?
I did.
Do you agree with them about having a fee when there's no plan to use the fee is not a good idea, but are you open to a fee dedicated to in-city solutions?
As I mentioned, we are exploring what the actual impact is going to be. So I have a lot of my first selectmen and mayors and town managers looking at the provision and what the numbers will be. So I think it kind of depends on that. As I mentioned, the towns are facing some very serious budget challenges right now. So if it's going to result in a huge increase in cost to municipalities, no, we would not be supportive. That said, I understand what CCM is saying, is that if we can ensure that this funding is going to be allocated to developing some statewide solid waste infrastructure approaches that are going to help address this issue on a long term, that's something we would certainly want to be part of that conversation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Of course, thanks, Representative. Any other questions from the community? Otherwise, Ms. Garrett, thank you for your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Next up on our list, number 11, is Gail Griffin.
Hi, yes, my name is Gail Griffin. I live in
Thank you.
Weathersfield. Hi. And I'm a member of the Hartford Audubon Society and the Great Meadows Conservation Trust. I wanted to voice my support for bills 6915 and 6916, calling for restrictions on the use of second-gen anticoagulant rodenticides and neonicotinoids, both of which indiscriminately poison the insects and small mammals that make up the base of our food web. Sorry about that camera. One by causing internal bleeding and the other by destroying the nerve cells, both leading to the death of not only the intended target, but also causing collateral damage to the rest of the ecosystem, including songbirds, birds of prey, and occasionally pets. The industry producing these poisons will argue that we can't live without them, but just as when DDT was banned in 1972, somehow we will manage. The raptors that were a rare sight in my childhood due to the use of DDT are now quite common, but sadly are in decline due to both bird flu and secondary poisoning. We may not be able to control the bird flu, but we can stop the damage done by the anticoagulant rodenticides. The neonicotinoids have been in use since the 90s and have coincided with a sharp decline in insect and songbird populations. These neurotoxins are used to treat lawns and crops regardless of any evidence of insect damage. I've been working on my property for the last 30 years to make it an oasis for birds, fireflies, bees, and butterflies, and in the increasingly toxic neighborhood where I live. On some days in the spring and fall, you can taste the chemicals in the air when you're outside or if you have your windows open. And folks are allowed to cultivate their turf monocultures if they want to, but they should not be allowed to poison indiscriminately and that just simply target the quote unquote insect problems when they arise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Griffin. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll keep moving. Thank you, ma'am. Next up on our list is number 12, Ben Oko. Welcome, Mr. Oko. Thanks for joining us. Take it away.
Thank you for having me. My name is Ben Oko. I'm on the advisory board of Connecticut and New York Audubon, which is a member of the National Audubon Society. I live in Ridgefield, where I also serve on the Ridgefield Action Committee for the Environment, a volunteer organization that advises the town on environmental matters. As an avid birder, I'm very concerned about the use of pesticides, particularly neonicotinoids, for the reasons you've already become aware. Birds are declining at an alarming rate, 30% in the last 50 years, 3 billion birds, and these include their common backyard birds, as well as those that migrate back and forth during the seasons. Any program that helps birds will help slow this decline. Programs like Lights Out, window treatments on public buildings, siting of wind towers are helping, and so will this bill, limiting the use of these pesticides. Given the lack of help we seem to be getting from the federal government, and the presence, as the last person said, of bird flu, which is spreading through our water and seabirds quite rapidly, it's critically important that Connecticut does all it can to help these special creatures. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, well, thank you for joining us, Mr. Oko.
Thank you.
Next up on our list is Robert LaFrance.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Robert LaFrance, and I'm the Director of Policy for the National Audubon Society's Connecticut office. I'm here today in support of House Bill number 6916, an act concerning neonicotinoids. As many folks here know, we've been working with the committee to talk about this bill, and this bill has been around for a long time. What we've done in this particular iteration is we've decided that we would take a look at what happened in New York. And in New York, they passed a similar bill, not in 2023. That bill contains two elements. The first element is to deal with seeds, treated seeds, which are treated with these neonicotinoids that impact birds directly through ingestion. The second part of the bill deals with the application of neonicotinoids on turf surfaces and other spraying and utilization of this pesticide. We believe both of these things, based upon the evidence, extensive as it is and contained in my written testimony, is something that should be restricted, and restricted with certain waiver provisions that would allow for its use on certain situations. For example, in the event of finding some type of a invasive species, we want to make certain that this tool is still available in the toolbox. So the provisions we put forward, we think make sense. The agency has said that they are lacking resources to do that. We will continue our conversation with them about trying to limit that expenditure of their time and try and make it simple. There's a big report that was done by Cornell University, and Cornell University is now also looking at ways to implement this law like they're doing in New York. That will help people be able to deal with the issues that they have in terms of actually dealing with the waivers that they may need to get. We think we can simplify that process to a way where the agency's resources could be limited in terms of what they need to do. I'm asking that this committee take a hard look at the policy and not worry so much about the fiscal impact. Clearly, the appropriations and the level of funding at the agency is something that the whole of the General Assembly is going to have to take a look at. There is legitimate concern about reduction of federal funding to this, but this portion of the General Assembly, the Environment Committee, needs to look at the policy, that we're talking about in terms of restricting exposure of these chemicals to birds and other organisms that we're looking to protect, the ecosystems that we're looking to protect. I believe that we can do it together, but we need to work together to be able to make it happen. And I believe that you'll hear from other folks today who can talk a little bit about the drafting of the bill, a little bit more about the depth of the science. But at least in neonicotinoids, I think the science is very clear that these insecticides, pesticides are impacting birds and other creatures. There are alternatives, and there are ways around doing this that we can actually work this out collaboratively with us in industry. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the work you're doing on this. Any questions from the committee? Rep. Mashinsky.
Thank you. Didn't this bill die in appropriations last year?
Not this bill. I mean, so I want to be clear, this bill is significantly different from what's been in the past. And the reason I say that is because we follow the model, which has not been put forward for this General Assembly before, which is very similar to the model that was used in New York. So no, I don't believe that bill died might have died in appropriations, but it was a different bill than what's being put forward today.
Okay, because I thought I heard the commissioner say that there was a fiscal problem with this.
Well, she's testifying on this bill, and she's testifying that there is a fiscal impact. I guess my point to the Environment Committee is, if there is one, we're still trying to work that out with the agency to see if we can't simplify those that situation. But for this committee, at least, my hope is that they would look at the policy implications of neonicotinoids and how they impact birds and other creatures from an ecological perspective, and look to restrict those pesticides with waiver provisions that are included in the bill.
Okay, I just don't want to lose it based on a small fiscal note. And that's what happened last year, I think.
So again, in terms of the fiscal note and the impact of the agency clearly is going to say what it's going to say. We're going to continue to work with them to try and simplify it. Like I mentioned before, maybe I didn't mention this, Cornell University is working on this in New York. They're working on a process to simplify the waiver process. There are other folks who will be able to talk in a little bit greater detail about how that process works. But we think it's something that's very doable, and it's very doable. But by the same token, having said that, I don't also want to indicate the agency is going to have some restrictions in terms of its potential federal funding. We support additional funding for the agency. We always have, but we do that in front of the Appropriations Committee and other places. Here's where we set policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Rep. Mashinsky. Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and great to see you, Rob. I very much appreciate all of your continued support for this measure, and certainly Audubon as well. Just a question on the treated seeds. Can you explain why the treated seeds in particular pose such a great threat to songbirds, and specifically what songbirds are most impacted by the treated seeds?
So in terms of why the treated seeds are an issue. So if you treat the seeds and then that seed doesn't happen to fall into the ground and a bird comes by and eats that seed, it's going to ingest that neonicotinoid, and the likelihood of it being harmed or significantly possibly dying from that ingestion is a real problem. I'll ask that you talk to folks at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station. They've looked at this and look at it as really sort of the opportunity to, it's really a poison that's put out for the bird to take as as something that they would ingest. It seems that that's not something that's really reasonable to be doing, especially when one could look at other ways of doing it. I'll come back to the Cornell University study, which looked at this in terms of the overall efficiency and effectiveness of it. Limiting high toxicity with low benefit is the real purpose of this bill, and that's what we want to make certain that we do in the future. In terms, if you take a look at my testimony, there's a few birds that are listed on there, but many different types of birds are being impacted by that. So one of the birds that isn't necessarily from the seed piece of it, but the American kestrel is also a bird that's being significantly impacted by this, but that's more in the way of its eating insects or its lack of having insects during the time frame that's available. So the leaching of those seeds also causes water problems, and those water problems cause insect problems, and those insect problems cause harm for the American kestrel, which we have one of those at our facility in Sharon.
And based off of your research, have you concluded that those seeds are kind of getting into our landscapes and getting into our ecosystem as a result of the sale of those treated seeds through plants, for example, that are made available at, in some cases, are larger big box stores that also sell plants that have those treated seeds?
So the treated seeds are really, what we're talking about there is the agricultural use of those. So I wouldn't think that you would find those in like a big box store. In terms of the treated seeds, at least, that would be something that you would find agriculture to do. You'll hear testimony from the Connecticut Farm Bureau about that in terms of the seeds and how they're treated and some of the concerns they have over that. We don't want to create problems for our farmers, but we do think, like, for example, in places like Quebec, and there'll be other people who can speak to better to that we can do this at a cost that's consistent without causing the farmers difficulty. That's a debate that we will have, I guess, on both sides of the aisle, but it's one we think, based upon the Quebec experience and what we're expecting in New York, can be resolved.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Any further questions from the committee? Representative Dubitsky, online, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming in to talk about this. Now, I assume from your statement that you have read the Connecticut Farm Bureau's testimony on this issue?
That's correct, Representative Dubitsky.
Okay, so you're aware that most of the corn seed for feed corn is coated with this substance, and that it's used that way in order to avoid having to spray pesticides into the ground. Is that your understanding?
So I think that the description that was put forward by the Farm Bureau is accurate, because they're the ones who are doing the farming on a regular basis. So I would defer to you to what they said in their testimony with regard to how it interacts with the soil, et cetera.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And, from my experience and understanding is that rather than have big tanks of pesticide on their planters that they would normally spray into the ground while they're planting uncoated seeds, which, obviously spray is less precise and goes all over the place. They get the coated seed, which avoids the necessity of spraying, which saves both fuel and cost and overspray.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. My understanding is that the prophylactic use of the treated seed is one that may or may not be necessary. So to the extent that you don't have an infestation or you don't have an issue and you are using a seed that's not treated, that would be fine. The problem becomes in the event that you do get an infestation, and then you would go to the mechanism that you're describing. So right now, that's what's been looked at in Quebec. And There's another person who'll be testifying later from the Conservation Law Foundation who's looked a little bit more extensively at this. Might be able to answer your question in terms of the specific details of that. But it seems to me that what we're trying to do is reduce the risk, the high harm risk of these coated seeds by doing that in a similar way that New York did it, that in the event that there was a problem or there was a need that could be demonstrated that the specific pesticide or the application of that pesticide on a seed is necessary, there's a waiver process that they could go through to be able to say, yes, I can use it in this particular area.
Okay, but in this particular application, we're talking about treating seed that's underground. So
My understanding is the seed is treated before it gets planted.
Correct, but the seed is inserted under the ground, so the only way that you know that it's been eaten is when it doesn't grow. So treating it afterwards doesn't help, right? So you have to treat it
if some
beforehand.
seed when being planted falls to the side and doesn't get into the row crop, then that seed would be available for birds to eat.
Okay, understand. But how, okay, well, thank you very much. I'm sure somebody from the Farm Bureau will come and explain the process, but you know, my understanding is that the whole point of having the coated seeds is to minimize the amount of pesticide used and minimize any overspray or any application that isn't specifically on the seed.
So listen, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not here to try and put farmers, and particularly dairy farmers, in any harm's way.
Right.
What we're saying in this bill is that there are better alternatives, different alternatives that could be used, a waiver process that could be used that we could move people through. In terms of just trying to get to the right level of protection, that's why we think this is important, because it's definitely impacting a number of different species, whether it be from the actual ingestion of the seeds, but also to the extent that it's leaching into our waterways. So to the extent that it leaches into our waterways, we'll also have a secondary impact on the insects. And you'll hear more from people who fish, that many of the insects that are on the water's edge are being impacted by this because the concentration of these neonicotinoids are very harmful at very low levels. And again, those insects are things that birds really need particularly at the time when they're nesting and they're feeding their young. The other place I would ask you to go, because I know you're a big farm advocate, Representative Dubitsky, is talk with the Connecticut Agricultural Station. I think they would offer some real enlightenment on this bill and offer you some important background information.
Okay, well, I appreciate that advice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Any final questions from the committee? Thank you, Mr. LaFrance, for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have number 13, Ann Hulick. Welcome, Ms. Hulick. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Ranking Members Callahan and Harding, and esteemed members of the Environment Committee. I am Ann Hulick. I am the Connecticut Director of Clean Water Action, and I am here to strongly oppose Senate Bill 887, an act exempting certain cookware from PFAS requirements. I wanted to applaud you all. This committee, as you know, passed a very comprehensive law last year that was nationally recognized and praised by residents across the state. Everyone was really happy that action was taken and recognized you for your leadership. We were very proud of that bill. As I said, it has received national recognition, and I continue to get calls from residents all over the state saying, what else can we do to reduce the source of PFAS, as they're very concerned about these toxic chemicals in their waterways, in their wells, on their soil, on their farmland, et cetera. So we are strongly opposed to any carve out to that law. especially of cookware, which is a ubiquitous source of contamination and harm to our health. The Cookware Sustainability Alliance is newly formed in 2024 after states like Connecticut passed these laws. And they did so, as previous testimony was, to stop states from restricting PFAS chemicals in cookware. We are concerned about that effort, and we think Connecticut legislators should stay strong and respond to their constituents' concerns and not the cookware industry that is spending millions of dollars across the country to carve out cookware from state laws. We continue to get calls about what else we can do and the legislature can do to restrict these toxic chemicals. And I want to just point out that the Cookware Sustainability Alliance is claiming falsely that these newer versions of PTFE are safe for nonstick cookware, and that is absolutely not true. We know from research that PTFE, which is a PFAS, is harmful to human health. It's found in blood and other body fluids. We also know that that argument ignores the holistic life cycle from production to use to disposal of these products. If you just Google where these products are manufactured, there's reports in Kentucky of significant contamination where they're produced. And we know that these chemicals leach into our landfills and are not incinerated fully. I know my time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Killick.
We again applaud the efforts that were passed last year, the law that was passed, and we urge you to listen to residents. If you see the testimony, you'll see the widespread, diverse testimony from residents that are alarmed that this potential carve out is happening. And I hope that we all can pay attention to that.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and very good to see you.
Thank you.
I find myself in the strange position of actually having a little expertise on this subject. In a former life, I worked in marketing for Farberware, the cookware company. And at the time, we were marketing our new Millennium nonstick finish, and we put a 20-year warranty that it would never come off. I think my bosses figured they wouldn't be around by the time that came due. But we all started with the assumption that the technology was really there. And I will tell you, having a fair bit of this cookware at home, nothing lasts 20 years, which I think would indicate, regardless of the new finishes they claim, all nonstick cookwares eventually scrape off. Could you just comment on the particular concern, the danger we have with nonstick cookware in terms of the concentration of PFAS in the surface, and the fact that since it is used in cooking and an ingestion of PFAS, why it's particularly dangerous?
Thank you, Representative. I didn't know that about your history. So it's a very good question. So originally, nonstick cookware was the version of Teflon. It was made with PFOA. And when contamination, widespread contamination in West Virginia and where these chemicals were made, damaged the land, harmed people's health, killed cows, the industry switched to PTFE, which is, I can't say that whole name, but it is a version of PFAS that contains polymers, which are just one, more than one PFAS chemical stuck together like Legos. And those are claimed to be by the industry more durable and more tolerant of high heat. The cookware industry will claim that they are safe to use according to the instructions provided by the cookware industry, which is you can't heat it above a certain point, they can't be scratched, things of that nature. We do know that the pans or the cookware is not always used in that manner, one. And two, that as you accurately point out, that the cookware, when used, does get scratched, and not only fumes, but little microscopic particles, which are microplastics as well as PFAS, come off of the cookware. And we know that they are lethal to birds in the home, that there are actual labels on this cookware that you should not have birds in the kitchen or in your home. And we know that these fumes are lethal, not lethal, excuse me, but harmful to humans. There's a thing called Teflon flu, which is very hard to detect because people don't associate the fumes from the pans or the cookware with flu-like symptoms, but that is indeed a phenomenon that is happening that is linked to these chemicals in this cookware. So again, as you accurately point out, these are not forever. You can't use these forever. They do break down, they wear, there's wear and tear. You're not supposed to use metal spatulas or those kinds of things, but people do that. We all do that. So there's harms and risks associated that, generally the consumers may not be aware of. And the law that was passed by this legislative body last year, unanimously, I might add, was very common sense. It wasn't taking anything away from the consumer. It was just saying this particular source of toxic contamination, where there are safe alternatives and where it is not essential, should be restricted. And again, we still get calls that say, Connecticut did that. It was so great. And other states are now trying to model after what Connecticut did. So it would really be a travesty to carve out cookware. We would be the first to carve out cookware from this law.
I will say that the Millennium product also had instructions not to use metal utensils on it, which I think was brought to us by our lawyers for liability purposes. But it was still a good product. I'd recommend it. In any case, the point I want to stress in this instance is that nonstick cookware is still very popular across the country, and it's, I think, unreasonable to expect people to refrain from using whatever utensils they have. So I think it represents a real and present danger to people and wildlife. Mm-hmm. And I was very proud of the legislation this legislature passed, and I am inclined to oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg, for your expertise. Further questions from the committee? Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we'll go to number 14, Daniel Zotos, I believe is with us online. Is Mr. Zotos with us?
Yes. Chair Parker, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopes, Parker, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Daniel Zotos, and I'm testifying in opposition to House Bill 5109 as currently drafted on behalf of Redwood Materials. We're the largest recycler of lithium-ion batteries in North America. At Redwood, we are developing the first US-based domestic supply chain for lithium-ion batteries. This encompasses the collection, recycling, and remanufacturing of end-of-life lithium-ion batteries of all formats, reintegrating those materials into high-value cathode materials for future battery production. This is a really innovative process and method aimed at accelerating our transition to clean energy by lowering costs and carbon footprint of batteries and the technologies they power. I know we don't have a lot of time today, so I'll quickly jump into why we're opposed, but I would like to state that we really appreciate the intent behind House Bill 5019, we recognize that there is a significant concern with consumer rechargeable batteries, landfilling risks, fire safety, etc. And we actually think this policy could be quite innovative and extensive in terms of its reach for ensuring those issues are dealt with. Redwood Materials is very much a recycler. We want to access these products and we want to recycle them, and that's the work we're doing at scale. We currently recycle about 20 gigawatt hours of end-of-life batteries annually. That's anything from a rechargeable toothbrush to an EV battery to a stationary storage system. I actually sat on and worked on Connecticut Green Bank's end-of-life management working group for larger format battery work, and really had a great discussion with that group in terms of practices. We would love to propose numerous amendments. We've captured this in written form, but I'd like to just touch on a few key points within this bill. First and foremost, we recommend actually defining a specialized battery recycler in this legislation. That's aimed at ensuring the stewardship organization this bill promotes actually works downstream with partners that are recycling battery materials. This was an approach taken in New Jersey when it came to EV battery management. It was something that was contemplated within the Connecticut Green Bank Working Group as well. And this really upholds a high standard recycling process, which is really important for the environment, but also important for the economic impact of recyclers in this space. Second, and importantly, this bill should permit the direct collection of consumer batteries from entities like Redwood or partners with Connecticut recycling entities. There's value within these batteries. Entities like Redwood and others reclaim that value. And with collection rates so low, leading to landfilling of these materials, we really need to bring every solution to bear and should not put all of our eggs into one narrow, limited basket for collection. So we would ask for explicit language that would allow for the direct collection of these materials from entities like Redwood. Third, and I'd say most crucially here, we could do
Mr.
any...
Zotos, I'm going to ask you to summarize, please. Your time is up.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Just the last point I'd really like to make, there's a provision in this bill which would actually require entities like Redwood or direct recyclers to forfeit the materials they collect in the state to a stewardship organization, which would essentially completely inhibit further collection of consumer batteries. So we certainly want to work with the committee and other stakeholders in this process. We've been doing that nationwide. And we thank you for your time today. Happy to serve as a resource and also happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much. I'll ask one quick one. How much business are you doing in Connecticut right now?
Yeah, so we do not have brick and mortar operations in Connecticut, to be clear. We're based in Northern Nevada, but our reach is nationwide in terms of the work we do across the value chain. So we actually work with metal recyclers and entities in Connecticut to take the materials they collect further downstream with us. And then a lot of our work respective to this legislation is based off of plans and ongoing work to scale into the retail setting for collection of consumer batteries. We have a nationwide program where we collect directly from consumers. That's through mail-in collection kiosks and events. This is completely free for the public. We subsidize that collection entirely.
And is any of that happening in Connecticut?
Yeah, so we actually work with a company called Cable Management in Connecticut for some of that work directly for end-of-life batteries. And our events, I can get you the direct information on events and collection points, but as I mentioned, we do nationwide events and drop-off points.
Sure, thanks. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Zotos, do any of the states that currently have enacted battery EPRs have a definition of what a specialized recycler should be, as you referenced?
Yeah, Representative Gresco, thank you for the question. That's a great one. New Jersey actually passed the first in the nation EV battery EPR policy, which includes the definition of a specialized battery recycler. And the aim for that was to really ensure domestically that we are properly managing battery materials.
So it's an EV recycler, not a portable battery.
Yeah, it's an EV battery recycling policy, but I would actually make the argument it's even more important for the harder to manage and recycle materials that are dealt with in your current policy.
So you don't, if I may, Mr. Chair, you don't feel that a battery stewardship group here in Connecticut would responsibly recycle portable batteries?
I wouldn't say that explicitly. I just think we could do better to ensure the materials collected by a battery stewardship group end up at the right partners downstream. And I would just add, Representative, we really do support the intent of this policy. We think it's the right thing to do to ensure proper collection of these materials. We just think we could really increase collection rates if we stand up the stewardship program, promote it in your policy, and add to it and ensure other entities can also collect. There's enough material to go around extensively to ensure both of these things happen.
But you could all, if I may, Mr. Chair, you could also join that stewardship group, correct? I mean, there's nothing prohibiting you from being part of it.
Yeah, it's a good question. And I think that's where there's some complexity within the bill as drafted. I don't know what the benefit to an entity like Redwood would be to actually directly join a stewardship program and pay into it. We would already buy materials downstream from what a stewardship program collects. In fact, we do that nationwide pretty extensively. We're also not manufacturing these materials that the stewardship program is intended to account for. That's really the spirit behind EPR that's oftentimes addressed negative value products such as paint, mattresses, etc. So in some of our amendments, I'd be happy to work with you on them. We are totally up for coordinating with this stewardship organization in terms of our own collection approaches, sharing data, etc. I just don't think it's probably the most logical way to go about would be actually joining a stewardship organization, or if that would even be possible for us as we're not a producer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Gresco. Representative Steinberg.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. Could you just help us understand, how do people know about these recycling opportunities? Is there some sort of educational campaign? Do the manufacturers have any responsibility for making people aware of where these things can be brought?
Yeah, that's a great question. Speaking on behalf of Redwood's work, we launched in 2022 what we call our consumer battery recycling program. So we actually subsidize and do a lot of education when it comes to proper end-of-life management of all batteries, but particularly, the batteries at issue here. We do that work on our own. We work nationally, actually with Rotary Club International and various other nonprofits, universities. We would encourage there be more consumer education promotion actually in this policy. I know it's a pretty lengthy bill. Every stakeholder on this issue would agree we need to do better to educate the public about the value in the materials within the products that power our everyday lives. So we'd actually advocate for more robust language supporting consumer education behind what to do with these materials at end of life, and the fact that there are entities like Redwood doing really good work domestically here, trying to build a battery supply chain, power clean vehicles and energy products with these recycled materials from end of life batteries.
Thank you. It occurs to me, with the kind of products you're talking about, there's some real value in the batteries. Perhaps we could actually contemplate having manufacturers provide some small incentive for returning them, rather than the whoever gets them being able to collect all the value from that. And maybe that would also encourage people to recycle them more.
Yeah, Representative Steinberg, if I may just add, there's enough cobalt in 166 iPhones to power a Tesla Model Y battery chemistry. So you need the other metals, of course, as well. But there's enough cobalt just in 166 iPhones to power those products. So this is the work we're doing. We certainly would agree we need to do more to collect these materials. And that's exactly what we're asking for in terms of our amendments.
Thank you. Maybe we won't have to take over Ukraine after all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. Are there further questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time, Mr. Zotos.
Thank you very much.
Moving along, we have Scott Sanderson, I believe is also in person. Hello, Scott. I saw you over there. I'm sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairs Parker, Lopes, ranking members Callahan and Harding, members of the committee. My name is Scott Sanderson. I'm the Director of Conservation Law Foundation's Farm and Food Program and a staff attorney. I also manage the Legal Food Hub, a free service that connects farmers to pro bono legal assistance. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 6916, an act concerning the use of neonicotinoids. HB 6916 limits neonicotinoid uses that cause significant harm, but that fail to provide commensurate benefits. The bill uses a targeted, science-based approach modeled on successful legislation in New York, Vermont, and Quebec. Now, neonicotinoids have spread throughout our environment with devastating effects. We know that they threaten our food system by poisoning pollinators and by making bees more vulnerable to varroa mites. They kill birds and starve hatchlings. They undermine aquatic food chains, and they make agriculture more fragile, killing helpful insects and upsetting intricate soil ecosystems that farmers depend on. Now, House Bill 6916 responds in two ways. First, like New York, this bill prohibits specific outdoor applications of neonicotinoids that cause significant harm, but that yield few benefits. The most important of these applications are on playing fields, lawns, and golf courses. And in these settings, UMass Extension and the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station have documented growing resistance among target pests. Now, even though effective alternatives to neonicotinoids already exist, this bill is careful not to remove neonicotinoids from the toolbox entirely, right? We're keeping that flathead screwdriver, we're removing it from the top of the toolbox, and we're putting it into the middle of the toolbox. For example, Connecticut might encounter an invasive pest that neonicotinoids could effectively control, maybe something like spotted lanternfly or woolly adelgid. And for those situations, the bill empowers DEEP to determine that an environmental emergency exists and to authorize the use of neonicotinoids. That power is flexible and efficient, and it allows DEEP to tailor exemption orders that meet Connecticut's needs. Now, second, like New York, Vermont, and Quebec, the bill prohibits the use of neonicotinoid-treated corn, soy, and wheat seeds. An overwhelming body of research demonstrates that these seeds offer farmers no economic benefit. And that means that powerful companies like Bayer and Corteva, are profiting from Connecticut's farmers without offering those farmers value for money. But once again, the bill keeps the tool in the toolbox for exceptional circumstances. It empowers DOAG to authorize individual farmers to use neonicotinoid-treated seeds in the rare or unlikely event that conditions in their fields justify use. Now, this approach has succeeded in Quebec since about 2019. Today, less than 1% of corn seeds in Quebec are treated with neonics. Farmers there pay less for untreated seeds than they pay for treated seeds. They have access to the same hybrids in treated and untreated varieties, and they enjoy steady yields. That's why last year a panel of Quebec farmers advised Vermont farmers not to be fooled by the seed industry's scare tactics on treated seeds. And it's also why the New York Farm Bureau commended the system that this bill proposes as a balanced approach. And so to conclude—
Please summarize. Thank you.
House Bill 6916 offers Connecticut a balanced, carefully crafted opportunity to protect pollinators, ecosystems, and waters. And so thank you very much, and I welcome any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Sanderson. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Callahan, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming in. And I wish I never said that about the screwdriver, but when it comes to treated and untreated seeds, I'm just trying to understand. Again, I'm not trying to advocate either way, but if we've got farmers who, if they put their untreated seeds in the ground, they're being eaten by insects, then they would have to say, well, now we need to apply for a permit to put in treated seeds because the whole crop was decimated or most of the crop was decimated. Why would they do that versus just if you're not going to, if they've had a history of planting seeds that get eaten by worms or whatever, a lot of these planting machines have tanks on them. They just spray instead and just avoid that whole part of it. So I'm just trying to figure in practicality how this works. If you want, I know it's not really a good question. I didn't phrase it very well, but if you could try and give me a response to my disjointed question, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, absolutely. So my understanding is that the way that New York is developing their waiver process based on similar language is they want to use previous year field conditions so that farmers don't have to go through the experience of not planting neonicotinoid treated seeds, having their crop fail, and then needing to do something about that. So in other words, you'd have previous year data about, I don't know, for example, corn rootworm or something like that. You would you'd put that through the system that Connecticut, that DOAG puts together, and then you would spit out a waiver or no waiver, depending on those conditions. So the idea is to avoid farmers even being put in that position in the first place.
I appreciate the answer. And again, I'm just trying to understand this because this comes
Absolutely.
up every year and the issues with not treating versus treating. So I appreciate you helping me understand.
Thanks, Representative. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, well, thank you for your time.
Thanks so much.
Next on our list is Mr. Ken Valera. Is Ken with us? There he is. Ken, could you unmute yourself? There we go.
Thank you for the time.
Take it away. Thanks, Ken.
Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Senator Harding, Representative Callahan, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Ken Valera. I am the Executive Director of the Bristol Facility Policy Board, which is comprised of 14 towns that have their trash processed at the resource recovery plant that is located in the city of Bristol. My background includes managing some of Connecticut's largest privately owned waste and recycling hauling companies for the last 42 years. I am now retired from the hauling business and I'm using the years of experience in the solid waste industry as the executive director for the Bristol Resource Recovery Facility Operating Committee. I would like to offer brief comments on House Bill 6917, an act concerning the management of solid waste in the state of Connecticut. Section 3 of the bill concerns the $1.50 per ton assessment on processed trash that is paid by the owner of the plants to the state. For Bristol, that assessment has totaled around $330,000 a year in charges. This assessment is really a tax that is passed on to our member towns and the taxpayers in higher tip fees. Section 3 broadens the definition of the assessment so that it would capture more tonnage deemed to be materials as opposed to municipal solid waste. We would urge that you reject that change. Mayor Jeff Cangiano of Bristol, on our board, have a better approach, we believe, that I will outline here. As mentioned, all of the proceeds from the $1.50 per ton assessed are paid to the general fund. Taking these dollars away from the Bristol plant and diverting them to other uses, as is now the case, is simply not fair to the users of the plant in view of the significant need for modernizing the facilities. The fact that the Bristol plant is getting older and needs reinvestment and modernization, the plant owner and operator continues to invest millions to upgrade in the recent past and are scheduled to keep the plant operating in the high 90s% of their operation. The Public Utility Regulatory Authority summarized the need for modernization in their final report to the Legislative Task Force on Solid Waste issued 2 years ago. And they say, in order to adequately invest in property, plant, and equipment, some form of public subsidy or financing for existing plants may be required in the future. We request that you allow Bristol to retain all such funds from this assessment so long as they invest them in the facility of modernization and improvement. An annual accounting of this in a written report to DEEP would be required to qualify. The closure of the Mirror plant in Hartford has meant that hundreds of thousands of tons of solid waste are now transported out of state to landfills.
Mr. Valera, can you please summarize? Thank you.
Yep, Pennsylvania and Ohio. If the current trend continues, more than half of the state's waste will be exported annually. This is not sustainable. To avoid the further widening of this crisis, we need to move quickly to invest in the foundation of the current systems, which are resource recovery facilities. The remaining plants processed almost all of the solid waste that is handled in state to the extent of 1.55 million ton a year and generating electricity for the grid. We hope that you consider our proposal that we have presented to the Environment Committee. As you may recall, we provided draft language on this proposal earlier this session. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks very much, Mr. Valera. As I shared earlier, I'm very interested in how we might be able to support capacity, and this critical part of our system. My understanding was that a few years ago, one of the intentions of changing the policy around that electricity sale that you referenced and the classification led to millions of dollars being able to be invested back in plants. Can you speak a little bit about some of the changes you've been able to make in the last couple of years based on that funding that was already provided, and how that might be a jumping off point if more funding was available?
Yeah, I wasn't involved in the operation of the plants in my earlier career. However, we did utilize all of those plants. In the beginning, with the incinerator plants going into operation in our state, they were partially funded by extra energy revenues that were paid for in excess of what the charge was to actually generate revenue by Eversource, or back then Northeast Utilities. Whatever their cost was, they paid that plus a small increase back to any of the power plants, the incinerator plants that were generating power. That money was used for developing recycling programs such as the single stream recycling that MIRA, CRRA did back in the day. Also, the Southeast region had recycle operations that were funded by some of those extra funds coming back in. That money went away some years ago, and there really is no extra subsidy right now for the plants, and that has caused the tip fees to go up. And now with MIRA closing, the tip fees for all of the MIRA towns are in the triple digits per ton, whereas the plants were generally operating prior to that MIRA plant closing in the $60 and $70 range ton. Our member towns, the 14 towns, are very, very beneficial right now. We've got a 10-year contract with Bristol, and we're looking to make sure that that plant stays viable, as well as the other plants in the state.
Thank you very much, Mr. Valera. I appreciate that. Any other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Mashinsky.
We were just having a discussion here, trying to remember when the fee ended up going to the general fund, because when we originally wrote this, it helped pay for the continuous emission monitoring and the baghouse filters so that the neighborhoods could be protected from incomplete burn, because you want a thorough burn in order to make sure there's no dioxane or any unwanted molecules that are made from an incomplete burn. And so there was a point to the original assessment. So I'm not sure when it got rated, like many things in this building. Some point it apparently got rated and is now general fund bound. Probably should be devoted back to the system to keep it in good shape. And
that,
work on that.
Yeah, that is what our version of the draft that we submitted to the Environment Committee, which we'd be glad to discuss and further. I believe there is some talk of doing that. It really should stay with the solid waste and recycling programs that are there. It's revenue that's charged to the residents already for solid waste. So our feeling is that it is definitely money that should go back into the system for sustainability.
Thanks, Mr. Valera. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time. Look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to further conversation.
Yeah, of course. Thanks. Next up, we have number 17, Juliana LaRue. Ms. LaRue, thanks for joining us. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you to the Environment Committee for taking time today to hear my testimony. I am Juliana LaRue, a political organizer with the Sierra Club Connecticut. Sierra Club submitted written testimony in support of HB 6916, 6915, 6917, and 5019. All these bills listed above are priorities for the Sierra Club, but today I will be focusing most of my attention to the opposition of Senate Bill 887, which exempts cookware from PFAS requirements. And I'm going to share my time with Susan Eastwood, who will cover HB 6917. So Senate Bill 887 would weaken existing protections by exempting polymer-coated cookware from PFAS regulations, despite the growing evidence of harm associated with these chemicals. Connecticut made progress last legislative session by banning PFAS, and I want to iterate that we cannot go back. The cookware industry uses terms like PTFE and fluoropolymer rather than PFAS, which is confusing to the public and has been to me. PTFE is a fluoropolymer, and these chemicals will degrade over time, which pollute water and is found in humans. When heated above certain temperatures, PTFE can be inhaled into the lungs, causing damage. Fluoropolymers like PTFE used in cookware can flake off and become microplastics, which consumers ingest. Research has found many pans coated with PTFE are labeled as PFOA-free and sometimes PFOS-free, claims that are misleading. PFOA-free does not mean PFAS-free. In fact, a nonstick pan that says PFO-free but does not say PTFE-free or PFAS-free likely contains PFAS. Allowing cookware with PTFE and PFAS will cause more contamination to Connecticut's environment and harm human health. And with that, I will hand it over to Susan, and hopefully enough time.
Well, I'll talk really quickly. Thanks for the opportunity to testify on 6917, an act concerning the management of solid waste in the state. That bill's a great first step for reducing our growing municipal solid waste problem with its associated high disposal fees to towns, harmful health impacts, and environmental degradation. As a proponent of zero waste methods, I strongly support these efforts to reduce and reuse before the need to dispose. Food waste is the low-hanging fruit of our waste crisis. It making up about 22% of our waste stream. It's bulky and wet, which means it's heavy to transport and difficult to burn. It produces methane, both burning and landfilling, and it's very wasteful since much of it is good for consumption. This bill would strengthen existing law on food waste collection and support donation of surplus food. That's great. Food rescue is an important service that's growing with many dedicated volunteers in our state right now. It's shocking really to hear that 1 in 8 Connecticut residents are food insecure today. Oops. Okay.
Please summarize. Thank you.
I could finish at number 53 if you'd like.
Since we've already seen you here, we probably won't circle back later, but thank you. And if
Okay.
you have any questions.
All right. Thank you.
Committee members, are there any questions? Looking online. Seeing none, we thank you for your time and for your advocacy. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, folks. Next up on our list is number 18, Jason Davidson. Jason, if you could take yourself off mute, go ahead.
Sorry, can you hear me? Great. Well, thank you, members of the committee. My name is Jason Davidson. I'm a senior food and agriculture campaigner with Friends of the Earth, a national environmental advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C. I've worked with state legislatures to protect people and the environment from neonicotinoid insecticides for nearly 9 years, and I urge a favorable report of HB 6916. As you've heard and will hear, the impact of neonics on pollinators has been studied ad nauseum, and their negative impact on both managed and native pollinating species are clear. So I'll just share that in December 2019, the Massachusetts legislature commissioned a literature review of neonics' impact on pollinators to inform potential regulations. And that study of studies, so to speak, found that every review except for one, found at least one directly negative impact to bees associated with neonic exposure. And according to the independent authors of that lit review, the only article included that found neonics did not harm bees was funded by neonic manufacturers and relied largely on unpublished, non-public studies performed by those manufacturers. And you'll hear that Connecticut farmers use integrated pest management and therefore very carefully consider how and when they might use neonicotinoids. And as we've heard from Representative Bitsky, that claimed that seed treatments are safer than spraying. But IPM is a process, and the first step of which is the proper sampling for and identification of pests. But conventional neonic-treated corn seed is treated by the manufacturer before even delivering the seed to the farm or local dealer. These orders are often made months in advance of the planting season, so by default, seed treatments are, as you heard, prophylactic, like taking antibiotics before you get sick. An article from Civil Eats last year actually found that most growers don't even know which particular chemical their seeds are treated with, yet a hyper-consolidated seed and chemical industry run primarily by 4 companies has done an incredible job over the last 3 decades to ensure that virtually all conventional corn and the vast majority of conventional soy and wheat seeds are treated regardless of risk. To be clear, conventional Connecticut farmers have largely had no choice but to plant neonic-treated seeds for almost 30 years due to a lack of options and pressure from the industry on dealers. And yet, as you've heard, these treatments are often ineffective, driving up the cost of seed without offering protections for farmers in the first place. New York and Vermont would not have banned these uses, granted going into effect in 2029, if they didn't believe in the repeated evidence that they're often not necessary, including Quebec's experience, EPA studies dated as far back as 2014, and a report from Cornell, and one of whose authors will testify later in this hearing. All of that said, the waiver systems as written or with tweaks to reduce the burden on state agencies respect the truth of pest management, that even often useless, environmentally devastating chemicals can be used occasionally and appropriately. With a sufficient burden of proof, those uses can and will be allowed. We urge a favorable report of 6916. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll move along. Thanks for joining us. Next up, we have number 20, Mr. William Lucy. Nice to see you, Bill. Please.
There we go. Thank you. It should thinned out here a little bit, but yeah, a lot has been said. My name is Bill Lucy, the Long Island Sound Keeper. I represent Save the Sound. We're in favor of a number of these bills. There's a common thread through several of them. The rodenticides, the neonicotinoids, the 1,4-dioxane and the PFAS all end up in our water supply, all end up in Long Island Sound. They all affect farmers. They all affect fishermen. So in general, we support all these bills except 887, which would carve out the cookware. We worked, as has been stated, a lot over the years to come up with that comprehensive bill last year, protecting consumers. And my fear is if this carve out goes forward, there are a lot of other manufacturers in that bill that are going to line up, and we're going to be having this same conversation every single session into the foreseeable future. I've worked in a lot of places, in rural areas especially, and rural poverty, eaten in a lot of houses where people have that cookware hanging on the hooks. And I've eaten more than my share of pork chops and scrambled eggs from pretty ugly looking pans. And, you know, you got to say, yes, thank you, I'll have that. But, people, you know, if you don't have money, you're going to hold on to this stuff. Yeah, look how I am right now today. So I really don't want to be defending this PFAS consumer bill. We need to actually expand it. There's a lot of stuff we left out last time. One thing, I think we're going to bring up some concepts in the future. I mean, a lot of people are drinking water in their wells right now, and they have no idea if there's PFAS in it. So there may be some things we can do to address that at the state level. With the neonics, especially, you're going to hear a lot from other people. My focus is typically with the shell fishermen and the anglers. And I've been doing a lot of research. My training is as a fisheries biologist. It kills crayfish, kills crabs. There's some effects on mollusks. And so you could make the inference, and I deal with this question a lot from lobster fishermen, what happened to the lobsters? There's no direct studies on that, but if you're killing crayfish and crabs, I can't imagine that the neonics that are coming down some of our rivers that have been tested at chronic levels that are toxic. USGS has tested some of these. There's a constant stream through some of these river systems, such as the Norwalk River, that have a lot of neonics in them. And so we really, all those chemicals I mentioned before, we really have to rely at the state level at this point in time to deal with it. And I think we have a big opportunity here to do a lot of good work. And I think that's my time.
Thank you, Mr. Lucy. We appreciate it. Are there any questions from the committee? Appreciate your work. Thanks for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Next up is number 21, Mr. Mark Kelbacher. Welcome, Mr. Kelbacher. I think you just turned it off. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Mark Kelbacher, and I am submitting written testimony as well. And I am a resident of Newington, Connecticut, the president of the Connecticut Environmental Council, also known as CTEC. I also own a lawn care company servicing residential customers here in Connecticut. I have also maintained a Category 3B supervisory pesticide license from DEEP for over 20 years. CTEC, Connecticut Environmental Council, is the advocacy partner representing the Connecticut Groundskeepers Association, Connecticut Association Golf Course Superintendents, Connecticut Tree Protective Association, Connecticut Pest Association, Connecticut Nursery and Landscape Association, as well as Connecticut Irrigation Contractors Association. As the president of CTEC, I oppose House Bill 6915, an act concerning the use of certain rodenticides, and House Bill 6916, an act concerning neonicotinoids. You'll hear further testimony from our members today on both of those bills in opposition. As always, CTEC's position is that decisions related to the regulation of pest control products should be made by the trained professionals at DEEP according to the regulatory framework established under Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, or Rodenticide Act, also known as FIFRA, and the Toxic Substance Control Act, known as TOSCA. Pest control products undergo a rigorous review process as part of their registration application to ensure that label uses will not generally cause unreasonable adverse effects on the environment. The review process requires extensive data related to the potential impact of human health, the environment, non-target, and endangered species. The process takes over 10 years and costs millions of dollars to complete. Upon approval, these products are then subject to mandatory review every 15 years by EPA and further review by the state level for registration and renewal. Recently, Connecticut DEEP required that all product registrations be renewed annually, providing further opportunity to review the latest data and decisions developed at the federal level. This process, the changes to public policy, and the evolution of chemical engineering that they required are exactly what Rachel Carson described in her book, Silent Spring. Modern chemistries include more targeted, specific active ingredients, require lower use rates, and less persistent and mobile in the environment, and pose significantly less risk to human health and environment than the products we relied on when FIFRA was established. Neonicotinoids are extremely valuable chemical class whose benefits far outweigh any risk associated with current use. The 2016 Pollinator Protection Act that designated these products as restricted use limited access to only trained professionals that have been certified by DEEP to possess and understand the risk and benefits associated with their use. These licensed professionals often utilize various best practices and IPM to minimize the risk of their application to pollinators and other non-targeted species. So rather than an outright ban, Connecticut should focus on education and best practices for safe and responsible use. I urge the committee to consider the broader implications of this ban on homeowners, families, and communities. Please oppose this measure and allow homeowners to continue to hire licensed professionals to maintain healthy and enjoyable landscapes.
Thanks, Mr. Kalbacher. Appreciate your testimony. A quick question. I've been trying to understand as we've had this over a couple of years, the extent to which neonics are being used by applicators currently. And I think I read in some paper that because DEEP doesn't have their system searchable by specific chemicals, we don't really have an answer to that question. Am I understanding that correctly? Maybe the question is, do you know the extent of use here? And if not, do you have any ideas for how we might get at that, just so we can understand what's going on?
I don't have the answer for the amount of use that we use. I can tell you as a professional lawn care applicator that that's a small little piece of what we do to provide a green, healthy turf or a green, healthy space in somebody's landscape or lawn care.
Is it possible to estimate like what percentage of lawns you're putting that on? I'm not generally not trying to put you in the spot here. I'm just trying to understand like how we get at some of this information. Do you have a way of approaching that question?
I think that Deep would probably have a better answer for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Rep. Cresco, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kalbacher, in your opinion, do you feel this bill 6915 as written violates FIFRA?
It does, yes.
In what way?
I think that one, it belongs at Deep and on Elm Street. They're the ones that possess the knowledge and resources to be able to really focus on what the results are of this bill and things of that sort. So I think that this bill, one, it removes the ability of us, especially when it comes down to invasive insects and things of that sort. It's removing one of those tools out of our toolbox.
But there's a carve out for invasives.
Yeah, and I think you heard testimony earlier today from Deep that they don't have the resources nor the funding to be able to fund that waiver. That waiver process can take and this is just my opinion, can take up to 3 months to get a waiver approved from Deep. By then, that destruction could be devastating to trees, to our forests here in Connecticut. We don't know what the next invasive pest might be, and to remove, I think you heard Representative Callahan say that, you know, to remove just because I'm using a Phillips screwdriver today, to remove the regular that flathead screwdriver, that could be detrimental to Connecticut's forests.
In your opinion, would you accept, or do you go back to CTEC and see about accepting a restricted use label on this as opposed to?
Currently, it is restricted use. I would definitely go back to our CTEC members, but yeah, I would discuss that. I mean, right now it's currently a restricted use product.
It is.
Yes. Neonics. Yes.
Oh, I'm talking about rodenticides.
Oh, rodenticides. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I personally, yeah, I'd go back to our Pest Association, but you'll hear further testimony later on today in regards to that. We proposed that last year, and the opposition didn't want to have that. But I'm in favor of a restricted use on rodenticides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gresco. I see Representative Dillon online.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the person who's testifying, Mr. Kalbacher.
Well, take it away, ma'am.
I just wanted, thank you very much for taking the time. I've come across the issues of posed by golf courses in many committees in this building involving the taxation, whether they're open space and so forth, whether they're accessible. But I was intrigued by your claim that neonicotinoids, the benefit outweighs the risk. And I wonder if you could clarify who you think benefits and who is at risk.
Well, I think we all benefit from invasive pest, things of that sort. When we have a framework and underneath FIFRA, they can define what those risks are. So I think we rely on EPA, and I think we rely on the professionals at DEEP to provide us that information, and then they can assess these products year after year.
Maybe I don't want to be disrespectful to the rest of the committee, but I don't know if we all is helpful because there is a lot of evidence about specific populations that could be affected by the risks of neonics and I just have concerns about that, and I'll just leave that at that with the and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, but that's troubling. I'm not sure I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Are there other questions from the committee? Representative Mashinsky.
What if we had a language that allowed use of the neonics in specific instances for an emergency application, forest pest or something arrives and we have to do something quickly?
I think there is language in there currently right now, and that's the waiver language.
Yep.
And I think when it comes down to deep, whether or not they're properly funded to provide those waivers in time. You heard testimony earlier today that they don't have the resources to do that.
Right. So the language is there, but not the staff, right?
The language is there. I don't know that again is the, when we look at these products, and there's new technology for these products, they're not a 1-to-1 ratio. Like these products are very targeted to just certain pests. So when you eliminate those products and you have to wait on a waiver, that could be detrimental to our ornamentals, our landscape, things of that sort. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. Further questions from the committee? Otherwise, Mr. Kelbacher, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for your
Looking
time.
forward to continuing the conversation. Next up, we have number 22, Ms. Kimberly Stoner. Making great progress. Welcome, Ms. Stoner.
Hi. Co-chairs Parker and Lopes, and the members of the Environment Committee. My name is Kimberly Stoner. I'm the Director of Advocacy for Connecticut NOFA, the Northeast Organic Farming Association of Connecticut. I'm also an entomologist, retired after 35 years of working at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station, where I studied exposure of bees to pesticides. I have been testifying to this committee about neonicotinoids in various roles since 2016. I'm testifying today in opposition to SB 887 and in support of HB 6916. I'll focus on HB 6916 today. I support HB 6916 because neonicotinoids are much too widely used in situations where there is little or no benefit and where there are great risks to pollinators, aquatic ecosystems, and birds. A lot of what I was going to say has already been said, so I'm going to respond a little bit to what was just said. So the previous speaker said that there are not resources at DEEP to provide waivers in the case of emergency situations. I, as a member of the Pollinator Advisory Committee over the years when I worked at the experiment station, over and over again, we asked that DEEP be given funding for a qualified environmental chemist. DEEP doesn't have the resources to do the kind of thing he was talking about evaluating the risks of pesticides because they don't have a qualified environmental chemist. So it just doesn't make sense what he was saying. Several of the uses, so we've talked a lot, various people have talked a lot about how the uses for corn and soybeans and wheat don't really provide very much benefit and do a lot of pollution. My colleague at the experiment station, Rich Coles, has also been saying to the land care professionals since at least 2015 that the white grubs that are the major pest of lawns are not adequately controlled by these neonicotinoids, that there's one species, the Asiatic garden beetle, which has always been pretty resistant to these pesticides. And in 2013, he started to find that the oriental beetle was also developing resistance to these pesticides. So I was trained in IPM. I have a PhD in entomology. I studied IPM, and I certainly believe that in integrated pest management, which requires evaluating the pest situation, pest monitoring, having an action threshold before using pesticides. Certainly the whole situation with the corn seeds is prophylactic, where the pesticides are the default on the corn seeds all over the country. It's a scandal that this has been going on for so long. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Go ahead, Rep. Gresco.
What does that say? Connecticut environmental what now? I can't read that down that far.
Oh, Connecticut Environmental Rights Amendment. I've been wearing this. This is a way of trying to get the word out about the Environmental Rights Amendment.
I guess the tiara is next. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Ms. Stoner, for your time and for joining us today. And next up, we have Rebecca McMacken.
Afternoon.
Ms. McMacken, thanks for being here. Take it away.
Thank you. Prior to moving to Connecticut, I was director of horticulture for an 85-acre public park in the middle of New York City called Brooklyn Bridge Park. I managed, what? Many other people as well. I managed over 18 acres of some of the luscious lawns in New York City, which saw over 5 million visitors every summer. And we managed those lawns without any neonics at all. When we first put the lawn in, we got Japanese beetles. But when they're grubs, the Japanese beetles eat grass roots. But when we stopped using synthetic fertilizers and moved over to managing the lawns organically, all the Japanese beetles disappeared, as well as turf diseases like rust. They're a side effect of the chemicals and additives that synthetic landscaping has grown to rely on, and I am here to tell you that they are completely unnecessary. There is nothing that a Connecticut estate or golf course has to withstand that a Brooklyn lawn has not survived. We had millions of people dancing to techno in the rain, watching fireworks shoulder to shoulder, doing military training exercises, and our lawns remained lush. And they were the only lawns I would let my toddler crawl around on because I knew they were safe from harmful chemicals. So many of the practices we use today by landscapers are simply what we've been taught to use, but that does not make them necessary. And when those practices are environmentally toxic, when they've been shown to harm the people applying them and the people who use those lawns, it's our responsibility to figure out new ways to care for land. Innovation can be scary, but at this point, organic turf care is a well-worn practice. All the ball fields in Springfield, Massachusetts are organic. The New York Nets, the San Francisco Giants, and the New Hampshire Fisher Cats all play on organic fields. It is totally doable. And it's good for the landscapers, who are the most at risk for the toxic effects of neonics. It is not hard to read this bill as a worker safety initiative. These chemicals are incredibly dangerous. The same nerve cells that neonics target in insects also exist in our brains. They're NACH receptors, and when neonics go after them, they've been shown to cause autism, brain, and heart disorders. A study from back in 2019 found that half of the US population was exposed to neonics regularly, but that children from ages 3 to 5 had much higher exposure. One of the most terrifying studies I read found that neonics in the bodies of more than 95% of pregnant women, and they got higher and higher as the study went on. Why would we do this to each other? Why would we do this to our children? Switching to less toxic turf care can also be profitable. I used to teach soil science to gardeners and landscapers just getting into organic practices, and so many of them came back to tell me that they were making more money with their new techniques, not less. Landscapers can and should adopt less toxic practices. The only people really benefiting from neonics in Connecticut at this point are the corporations selling them. We're jeopardizing our children's futures so that a handful of millionaires can become billionaires. Bill HB 6916 is truly the lowest hanging fruit of protecting each other, our children, and all of the birds and butterflies that make this land so beautiful. Please, please do the right thing and pass Bill HB 6916. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mackin, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for joining us. And we're going to move along to Mr. Mark Dancy. Thanks for being with us. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Parker and Chairman Lopes and members of the Environmental Committee. Appreciate your time. I will be super brief. I'm going to beat the bell for sure. Just a couple of things. First, I think we all are aware that there's a waste challenge with regard to, and by the way, Mark Dancy, President of Waste Zero, and we focus on sustainable materials management here in the state and elsewhere. But the issue with capacity is real. It's not going to go away anytime soon. It's not just in Connecticut, it's a regional issue. And so when we look at what we can do, if we can't immediately increase capacity for solid waste, and we know that we're exporting and we know that those costs are impacting cities and towns, the thing that we can try to do is reduce demand or at least find alternative avenues for materials to go. And we've talked about food waste as being a primary alternative. And we've talked about food waste infrastructure. I guess what I want to stress here is that we have a PowerPoint that we've submitted to the committee that shows that towns in Connecticut, now there are a dozen towns that are doing unit-based pricing, have moved their waste down by 30 to 45%. And so these things are doable. They're challenging, but they're doable. And that having infrastructure is great, but also having whether it's curbside collection or some cost-effective method of getting materials out of the stream so that they can go to these facilities is also a critical part of the path. So, we've submitted the PowerPoint that goes over those items, but focusing on infrastructure is great, but we also need to remember that if people don't change their behavior and put things in different buckets and do things a little bit differently, then the flow of materials will remain the same. So it's important to keep focused on demand, and we thank the committee and the state for their interest in that subject and trying to make that change.
Thank you, Mr. Dancy, for your testimony. So just to be clear, are you in support of the solid waste management bill that we have before us?
We are, but I think the key is that if you build infrastructure and you don't change the route of things, it's kind of the build it and they will come. It doesn't really necessarily work that way.
Appreciate that. And thanks for the clarification. Are there any other questions from the committee? Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have municipalities as your customers?
We do. Yes, sir.
And the total, if it's not proprietary, the total number of municipalities you have?
So I think there are roughly 18 cities and towns that do some form of what we call unit-based pricing. I think we work with about 7 or 8 of them.
I'm sure you're aware of DEEP's grant process of giving to municipalities to start pilots of food scrap diversion. Is that part of the 18 that you referred to, or is that something?
So yes, some of the programs that DEEP did a pilot with, I'm going to get the numbers wrong here, but it's all in the report. I think it's roughly 14 cities applied for pilot funds, and I think about 7 have continued on with some form of food scrap or unit-based pricing programs.
Because I guess in my mind, one of the arguments is if I'm a municipality and I try to do this pilot and I collect and divert the food scraps, well, what do I do with them? And that's where you would come in?
Well, we wouldn't be part of that. So there are different folks that will, so we have Quantum Biochem here in the state that has, I'm not going to speak to how much capacity they have, but I would imagine that they have quite a bit of capacity. So they're looking for that material now. There are all kinds of other folks that are trying to do local anaerobic digestion or aerated static piles to use that material. So I think, we can talk about the logistics and the cost of shipping all the way out to, say, Southington from one side of the state to Southington. Those are all issues that need to be analyzed. But there is capacity, and I think, we're talking about getting more capacity. We're just also saying there needs to be demand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And we're going to move along. I believe number 25, Jen Heen Jones is not here, so we're going to jump to 26, Douglas Clark. Mr. Clark, are you online, able to unmute? Thank you.
I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can proceed.
Okay. Thank you to the members of the committee for this opportunity to testify remotely and saving me from putting carbon dioxide into the air driving to Hartford. I'm testifying in support of Bills 6915 and 6916. I am the chair of the Conservation Commission in Guilford, but I'm speaking not as on behalf of that commission, but as a concerned citizen. I've heard a lot of the testimony on these bills, and I'm very impressed by the support of those who have testified for these legislative initiatives. And I just want to say that based on my experience with mice in our home and learning about non-rodenticide ways of managing mice, I think there are alternative ways to do this. And so we don't need to depend on or to use second generation anticoagulant rodenticides. As I read the legislation, there seem to be sufficient exemptions or waivers to allow for emergency use of these pesticides in case of public health emergencies. So it looks to me like the legislation covers the ability for the state to respond to public health emergencies. So basically, I support each of these two bills, 6915 and 6916. And thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Are there any questions for Mr. Clark? Seeing none online, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Joan Segan.
Good afternoon. This on? Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, Chairman Lopes, and distinguished members of the Environmental Committee. My name is Joan Sagan from Old Greenwich, and I'm here to request your support for HB 6915, the bill banning second generation rodenticides, and to share my opposition for SB 887 that would exempt certain cookware from PFAS requirements. But I'm here to testify my support for HB 6916, an act concerning the use of neonicotinoids. Neonics have been detected in Connecticut's rivers and streams at levels above the safe federal benchmarks for aquatic life. These levels have been increasing in frequency and concentration over the past 20 years. These elevated levels of neonics are harmful to our freshwater insects, the bugs that are food for fish, birds, and wildlife. It is evident that current safeguard policies for neonics are not safe enough to protect our Connecticut streams and rivers and ecosystems they support. I serve on the Greenwich Sailfish Commission and find it concerning that neonics are also found in our tidal rivers with unknown consequences to Long Island Sound and its vast resources, although emergent studies indicate impacts to our shellfish. I also serve on the Greenwich Pollinator Pathway, and I am a volunteer bird bander with Connecticut Audubon. There's not one aspect of these communities that I serve on where neonics do not leave their harmful impact. It is time to adapt to new management practices now that risks are identified. According to the EPA, they lack sufficient resources to address the known and harmful impacts of neonics in a timely manner. Regardless, neonic-coated seeds are exempted from regulation, nor is there a plan to address turfgrass and ornamentals. We must take action at the state level. This bill does not ban neonics, but simply is a community-first, common-sense, targeted approach against the highest harm and low-benefit uses. This bill ensures neonics are necessary before they are applied on lawns, turf, and certain seeds where runoff is a major contributor to our watershed contamination. This practical, safe approach ensures lawns and turfs will be continued to be enjoyed while also safeguarding our state resources and our residents. However, continuing the prophylactic use will further degrade the natural spaces that I and thousands of Connecticut residents cherish and depend upon for both recreational and economic reasons.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Or did I say your name right? Segan?
Again.
Segan. Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony and coming up. Still no Jennifer Heaton-Jones. Tom Carpenter.
Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and the entire Environment Committee. My name is Tom Carpenter. I'm on the Conservation Committee for the Farmington Valley Trout Unlimited organization. Today, I'm representing two other organizations that co-signed this testimony, the Farmington River Anglers Association and the Connecticut Fly Fishermen Association. In total, we have about 1,000 members. I'm here to testify on HB 6916. Trout Unlimited is a national grassroots conservation organization dedicated to protecting and reconnecting and restoring and sustaining our cold water resources. In short, we're conservationists that also like to fish. In addition to being fishers, the undersigned organizations are also citizen scientists. We're involved in water testing, culvert inspections, river cleanups, tree plantings. Some of our members actually make their living on the rivers as guides. Our members are keenly aware of variations to the rivers in Connecticut. We watch for changes in flow, temperature changes, structures which shift to where fish can congregate, and definitely know about the changes in the microinvertebrates in the river. Throughout today's public hearing, you'll hear other individuals reference scientific studies about the impact of neonics on insects. Our testimony focused on 4 research studies. The first was a 2019 study from the Sydney Institute of Agriculture implicating neonicotinoids as having, and I quote, a devastating impact on aquatic insects and crustaceans due to their high acute and chronic toxicity. Several other folks have referenced the University of Connecticut's 2025 analysis of the USGS testing of the Connecticut waters that found neonics exceeded the US EPA limits for them in the water. There was a 2015 study out of the University of Saskatchewan, which stated, and I quote, neonicotinoids represent a significant risk to surface waters and the diverse aquatic and terrestrial fauna that these ecosystems support. And then finally, a 2016 study from Wageningen University, that's in the Netherlands, which concluded mayfly nymphs are amongst the most sensitive taxa to neonicotinoids. Earlier, I mentioned we are citizen scientists. Many of our members have noticed over the years a significant decline in mayfly and caddisfly hatches on the river. These aquatic insects are a staple in the diet of the fish who inhabit our river. Based on the previously mentioned studies, there is strong corollary evidence implicating the use of neonics in Connecticut to the decline in the health of the rivers in the state. We ask the committee to support HB 6916.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And not so much a question, but, we've heard from supporters and detractors, but this is an interesting point of boots on the ground, in my opinion, that sees this every day. And thank you for coming in to testify.
You're welcome. These aren't casual conversations amongst our members. They talk about the lack of insect hatches all the time, especially throughout the summer.
Right, because we're up here, you'll sit down, someone else will come behind you and say, everything that you just said, I can prove right here on this piece of paper that it's not true. But to hear your boots on the ground experience, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We've now hit page 2. Ian McDonald. Don't see an Ian McDonald. in the waiting room? All right, we'll move on to Victor Damasi.
We're talking about boots on the ground, so.
Sir, turn the microphone on and then state your name.
Okay.
State your name.
My name is Victor DeMasi. I'm from Reading, Connecticut. And I'm here today as a citizen scientist. I'm a research affiliate at the Yale Peabody Museum, having chased butterflies and pollinating insects all over the map. And we're talking about boots on the ground, which I think is a great term to use. And I'll show you. Here are some of the boots of the ground. Can you see that graph? It's upside down. That doesn't help. Okay, let's see here. Well, anyway, this is where butterflies have gone in Connecticut in the last 30 years. I started counting butterflies 30 years ago. We have an event in Reading called the 4th of July Butterfly Count, and we started it as fun. And then we didn't realize that over time we were collecting very significant information, data. This is one of the only data sets for the natural wildlife of Connecticut. And what we're seeing is that in 30 years, our butterfly fauna in Reading, which is a very, very rich place for butterflies, if you've been there, lots of meadows and stuff, is down 50%. This is not a random occurrence. There are over 300 of these 4th of July butterfly counts carried on throughout the United States, and they're all showing the same thing. And the time of the declines started in the mid-90s, which was the time of the vast expansion of imidacloprid, the neonicotinoid in our environment. So I just thought I'd share with that today. We're going to be going out counting again this July, if any of you would like to accompany us. And our work is then published in a national count. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damasi. Are there any questions for Mr. Damasi?
I also like other pollinators too, so I'm studying bees, so I do know the difference between bees and butterflies. Okay, just if anybody was
the boots on the ground, you probably said like wings in the air, but Representative Doucette.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. I'm curious, how does one conduct a butterfly count?
Well, we have 5 meadows in Reading that we've been looking at over these 30-year period. And what we do is we take all participants and we line up and we kind of go across the field in a line, and we can only count the butterflies in front of us. You cannot turn around and count one behind you. Now, I mean, you know, there's a chance that things will be duplicated. Some will be seen twice. Of course, some won't be seen at all. But the point is, when you have this information over a 30-year period, it starts to sort out and show you definite trends. And that's what the 300 more counts in the whole United States have done. They were started, incidentally, by my mentor, Charles Remington, a Yale College professor in biology who was very well known around the state at the time. And it's really become a great part of our data of fleshing out what we're doing to our environment. So,
is there any other way to count butterflies, by trapping or by do you look at larvae? Do you
yes, there's all sorts of ways to count things, but to get this comprehensive count of all the butterfly species that might be there, this protocol really works out very well, and it's easy for getting new people involved in the count. They don't have to be experts in entomology. The people very quickly learn we're looking for monarchs, we're looking for tiger swallowtails, we're looking for cabbage white butterflies, things like that, you know. So, but we traced monarchs very, very good. And there was a scare maybe about 10 years ago where we got no monarchs for 3 years of counts. Last year we had about 12, I think, which is pretty good. Back in the old days, we used to have 40, 50 sometimes monarchs. But again, our chart shows the thing, you know. Can everyone see that? They wouldn't let me bring the big one in.
All right. All set, Representative? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
This is in support of the neonicotinoid bill.
We picked up on that.
Okay. Got that?
Just a hunch. Diane Lauricello? Diane, is she in the waiting room? I don't see her listed. Okay. Scott McArt? Scott McArt? Francis Polaro? See you in the waiting room. Francis, last call. I see you on the waiting list. Can you propagate them or whatever word to use best? How are you? I will skip over Francis for now. John Murphy. Sure we got the right list? Not that I'm complaining. All right. Rep Piscopo says keep going. John Murphy's not answering. Oh, we skipped over Christine Feely, and I see her with her hands up. Christine Feely, if you can chime in, feel free to get going. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman.
Sorry about that. I actually accidentally skipped you. That was a mistake.
It's okay. So co-chairs Mr. Lopes and Mr. Parker are members of the committee. I urge you to vote in favor of House Bill 6916 to discontinue the use of neonicotinoids, referred to as neonics commonly, to treat golf courses, turf grass, lawns, playing fields. You know all this. In fact, I urge the committee to change the January 2028 date to 2027. A lot of information has been provided here, and there will be in the written comments about the damage that these cause. I won't repeat that information. My question for you is this, though. Considering the amount and severity of the damage caused by these, why would we not discontinue these tomorrow? I was very interested to hear the comments about I've lost having a hard time with these screens that are popping up. You just heard a speaker who presented data about exposure to children, and another speaker who spoke about the adverse effects on the health of rivers and aquatic insects. And many people have explained that there are alternatives to neonics. If it were possible, we should stop using them tomorrow with narrow exceptions for specific pests and situations. And we should definitely rethink their continued use for 3 more years. My comments focus on damage to bird and insect populations in my personal experience. And in that respect, it's like a couple of people who just spoke recently. In a few weeks, we'll start to see a lot of springtime activity. I hope that we'll see and hear lots of birds getting ready to nest, lay eggs, and raise their young. But in the 6 years that I've lived near wooded areas, large yards, town parks, and other locations in Connecticut that seem to be ideal for birds, it's been surprisingly quiet in the spring. In the last few years, I've learned about the damage that neonics and other pesticides cause to birds, butterflies, and moths, which, by the way, are wonderful pollinators, bees, and other insects. Bird populations have plummeted. Neonics kill many insects and birds that are not even a problem. So the birds are obviously not a problem, but many insects is pretty indiscriminate. So it's essentially a situation where we throw out the baby with the bathwater. And so I'm no longer surprised at the quiet spring. I'm sad, but I hope that the terrible toll on our natural resources can be stopped by stopping the use of these substances, and that eventually we'll see at least some of the populations rebounding. I volunteer in several places in my town, removing invasive plants, planting native trees, bushes, and perennial plants to restore pollinator populations and provide food and shelter for birds and other wildlife. And I can tell you, it's a very rewarding activity. I love it. But it's sometimes discouraging, and I hope that at least some areas will show a rebound in wildlife activity. Maybe those where neonics have not been so pervasive and where we're putting in a lot of plants that have not been exposed to neonics in any form. So the bottom line, the natural environment is struggling and it needs our help. I could say more, could give you some more of these statistics, but I won't, because the gravity of this situation speaks for itself. In summary, I urge you to support this legislation and also to speed up the timeline for discontinuing the use of neonics. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Feely. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I believe we can go to a Scott McArt.
Hello, can you guys see
I
or
can hear
hear
you.
me?
Please proceed.
Okay, great. All right, well, thanks for having me. Hi, folks, I'm Scott McArt. I'm an associate professor of entomology at Cornell University. Thanks for inviting me today to share my knowledge regarding benefits and risks associated with usage of neonicotinoid insecticides. So for my written testimony, I've submitted slides from a 45-minute talk that I recently gave to the American Beekeeping Federation on this topic. Each slide contains a link to the primary literature or media article supporting its content. Unfortunately, we don't have 45 minutes for me to share this, talk with you. So I'll quickly summarize the most important points here. All right, so in June 2020, my group published a 432-page report in which we comprehensively synthesized all peer-reviewed literature and land-grant university extension publications on risk to pollinators and economic benefits to farmers or applicators for each context in which neonicotinoid insecticides are used. So that includes field crops, fruit crops, vegetable crops, ornamentals, turf and landscape management, and conservation and forestry. Our synthesis quantitatively evaluated more than 5,000 paired field trials and more than 1,000, more than 1,000 peer-reviewed studies. The report's findings helped shape evidence-based legislation on neonicotinoids in New York. This was the Birds and Bees Protection Act that was passed by our legislature and Senate and then signed by our governor in December 2024. For risk to pollinators, we found that a lot of data exists in field crop settings, while less data is known, or less is known in fruits, vegetables, and turfgrass and ornamental settings. Sorry, I've got something in my throat here. No exposure data exists that are relevant to pollinators in conservation and forestry settings. This means we have the most robust insight about risk to pollinators in field crop settings, in other words, corn and soybeans, compared to all other application contexts. In and near corn and soybean fields that are planted with neonicotinoid-treated seeds, neonicotinoid exposures are likely to impact honeybee reproduction in 37% of the time. In other words, honeybee reproduction is likely to be impaired or completely stopped about a third of the time when neonicotinoid-treated seeds are used. Because reproduction governs population dynamics of pollinators, and declining populations of pollinators was a main reason for conducting the risk assessment, the conclusion is that risk to pollinators from neonicotinoid-treated seeds is high. For many application contexts, there are clear economic benefits to users from using neonicotinoids. The majority of trials conducted on fruits, vegetables, and turfgrass find that using neonicotinoids reduces pest populations, limits crop damage, or improves yield compared to untreated control plots. However, consistent benefits are not observed when neonicotinoids are used in field crop settings. 83 to 95% of field trials find no significant increase in corn or soybean yield when neonicotinoid-treated seeds are used compared to untreated controls. These results were recently supported by two large 4-year studies conducted in Ontario and Quebec, Canada. In those studies, only 4 and 8% of corn and soybean fields observed a yield benefit from using neonicotinoid-treated seeds. After accounting for the cost of the neonicotinoid, this means that across all of the literature, between 3 to 7% of farms will benefit economically from using neonicotinoid treated seeds. In other words, between 93 to 97% of farms are losing money from using neonicotinoid treatments on corn and soybean seeds.
Mr. McGart, your time buzzed. You can summarize.
Perfect. Yeah. So that's all I had to share. So thank you for your time. I realize that was a very brief summary, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, whether it's high level or nitty-gritty details.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. McGart? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. My co-chair is going to summarize your report and get it back to me by tomorrow. Representative Dillon with a question.
Mr. Chairman, actually, you may have anticipated my question. I wanted to know if the testimony would be available to the committee.
Mr. McGart, did you submit the testimony or your report to the committee clerk?
So I'm happy to submit this testimony, what I've just summarized right here, but I have submitted written testimony, which is the slides from a presentation. So if you'd like what I just spoke on right now, I can also submit that.
Sure, just email it over.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. All right, see no further questions. Madison, well, quickly run through some of the ones that we're missing. And Ian McDonald? Any Ian McDonald? Diane Lauricella? Francis Polaro? I think I see something. Francis Polaro, Madam Clerk, do you see the person? Are they having trouble getting in?
Yes, we do have Francis.
Okay, Francis, please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Francis Polaro. I'm here on behalf of Renew Northeast on Senate Bill 1281 concerning solar panels and wind turbine blades recycling. Renew is a nonprofit association uniting environmental advocates and the renewable energy industry. It supports responsible use of clean energy resources, including sustainable disposal solutions through advanced recycling and repurposing methods that will both minimize waste and maximize the environmental benefits of clean energy. As the legislature considers whether a study is needed, helpful information is already available to inform you on your interests in this bill. Some notable ones include a Connecticut Green Bank report on solar and batteries that was issued just last year at the request of PURA, and a United States Department of Energy report on wind turbines issued last month. Here at Renew, we're ready to assist the General Assembly with any further requests for information you might have about the state of recycling.
Hold on, Mr. Polaro. Christine Feely, can you please mute or clerk, Madam Clerk, can you mute her? Mr. Polaro, please continue.
Okay, well, that was the conclusion of my testimony. So I did submit written testimony as well, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Polaro. And Madam Clerk, if you could just take Christine Feely, just take her out of the chat, out of the Zoom, just delete her completely. No, she can still watch. She's just don't want to hear anything I don't need to hear. Are there any questions for Mr. Polaro? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next on the list, John Murphy. I see him in the waiting list. Is he available?
All these people, all these scientists and representing these organizations and stuff.
There's got to be a way we can get rid of Christine Feely.
A lot of my personal experience.
She had her hand raised for an hour and a half.
Sam and Steve did.
Okay. You have a meeting tonight at 7?
I don't know. I have a meeting at 4.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
So I just removed her. I did, but she keeps coming back.
Thank you. John Murphy, I see you up. Please unmute and proceed. Can we unmute John Murphy or is he stuck?
We've asked John to unmute.
Next person, Madison Spramoli. Oh, you're in person. Wonderful. Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, co-chair Senator Lopes and Representative Parker, Vice Chair Senator Baumgartner, ranking members, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Madison Spramuli, and I am the organizer for the CT Zero Waste Coalition, as well as the communication director for the Connecticut Coalition for Economic and Environmental Justice. Today, I'm going to be speaking on House Bill 6917, an act concerning the management of solid waste in the state. I first want to start by saying that I support Section 2, subsection E, that creates a food donation plan for commercial source separated organic material for generators of 26 tons or more. I believe this initiative is vital in reducing food waste and redirecting edible food to our communities, so I thank you for that. However, I do have concerns regarding other points, parts of the bill. Section 2, subsection D, which calls for the repeal of voluntary pilot programs for source separated organic material. It repeals that section, and there is no substitute language that encourages organic diversion on the municipal level. So I believe that as an alternative to pilot programs, we should advocate for making source separated organic material a mandatory recyclable item by gradually lowering the tonnage requirements for commercial organizations and to eventually include residential in a couple of years. A phase-in approach would then build demand for composting facilities, which would then create jobs and increase industry activity. In my written testimony, I have a report that's listed in there that I encourage you to read that shows the economic impacts, the positive economic impacts that organics recycling has, as seen in Massachusetts. And the addition of these suggestions that I have listed would significantly reduce solid waste reduction, which would benefit not only the environment, but our economy. I believe we can't keep putting this off. This is something that we really need to keep moving forward and not just stop at pilot programs. So that's what I wanted to mention there. And also in reference to Section 3, I question why the $1.50 fee for processing municipal solid waste only applies to in-state facilities. I believe including municipal solid waste trucked out of state would be ideal. The current language may lead to inequalities in waste management practices by promoting the use of incinerators and landfills in distant states. So I believe that it should include both out-of-state tonnage shipped out as well. I also advocate for the funds collected from this fee to go towards sustainable materials management instead of just to the general fund. It's not going back into these programs that would help to reduce waste and to make our waste system more sustainable. So in all, I summarize that I ask that you consider these suggestions on a strong waste bill to effectively reduce waste and hopefully improve the bill that we have right now. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I agree with the larger it's trucked out of South state. If we're going to do it everywhere, there's inequalities there, but we got a long way to go in that bill, but I appreciate your testimony. Any questions? Mary, oh, sorry, Rep. Mushinsky.
Mary's fine. I did want to thank you for testifying, and I agree with you completely that the fee should be on every ton of waste. It should go back in the system. And one of the helpful witnesses here looked up for me when it was stolen and put in the general fund. And it was further back than I thought. It was 1995 under Governor Rowland. So that money that was targeted for the waste system to keep it improving was diverted to the general fund in 1995. So that's why it's hard for the municipalities to keep this system operating and to develop the markets because the fund has been diverted. So
Yeah.
thank you for putting that on the record. And I agree with you. You're right. We should not be sending food waste that's mostly water 500 miles to Ohio. That's crazy. We should be using it here. Either recycling the food for people that need it, or if it's too spoiled, make it into something or compost it here. But sending food all the way to Ohio that's gone by is crazy. So thank you for your testimony. Appreciate your support for that concept.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions on Representative Baumgartner?
Thank you again for your testimony and very much appreciate the work you and your organization does with respect to zero waste and ensuring that we can really get this organics separation going in our state, which is long overdue. But a question with respect to municipalities, some of the recommendations you made that would so section 2 subsection D calls for the repeal of the voluntary pilot program for source separated organic materials. Can you clarify, is that voluntary pilot program through the sustainable materials management program within DEEP?
I believe it is. I believe they had they were getting funds from DEEP, and DEEP was then from the Sustainable Materials Management Program then allocating it to the municipalities that wanted to.
Thank you. In the last 2 years since one of the towns I represent, Stonington, participated in that, they were able to receive a grant from DEEP. They were able to divert over 750,000 pounds of food scraps, taking it out of our solid waste stream, getting it over to an anaerobic digester facility. So I think these programs are really important, especially for DEEP to really get a sense of the demand in our communities to actually deploy and participate in these programs, but also the savings, seeing and visualizing the savings that our municipalities can achieve by doing it. But thank you again for your advocacy and look forward to continuing working with you.
Yeah, thank you, Rep. Baumgartner. It's definitely the pilot programs were very helpful in starting that process and really getting municipalities comfortable with separating organics from the solid waste stream. And I think now it's time for that next step, because we really are spending so much money on solid waste and shipping waste out of state. So I think it's really time that we start looking at it in a more holistic perspective and being able to deal with it in state.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, I think we'll go with Addison Dia Smith.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Addison Smith. I'm a senior in high school in Guilford, Connecticut, and I am testifying in support of Bill 6915. My first encounter with birds of prey was at Deer Lake Day Camp in Killingworth, where I've spent every summer since kindergarten. First as a camper, now as a counselor. As a camper, I adored the birds of prey, both in the woods and when a presenter would come each summer from a rehabilitation center to show them off. I would love how they would spread their wings so gracefully and show off their sharp talons. But now that I'm a counselor, my favorite part is seeing the reactions on my campers' faces when they have this same experience, and how camp falls silent to bask in the beauty of these birds. So when I had to do a capstone project this year in school, I took it as an opportunity to get more involved. After doing some research, I found out about second-generation anticoagulant rodenticide poisoning in birds. And I was appalled that these creatures, the same ones that possess the magic to silence an entire day camp, and you can imagine how difficult that is, are suffering at our hands when there are safer alternatives available. We must not wait until their populations dwindle to take action. The call for action and for help is coming now from bird rehabilitators who are watching these birds and cradling them as they die, as they bleed out, from research centers across the region who are presenting indisputable data, from young people like myself who want to see these birds for generations to come, and from the birds themselves who are being punished with a slow and excruciatingly painful death simply for eating their dinner. I am calling on you to have the courage to hear this and to act on it. Please do not make me explain to my children and to my grandchildren one day that we used to have majestic hawks, owls, and eagles that would swoop through the branches of our forests, but that we failed these creatures by refusing to take action before it was too late. When I go for a hike in the woods with my campers at Deer Lake Day Camp this summer, and I hear the call of a barred owl, I want to look back on this day as a day that we could come together and that we could hear the call for help and be the voices for these animals to make a real change for them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Representative?
Thank you, Addison. Thank you for joining us today. I was
you for
married.
having me.
I was married at Deer Lake, so I can envision those scenes that you're describing.
That's awesome.
What a special place to be.
It is. It's awesome. Beautiful.
What you shared is really powerful. I thank you for it.
Thank you.
I guess my question is, in terms of the policy that we're looking at here, and trying to find a balance between some of the tool that rodenticides can offer, and then the conservation that you're so powerfully talking about. Do you have any sense of what might be possible in terms of trying to bridge that gap a little bit? Is that something that you can shed some thoughts on?
Yeah, I think that obviously these rodenticides are a strong and effective tool that we can use in rodent control. However, there are so many alternatives that have been proven to be just as, if not more effective, while being so much safer for the environment and not putting animals, even children, at risk. For instance, rodent birth control is an example of an alternative, or even putting certain spices outside of your house can help to fend off the rodents. Even making sure that all of the holes are sealed. It's really an issue where there are just so many alternatives that it's unexcusable to be using this kind of poison that's having such a detrimental effect on these creatures, which are so intelligent and so beautiful. So did that answer the question?
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I really appreciate your passion and what you've learned about this. Thanks for being with us. That's it, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Any further questions? Seeing none. Obviously, it's a big issue, and there's a lot of big ones in the audience today, and we're working on all of them as best we can. Thank you much.
Thank you for having me.
Next up, Jennifer Heaton-Jones.
All right, did I do something wrong? Can you hear me? All right. Sorry, I wasn't expecting you. You're going to call me up that quickly. Good afternoon, honored co-chairs and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for having me. I'm Jen Heaton-Jones. I'm here on behalf of the Housatonic Resources Recovery Authority to testify on 3 bills: House Bill 6917, an act concerning the management of solid waste in the state. We support, but with great modifications, and have great concern. House Bill 5019, an act establishing EPR programs for batteries. We support, but with modification. And House Bill 1281, an act concerning a study for the need of EPR for solar panels. I ask you to please review my written testimony on House Bill 5019 for battery EPR. The issues concerning batteries, they are not like any other hard to manage material that we've brought before you before. So I really hope that you will read my testimony along with others, even those who are opposing it. They have great points to be made. And actually, I'll point out the NWRA's testimony, although they oppose it and we support it, they make very good points as to why we do need a program to educate consumers, to have a safe collection system, a take-back program, proper handling, and effective recycling. So we agree with them on that part, but we need someone to manage that program. Who's going to pay for that program? And typically, it's a producer responsibility organization through an EPR policy that typically works, and we've seen it work through other policies here in Connecticut. So I implore you to look at my written testimony and others' testimony and hear that this is an important bill that's supported by industry. In regards to House Bill 6917, we support the committee's effort in addressing the solid waste crisis we are facing today. However, we feel this bill actually doesn't address it. I was actually very disappointed in what I read and how many years we've been back here talking about the same conversation, but there was no substance. It's not a solution to helping what we're facing here. And I hope, again, you will read my written testimony, and I'm going to briefly just skim through what I believe we really need to be talking about. We need to talk about expanding existing end markets and create new markets. We need a strategy that can advance business development in Connecticut that creates innovative solutions for sustainable circular economy for all material, not just municipal solid waste. We need a funding mechanism that is dedicated to material management, not something that's going to the general fund, but it's dedicated to material management here in the state that empowers and supports Connecticut businesses to develop innovative solutions. We need infrastructure, aka capacity, to process the various material streams that must be managed at the end of life, whether it's general solid waste, organics, recyclables, or beyond the blue bin. We need incentives for individuals and municipalities to embrace how we manage material differently that can be repurposed, reused, recycled, or composted. We need education that is statewide, universal, and consistent. We need you to help us fund the Recycle CT Foundation. I asked the Environment Committee leadership to please meet with me. I sit on the board of the Recycle CT Foundation. We need support and utilize that as an arm to help move the issue with solid waste in recycling in the state. We need training and certification requirements for our waste and recycling coordinators. We need resources available to K through 12. And we need enforcement with haulers and municipalities who don't comply with existing laws today that allow residents and consumers to commingle material that is considered a resource from our waste stream. And lastly, we need to make everyone accountable for food waste diversion, not just our large generators. According to DEEP, 62% of food waste is from homes and 38% is from large generators, which is what is identified in this bill. This current bill is talking about large generators, but it's only 38%. Why are we not talking about the 62%? So I asked the committee to work with me and other stakeholders across the state to develop a strategy and a long-term plan to actually address the waste crisis in Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Greska.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you could, well, since you wrote it, refer back to your testimony on one of the suggestions to the language change in the battery EPR. Here it says you do not like the idea of the PRO determining the criteria of who is a collection site. You'd rather have it in statute. Why?
There is no language in this bill that talks about who a covered entity is or what a collection site is. It leaves it to the PRO to determine the criteria later in the plan. So they could make a determination, which if I read the language correctly, that a municipality of over 100,000 people would be determined to meet their criteria. Well, what about the small town of Kent or Bridgewater or Sherman? In my region, where we're talking about only a few thousand people, are they not subject to meet the criteria to be covered as in this EPR law, where right now EPR covers e-waste, paint, tires, cylinders, etc. And all of my towns have access. And when we talk about EPR, the reason why we build these programs is have easy, convenient, accessible access for every resident, not just particular municipality because they meet a certain criteria based on what a producer responsibility organization feels that they meet. I think you'd say what is a covered entity. And I have provided substitute language for that in my written testimony.
As I see. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Michinski.
I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. One is, do you think we could do like Worcester, Mass and have not just large generators, but everyone separate out their food waste as of a certain date so that we can develop markets?
Yes, we're doing it in the HRI region. We've built a network of organic infrastructure from collection at transfer stations to satellite collections to drop-off centers at our transfer stations that allow for processing, municipal processing. We've built 2 solar-powered ASP systems. We know we can manage municipal solid waste, municipal residential organics outside of the solid waste stream. And we've done it sustainably and effectively. I don't think there's any reason why a municipality can't accept material. I think building access is the language we need, not mandating a municipality and requiring a municipality to accept it or to process it, but you should allow or make municipalities provide access to their residents. Maybe that means contracting with a third party, but there's no reason why we can't make it a state mandate for individuals to take their food waste out of the waste stream when it's almost 32% of our waste stream is organic matter. That right there is a third of our waste stream, and we're in a crisis. Why are we putting food waste in our garbage?
I agree. When you say municipalities should provide building access, which you want, I guess you would want this in the bill to tighten up this bill. What do you mean by that? What building access is it? Is it a transfer station or what is it?
It could be. I mean, I think it looks different for every town because every town has different resources. So we have towns that have just a drop-off center that they take their, they allow residents to bring their food waste. That material is transported to a processor and it's managed. We have municipalities, the town of Brookfield does not have a transfer station, but they provide access to their residents by allowing them to use another transfer station, the city of Danbury. We have a partnership with the city of Danbury that creates access to the residents of that town. Creating access is creating contracts, agreements, whether with each other or regionally or district or in a county.
Okay, do you have any haulers in any of your small towns?
We have 74 registered haulers in our HRA region.
And do they cooperate with this food transfer?
We have about 3 haulers who dedicate their time, their services to just organics. And we have a handful of those haulers who do provide that as another service, an additional service to their customers. We don't mandate that they do that. They need to find a business model that works for them to incentivize to, they need to make money. And we need to find a way to support them. I would like to make the point that, there's 50-cent increase in this bill that's for solid waste management that doesn't go to solid waste management. And I'll take the opportunity to say that, there are places like in Colorado that created the Colorado Economic Development Center. That Colorado Economic Development Center is funded with it's an enterprise fund funded by a fee similar to what we have in this bill, but it is dedicated to that enterprise that then provides grants to businesses, not municipalities. It provides grants to businesses to be more innovative so that if you have a hauler who wants to build their capital, build their infrastructure to be able to collect organics or any other type of material, they could apply to this grant and say, hey, here's our business plan. We need funding. We want the money to help this municipality. They're given that money and they're then set off to help solve some of the waste crisis that they have in Colorado. Why can't we do that here? We should not be increasing a fee in a bill that's about solid waste management and sending it off to the general fund.
Agree. And that I wrote the original fee and it was dedicated to solid waste management and to the air system, the baghouse filters and the continuous emission monitoring. It got rated one of the other witnesses looked it up for me. It got rated in 1995 and was put in the general fund after that point. So it no longer goes to solid waste.
I hope you'll fix that.
Yeah, we should fix that definitely. And the other thing I wanted to ask is some of my constituents contacted me about the marine flares, that they are a hazardous product, but there's no process for taking them back, and they have to be, the boat owners must have them as a safety requirement, but then they just get thrown out in the trash, and it's inappropriate because they're hazardous materials. Do you have a thought on that?
So this is what we deal with in every day. We have residents, boat owners, as well as fishermen who have material that's hard to manage. It's banned from the waste stream, but we also don't have a program to collect it.
So
That's
should we have
so-
EPR for marine flares?
Well, I'd like to see an expansion of the proposal for a study on solar panels for HHW as well. There's many streams that need to be studied on how do we improve the collection. Many residents only have 1 day a year, 1 day every 364 days to get rid of hazardous material, toxic material. They might be moving, their parents died, they're in a crisis, and we have to tell them, I'm sorry, there's not another event for 6 months. And going back to the marine flares, our HHW vendors don't want them. They'll take a road flare, but they won't take a marine flare. We have to advise them to go to the police department or a bomb squad, where that's mostly where they're accepted, and half the time they don't want them. Same with ammunition. We have a problem with it's beyond the household trash. We have a problem with solid waste in the state of Connecticut, where we don't have a plan for a lot of material that needs to be managed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions? Oh, you did say that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Miss Eaton Jones. Thanks for being here with us. Very interested in how to use any funding that we're thinking about to go back into the system and into the process. And as you know, at this point, the bill is still much in process. So happy to have these conversations. Curious for your thoughts on if we were to either beginning with the funding that's currently being collected and put into the general fund, as Rep. Mashinsky has talked about, or even expanding that if that's possible. If we were able to take that money and make it as useful as possible, how would you like to see that money get spent? What would be the process for it?
Well, I think we need a stakeholder meeting to talk about strategy and a plan, but I think it needs to go into a fund that's dedicated to looking at innovative technology and solutions, grant programs for businesses in the state who support the infrastructure that we have now, and public education. I would love to see some of that money going to the Recycle CT Foundation to help us. We have an organization now that has professionals sitting on it that could be making a huge impact to the state, but we are floundering because we have no funding. And that organization was created by you. So I would see that money to be used there as well.
Who might administer that fund?
So typically I would think it would be the department, State Department, the DEP would probably have to administer the fund, but it would have to be dedicated. I wish I had a better answer to if there was another department, but it's under solid waste management. In Colorado, it's similar. It is the equivalent to our department that oversees the enterprise fund, but it's the enterprise fund that money is going to a nonprofit similar to the Recycle CT Foundation to then oversee the strategies and the plans to ensure the grants and public education is administered.
Sure, thanks. And then there's a piece in this bill, again, this work in progress bill, that is trying to get some more support for an idea that you shared at our informational hearing a few weeks ago about the regional coordinators. You referenced that in your list there. One of the ideas was to try to support funding for those through some existing money that we have related to NIP collection. Do you have any thoughts on, does that make a dent? I could tell from your face you think not. Feel free to share other ways you might want to get at that.
The NIP money, are you asking if it's making a dent?
If the policy has stated to allow some of that money to be used for these positions to fund that, do you think that's a viable way to get at some of that? Or do you have other thoughts that we might do more in that regard?
I'm not a fan of the NIP money to our municipalities. They just become addicted to funding that doesn't solve the problem of litter on our roads or deter people from what I call conspicuous consumption or immediate satisfaction of drinking alcohol in a parking lot and then putting it on the side of the road. So it doesn't have an impact to actually what it's for. And I'm sad to see many municipalities don't use it for true solid waste management. Yes, we have some municipalities like the town of Ridgefield, they're using it for a recycling coordinator. I think it's been a valued method, but there are other towns the town of New Milford uses it for bulky waste to offset cost. That's not okay. That's not helping the issue and the crisis that we have. So I think the towns really need to, and I'm calling out my own towns, by the way. I think our towns really need to reconsider what they're using this money for, and what the money was intended for. But no, it's not making a dent in what the bigger issue of what we are facing today in the entire state.
Thanks for sharing that. And then one last question, if I may, Mr. Chair. At section 1 of this bill, contemplates some funding to support enforcement, specifically around our organics program. You also listed in your items that you'd like to see more of enforcement. Is that the kind of enforcement you're talking about, or is there something that we're missing there?
Oh, yeah, I would like to see deep staff have true enforcement in regards to noncompliance. I mean, I have a whole laundry list of issues that I have with noncompliance with our haulers, with our municipalities. And when I'm talking about enforcement, I'm saying, let's look at the actual laws that we have today that could help manage and address some of the concerns we have that are ignored because we lack enforcement of any penalties. It only takes one person or entity to get hit by one of those penalties that's on the books today, for everyone else to say, oh my God, we're not going to do that. It's just like speeding down the highway. Everyone knows don't speed down Route 67 because there's always a cop on the corner, right? And what do? They slow down because there's somebody else who already received that penalty, that ticket. We need to enforce that when it comes to the penalties of non-compliance in the state of Connecticut. Maybe we'd actually see some compliance. But most municipalities as well as collectors know Connecticut Deep's not watching. There is no enforcement. And so I also don't think there's much enforcement. If you can write enforcement in these laws, but unless there's someone actually there enforcing it, it doesn't mean anything.
Thanks for sharing that. I think some of the idea of this funding is to support staff, and that's our understanding that would be necessary. So I think it sounds like that aligns with what you were hoping for.
Yes, it does. Sorry.
Here.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think that's all for now. Thanks for all your work on this.
Get very worked up on this. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Sorry, we bounced around a bit here, but I think if I've made a mistake, Molly Daniels.
Okay.
Should be remote.
No.
Okay. Arabella Pajuhi. Sorry if I messed that up.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Arabella Pajuhi, and I am a birder, naturalist, and aspiring conservation biologist. And I'm here to voice my support for House Bill 6915. I'm also the current president of 2 Young Birders Clubs, and I volunteer with the Greenwich Audubon regarding everything from Christmas bird counts to hawkwatch monitoring. I recently wrote an article for the American Birding Association's Young Birder magazine regarding the devastating impacts that rodenticides have on our birds, our ecosystems, and us. I was inspired to write this, in part, after the death of Flacco, the Eurasian eagle owl from Central Park, who died in New York in part from poisoning. And I was also inspired to write this because I have seen firsthand the impacts that rodenticides have on birds and other animals. Unfortunately, raptors' ingenious hunting methods, which would normally be their savior in a natural environment, can also prove to be their downfall. As someone who spent a great deal of time outdoors, I've watched raptors hunt near rodenticide-filled bait boxes, waiting for a weakened rodent to come along and then pick off this easy prey. Consuming too many of these rodents eventually takes its toll, and I have seen poison raptors suffering from the effects of easy meals. I have watched weakened rodents, incapacitated, suffer from rodenticide poisoning. I took these young woodchucks to a wildlife rehabilitator, who unfortunately was unable to save them. Now people may not share my strong love for woodchucks and may view them as merely pests. But think about what might have happened had their poison bodies stayed in the ecosystem. Although rodents, like woodchucks, may eventually die from these poisons, other animals, including our beloved raptors, may also consume them, and then they may become victims of secondary poisoning. In the case of the woodchucks, they could have been consumed by turkey vultures, foxes, or other animals. Those rodenticides would have traveled up the food chain, or they could have also broken down and contaminated our water and soil. And what happens when these poisons wind up in our water and soil? It hurts us. The reality is that rodenticide poisoning not only hurts other animals, but it affects humans. I ask you today to remember that we are all intricately connected, a fact that we often overlook. Repercussions extend throughout the web of life. Even if you do not particularly love the outdoors, and if you do not want to do this for the birds and other animals that are depending on us to ban rodenticides, then at least let us ban them for humans. The government has a major role to play in protecting our planet, our ecosystems, and the future of kids like me. Please do the right thing and support restrictions on second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides. Finally, remember that raptors are the best solution to rodent control. In fact, so this is jaw-dropping, one great horned owl eats approximately 12 mice per night, or around 4,000 per year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Arabelle, did you tell us where you go to school?
I actually take all of my classes online from various organizations.
Awesome. Just wanted to say thank you for being here, and really impressed that you're spending your time and so informed on this. And we thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Next, Ram Aloyan. I know him, so I don't see him. After that, we're going to go to Diane Lauricella.
Good afternoon. Is it my turn?
You're up. Please proceed.
Very sorry that I missed the call at I'm number 32. I was coming out of a doctor appointment, but thank you for letting me speak today. First of all, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, vice chairs and ranking members, as well as esteemed members of this great committee that I've watched over the years. My name is Diane Lauricella. I'm representing as lead organizer Norfolk Zero Waste Coalition. I'm a member of Connecticut Zero Waste Coalition and also on the board of Recycle CT. Several of my colleagues have already spoken to you, so I will attempt not to repeat what they said, but I want to say I am in support of it, especially both Madison Spermuley as well as Jennifer Heaton-Jones. We also had some, just terrific information given. Lastly, I wanted to highlight CLF staff attorney Scott Sanderson's discussion. I just wanted to briefly state that I am in support of House Bill 6915, 6916 as a former past president and founder of the Newark River Watershed Association. The current president, Louise Washer, will be following in the near future with some terrific discussion. But I very much care about what ends up in the groundwater and the rivers and waters of our state since the 80s. I wanted to say that for rodenticides and neonicotinoids, there are alternatives that exist, and the industry has to face fact that they could actually make money, not greenwash, but make money on lifting up the alternatives. One of the industry people actually had the gall to invoke Rachel Carson's name, and I'm trying to get over that. I wanted to focus on Senate Bill 887, which is the PFAS bill. Just to highlight what Ann Hewlick said, I'm a member of the PFAS Coalition. In my spare time, I believe alternatives exist. And quite frankly, I did not get in time for this meeting the research on washing in dishwashers and hot water, the kind of material PFAS, PTFE that comes off into our septic systems and sewage treatment plants. It's a thing and it needs to be looked at before you allow this bill. I'm against this bill. I'm sorry, Senate Bill 887, I am against it. And it should not even go any further forward. I'm going to spend the last remaining minute on House Bill 6917. Because of my background as a professional waste management, I seek out, and I've been trying to seek with some of you, discussion about how to have a more regional approach and comprehensive plan. I agree with Ms. Heaton-Jones. I was quite disappointed in this bill, and I have sat through years of this committee trying to get a handle on our waste crisis. I applaud you for trying, but I think that this bill needs much more reworking, primarily in the issue of regional approach, because if towns could come together to facilitate infrastructure for not only food waste, but textiles and all of electronics as a regional approach instead of
Diane, your
individual.
time's up. If you could summarize, please.
I certainly will. For recycling coordinators, I do think there needs to be more support and training, but hold them to account, because this committee made in previous solid waste acts that each town must designate recycling coordinators. Some are terrific, but many just add this on and don't take it seriously. And then you have a gap in the educational approach to recycling right. And lastly, DEEP needs more staffing. Not a lot, but they need more staff for enforcement. I'm not sure why they don't ask for it, because I'm a former DEP hazardous waste investigator. They need more staffing. It has to be paid for. And lastly, it should be paid for by putting the general fund monies back into determined waste management and sustainable materials management. Thanks for your time. I'm happy to answer questions, and I will be forwarding more material in writing very soon on this important issue.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Lorsell? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, Christine Cummings, who is remote. And I do not see her in the waiting room. Okay. Mary Wilson. Twice.
Mary
Okay,
Wilson.
no, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, I can hear you.
Okay, my name is Mary Wilson. I'm from Newtown and I support HB 6916, an act concerning the use of neonicotinoids. I am the founder of Protect Our Pollinators, an organization that came about as a result of a story. And I'll give you the Reader's Digest version of it. It has to do with a local 10-year-old girl who wanted to use her birthday money to create a pollinator garden. So she and her mother went and bought some plants, put them in the garden, and they were happy when they got blooms, but very dismayed when they continued to find dead bees among the blooms every morning. The mother did verify that the soil had been contaminated from the plants that they had purchased, and it was unfortunate this happened, but it was 10 years ago, and my point is that 10 years is a long time, and although there's been some limited progress in reducing neonics by the nurseries, the overall problem still exists and manifests itself in many ways. Many speakers have already told you about the current risks and harms associated with neonics. I'm not going to go into that, but for me, these unintended consequences are completely unacceptable, particularly because safer alternatives are available for the vast majority of uses of neonics. For those uses where neonics may be the best option, HB 6919 provides a mechanism for users to obtain a waiver. This waiver would then be reviewed by the state agencies, and that brings up the issue of the financial issues of where is that money going to come from? And I do appreciate that the pesticide division at DEEP is understaffed and has been underfunded for quite some time. And I don't know the best way to do this, but I recommend that the legislature or someone authorize funding to bring that department to a size appropriate for the overall needs of our state, which might include an environmental scientist. And as a minimum, I'm hoping that we could get funding enough to cover whatever small amount is needed to support this particular bill. And I do know that as of 2017, Connecticut took in $3 million from applications for pesticide licenses and other fees. And that $3 million goes to the general fund. It would make a lot of sense for at least some of that money to be returned to the pesticide division so that DEEP can do the support work that they need to do to support those applications. Connecticut is a wealthy state, and we have in the past been a leader in pesticide reform. Now with regional neonic reform effort, and that being Canada, New York, and Vermont, who've also adopted legislation similar to what we're proposing, Connecticut should not be left behind due to an unwillingness or inability to support this effort financially. And I don't think it would be a huge sum of money. This bill is wildly popular, as evidenced by over 750 people who took time to send in written testimony in support. You are dealing with an informed electorate who expects that our state will do the right thing to protect our wildlife, their habitats, and our citizens. This has been an identified problem for far too long. I strongly ask that you look at this bill as something that deserves your serious attention and get creative if you will, but let's finally get it done this session. It is time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Joshua Levin.
Hello, co-chairs, members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for sticking around so far. My name is Joshua Levin. I represent Connecticut Votes for Animals. I appreciate this opportunity today. I and Connecticut Votes for Animals are in full support of House Bill 6915. Connecticut must ban the use and sale of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides. SJRs are killing Connecticut's wildlife at an ever-increasing rate. SJRs are slow-working poisons that sometimes take weeks to take effect. In that time, the poisoned rodents are eaten by other animals, birds of prey, foxes, snakes, and others, and they consequently ingest that poison as well. The A in SJAR stands for anticoagulant. That means that this poison causes all who consume it to slowly bleed out from the inside. The pain felt by those suffering from internal bleeding is nothing short of debilitating. A brain bleed causes excruciating blinding headaches. It's described as a migraine amplified 100-fold. Other effects like dizziness, disorientation, increased heart rate, panic-ridden anxiety, feeling like you're freezing and hearing a ringing in your ears only compounds the agony. This is what animals in Connecticut are forced to endure. And it's not just wildlife. Reports indicate that more than 100 household pets have died from SJRs in recent years, and in 2023 alone, over 2,000 children were poisoned by SJRs. SJRs are counterproductive to rodent control because they are poisoning and killing the very animals that naturally regulate rodent populations. Connecticut must ban the use and sale of SJRs and utilize integrated pest management methods. One of the most prominent of such is rodent birth control. Not only is it ethical and humane, but also non-toxic and non-polluting. Rodent birth control is also more affordable than SJR bait and can be inserted into the same bait boxes. Rather than subjecting rodents and consequentially other animals to torturous forms of death, rodent birth control humanely reduces litter sizes to solve the problem at its core. And since the natural ingredients break down in the body within 15 minutes after ingestion, there is no risk posed to other wildlife. Studies performed show up to a 97% reduction in rodent populations. One of the studies applied 10 male and female rats with treated bait and 10 of each with control bait. And after 3 treatment-matched mating pair cycles, control bait females produce normal litter sizes of around 10. Treated bait females produce no litters in breeding cycles 1 and 2. 2 of the 10 produce small litters in the 3rd cycle. Rodent birth control is already in use around the country, including close by in Bushnell Park, where it's been used since 2021 and has shown incredible results. Other states like California, Massachusetts, Michigan, New York, and Ohio have also implemented some rodent birth control methods, and the results have been self-evident. I strongly urge the committee to act favorably on House Bill 6915 because SJRs are dangerous, unethical, incredibly inhumane poisons that are counterproductive to their intended purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Parker.
Thank you, Senator. Did you say 2,000 children are poisoned a year by?
In 2023 alone, yes.
In 2,000 children.
Poisoned, not fatally, but yes, poisoned.
In the United States?
That information is included in my written testimony.
I look forward to seeing that. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for coming in. You spoke kind of fast, and I'm not sure I actually heard everything you said. What is this substance that produces birth control? What is the thing that you think is a good alternative?
So rodent birth control, it's produced by a few companies: Contraceptal, Sensitech, Wisdom GoodWorks.
Oh, speak slowly. Speak slowly.
I apologize. Contraceptal, Sensitech, and Wisdom GoodWorks are three of the rodent birth control manufacturers that I am aware of. It is a concoction of naturally occurring ingredients that naturally break down rather quickly, and it reduces the fertility rate within rodents.
Okay, but it doesn't kill them.
It does not kill them, no.
Okay, so if you've got, let's say you've got a grain mill and you've got rats running around and you give them all this birth control, you will still have rats running around.
So rodents are binge eaters, and they're rather intelligent. So they will eat a bunch out of these same bait boxes that you would put SJARs in, and they'll go back to their group and be like, hey, there's food over here. All of them go there, all of them eat this birth control, and it reduces their population. And so rather than killing them, it will, over time, rather quickly, drastically reduce their numbers. I mean, a male and female rat can produce up to 1,000 offspring in 1 year. So this solves it at its core, rather than treating it like applying a Band-Aid to an open wound.
Okay, so rather than eradicate the rats that are in the grain mill, you are essentially making sure they don't reproduce and hoping they die of old age.
Sure, that's one way of looking at it, yeah.
Okay, so how do you get the rats out of your grain mill?
The rats that are already there can be treated with naturally occurring ingredients. You can sprinkle around some herbs to de-incentivize them from coming around. But this is not about torturing these animals or other animals. This is about solving the problem by reducing their numbers. So eventually you won't have to deal with large amounts of rodents coming into the grain mills at all.
Eventually. What's the average lifespan of a rat?
I am not aware of that. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's more than a year.
I am unsure.
Okay, well, if a male and a female rat produce 1,000 offspring in a year, presumably they live a year, right?
Presumably, yes.
Okay, so if you're waiting for them to die of old age, you're going to be waiting a long time to get the rats out of your grain mill.
And
I
in that time,
appreciate
we can use other types of rodent control
Okay,
rather than SJARs.
thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Rep Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick follow-up question on timing. It's the SCARs don't kill the rats right away, do they? It
Correct.
takes time. So even if there were rats in the grain barn and you gave them SCARs, it's going to take how long?
Correct. It's at minimum a week, but typically it's like up to 4 weeks for them to take effect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none.
I looked in the testimony. If you could just follow up with me, I didn't see that fact. I'd love to know about that, about the
I'll
poisoning
follow
for
up
you.
directly.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
I apologize.
No problem. You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Annie Hornish.
Thank you, Co-Chair Lopes, Co-Chair Parker, and honorable members of the Environment Committee. On behalf of Humane World for Animals, formerly known as the Humane Society of the United States, please accept this public hearing testimony in support with amendment of HB 6915, which would ban the use of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides with certain exemptions. Entire ecosystems are negatively impacted by use of SGARs. SGARs remain longer in the environment and are more deadly to non-targeted victims when compared to first-generation anticoagulant rodenticides. Pest management providers in Connecticut who use SGARs inundate our communities with toxicants that impact the ecosystem, from invertebrates to top-level predators, without addressing the root cause of the problem. The continued reliance on the large-scale use of toxicants will persist in causing irreversible harm to our wildlife, our pets, community cats, our soil, and our water, all while continuing to make a lucrative profit on a business predicated on repeat cycling of services that don't address the existing conditions that support rodent presence. The sale and use of SGARs should be prohibited for everyone, including the pest management companies, who are the precise reason why we have this problem in the first place. To this end, I respectfully offer amendment language, and that's provided in my written testimony. The proposed amendment language also will include a removal of lines 61 to 73, which creates an unnecessary and very significant fiscal note that could serve as a poison pill for this bill as it moves along the legislative process. This language surfaced last year when DEEP told OFA that they'd need a full-time position and possibly a wildlife veterinarian in order to implement a ban on SGARs, which it is absurd because neither positions would be needed. In closing, effective approaches that reduce welfare impacts to target and non-target animals alike include exclusion, sanitation, which includes proper food storage, securing trash, and cleanliness, use of repellents, fertility control products, and allowing a non-toxic environment for natural predators, including use of owl boxes to encourage native species to manage rodents naturally. Thank you for that bill, and also we support the Neonics bill. Thank you for bringing both of them up.
Thank you, Annie. Any questions? Not seeing any.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Teresa Gary.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Geary. I am the Director of Operations for the Connecticut Humane Society, testifying on behalf of Senate Bill 1282, the reduction of a rabies quarantine from 6 months to 4 months for the pets in our state. The Connecticut Humane Society is very appreciative of the Environment Committee for hearing this so important bill for many, many reasons. In the last 5 years, Connecticut Humane Society has held more than 70 pets, mostly cats, of course, for the 6-month period. And we're happy to report that, of course, all of them found their forever home after their 6-month quarantine. But a 4-month would have been a much swifter delivery through our system. The 70 pets represent almost 35 years of time for those guys to be in our system, and getting those 2 months back could just make a world of difference for their emotional well-being and the resources that it takes Connecticut Humane Society to hold those animals and kind of keep them engaged and not emotionally depressed because they're in an environment. We don't hold them in cages. We generally have them in offices with people who are able to work with them and be protected around them. But this is also not a home environment for these animals. They need a place to go quicker rather than the 6 months. So we are grateful for all of the people considering this. We are happy to make this a better state for pets, and by getting those animals out of shelters and into a new home, it not only enhances the new home, but it also enhances the pet for not having to be in a shelter for that long. We are very appreciative of the relationship and partnership with the Department of Ag and moving this issue forward, and we look forward to it being moved fully forward so that these animals are no longer have to be in a quarantine for 6 months.
Thank you. Any questions? Chris? No, that's someone else. Representative Callahan.
Thanks for coming and testifying and hanging around today. I know it's been a long day. What is there any benefit of that extra 2 months? Why is it 4?
It has been 6 months in the past, and I won't speak to the technicality. I'm not a veterinarian, but the Compendium on Rabies group who kind of authorizes rabies management as the experts have said that it used to be 6 months, and that was probably originally from the get-go. And then they've done some more research and said in the last probably more than a handful of years, that 4 months is sufficient for cats and dogs.
Okay, simple question, simple answer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you much.
Thank you.
I believe we can go back to Christine Cummings. Was she someone we skipped before? I think she's online. Christine, if you unmute yourself. Christine?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, good. Can you see me?
Nope.
Okay, I'm not sure how to make that happen. I apologize. I don't know how to make myself show up on your screen.
Doesn't matter.
Okay,
Just
well,
proceed.
say that again.
Just proceed.
Okay, thank you. All right, so honorable members of the Connecticut Environmental Committee, my name is Christine Cummings from a place called Hope. I'd like to first thank Arabella and Addie for their testimony today, which was just so inspiring to me to hear them, our future, talking about such an important topic. And I'd like to thank all of you for raising Bill 6915 to ban the use of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides statewide, but would really like it if there could be an added amendment to make second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides also registered use products so that the purchase loophole on the internet can be closed. And so when these poisons are actually used in the exempted scenarios, only licensed applicators are allowed to purchase and use them as intended, which is for infestations and not as a preventative. I'd like to also point out that it's outrageous that anyone can claim that there has been no data collected regarding the negative impact of second-generation anticoagulants here in the state of Connecticut. Our wildlife populations are under attack when a place called Hope has actually spent over $23,000 on testing at UConn and Michigan State University between 2022 and 2024. We realize that we are only one small entity, but we have exposed a massive problem, and it only represents a small percentage of what is actually happening out there. You can imagine how many more animals are affected that we can't even begin to count. As it is, our testing is showing that out of 101 dead specimens, 78 have resulted positive for one or more of the ingredients of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides, while out of those same 101, 3 have tested positive for first-generation anticoagulant rodenticides as well as second-generation. First-generation is the stuff that you can get or the public can get on the store shelves, where second-generation, of course, are the ones that are being primarily used by the pest management providers. We feel at a place called Hope that we have done a phenomenal job at proving that second-generation anticoagulants are devastating much of our wildlife, since poisons cannot be streamlined to affect one specific target. While the opposition has not been able to prove that the use of these second-generation anticoagulants are safe in any application, even when applied by somebody with a licensed applicator. This is because it's not who is applying these poisons, it's actually what is being applied that is the problem. We'd say that 80% of the dead specimens that we tested, if they were alive, would agree with us. So until anyone out there has actually had to hold an actively dying, unintentional victim in your own arms, you cannot even begin to imagine the agony, the fear of this painful and horrific, unnecessary death. Us wildlife rehabilitators are the ones who see the consequences of these poor choice methods, since we are the ones that are still in the front lines. We're the ones facing this problem head on. So I'm going to stop here and let you know that in my written testimony, I have included pricing and availability for fertility control companies, and they are affordable, and there are some that have been available in Connecticut since 2022, as well as I've provided you with a positive species breakdown of the animals that came back with second generation in their systems according to the towns that they originated.
Thank you, Christine.
Yes,
A little
thank
bit
you.
over time, so I'm going to ask a quick question.
Sure. I'm sorry that you can't see me.
No, it's okay. No, don't worry about that at all. Thanks for being with us. So the question I have is, I've been trying to get a sense on, I'm sure this is a hard number to nail down, but how many of these birds of prey are dying a year from second generation anticoagulants?
Well, sorry, that is really hard
do you have a way of, I know
actually
I think you said like 100 birds you've tested at a place called Hope.
Yes, that was over
what's the population in the state? How do we estimate that?
It's impossible to estimate. We are actually only tested 101 in total because 101 was all we could afford to do over time. It's about $225 per specimen to have tested. So it's really hard to answer how many more out there are actually affected, because obviously we're not testing everybody, and not all of these birds are coming into rehab centers to the care of rehabilitators that are having them submitted for that testing. But so many more have been dying from rodenticide poisons, whether it's from anticoagulants, neurotoxins, strychnine, vitamin D overdose. You know, you take your pick. There's a lot of poisons out there. But we, of course, have not sent in every single body this year because we've decided that we would rather spend our money as a small nonprofit on the birds that we're actually trying to save. So it's an impossible figure to come up with. But one thing that I would like to say about that is that just because we can't necessarily prove that the rodenticide itself is what killed every single bird or every single animal, you have to keep in mind when they are full of these poisons, they, just like the prey that is easily targeted by the predator, they are also affected and can't navigate their environments and are more likely to be preyed upon themselves or to experience fatal injuries. So it's one of those things that you just really, you can't put a number on. There's many, many, many coming in. And this year alone, I was averaging, before we started having the avian influenza outbreak, I was probably averaging about 3 minimum per week that I would say were suspects for anticoagulant overdose.
Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, I guess I didn't necessarily expect you to have a number, but it just feels like it'd be so helpful to have some sense of that when we have a sense of the problem here. But I appreciate the challenges you shared. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm all set.
Thank you. Any questions? Any further questions? Nope, seeing none. Thank you. We are now up to, I believe, Anthony Giovanni, who I believe I saw online. Please unmute and begin.
I'd like to thank the chairs and co-chairs for the meeting today. My name is Anthony Giovanni, and I represent the Connecticut Pest Control Association. Despite what is said about us, we do care about raptors and take very seriously that we are among the protectors of health and home here in the state of Connecticut. I'm in opposition to HB 6915 regarding second generation rodenticides as it currently stands, but am more than willing to work with the committee on a more constructive bill that could really make a difference and garner wide-ranging support. I've been a licensed pest control supervisor in Connecticut for just over 20 plus years now. I've submitted formal testimony, but would like to focus on a few things that I hope will stick with you when you leave here today. The bill as written removes the ability for professionally licensed technicians to make applications in critical situations. Let me give you a personal example. I'm a homeowner in Connecticut, and like most of Connecticut, I have an older home. Mine dates to 1900 and has a fieldstone foundation. In November of this past year, I was made aware of a rat issue by finding a basement filling with water. A rat had chewed through the retrofitted PEX plumbing and my poor sub pump was just not winning the battle. Being a trained professional, I immediately looked for penetrations, burrows on my 1+ acre lot and set up mechanical traps in my basement. Unfortunately, I was unable to find burrows or penetrations and surmised it must be under my deck that sits just 6 inches off the ground. Additionally, my traps, 7 days in, even with pre-baiting, had not caught anything. Seeing as I would not be able to take up the deck until the spring and not wanting to allow a rat to continue to contaminate and damage my home, I moved to the next step of IPM and deployed a second-generation rodenticide in tamper-resistant stations. 3 days later, I found a dead rat on my basement floor, and an additional 2 days, a second, in the feeding station. Without professionals having this tool, myself and other homeowners could still be facing the problem. Number two, the bill was written, as written, still allows untrained, unlicensed individuals to buy and illegally apply second-generation rodenticides at will. The bill as written allows for exemptions of agriculture use. Thus, it will remain legal for second-generation rodenticides to be shipped into the state, unchecked from large online suppliers, as well as freely picked up off the shelf at your local agricultural supply store. It will have an agricultural label on the container, but that doesn't matter to the untrained, unlicensed individual, as they don't know better and just see that it kills rodents. Even if they wanted to follow the directions, there are not pertinent instructions, as is not a structural label. Time and time again, we professionals find we are called to solve a problem after a homeowner or landlord has gone this route. Oh, and conveniently, there are rarely tamper-resistant stations for the untrained, unlicensed individual on the shelf to buy, even if they knew to use them. I urge you to start by making second-generation rodenticides a restricted use product. This will give DEEP the ability to stop the online stores from legally shipping into our state and require local retailers to record legal transactions to make a sale, still allowing only access to agriculture and licensed professionals. I implore members of this committee to ask me questions here and outside of this setting to work towards a common sense effective bill.
Thank you. Your timing was perfect on that, by the way. I would say I agree with a lot of what you're saying. Rats are a big problem, and they carry disease, and the cities, especially I represent, they can be a pretty scary issue when you open up your kitchen cabinets. You see you're staring at a rat, and you start thinking about how that impacts your life. But we are moving forward. I'm not going to say where this bill is going to end up, but obviously we're taking everyone's comments into consideration. Are there any other questions? Representative Callahan?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for testifying. A quick question. We heard, excuse me, a little while ago from Representative Dubitsky asked a question about how you would control a rat problem with these contraceptive type of treatments, but it doesn't address the immediate problem. So how are you going, if you have an apartment building or a house that has some sort of rat infestation, how would you deal with getting rid of them if there's no if all you have is these contraceptive type of treatments?
Sure. So just on contraceptives, contraceptives are great. And they certainly are there as a tool in the toolbox. They work really good in a situation where you have an isolated population, and you're willing to put up with the problem until they die off. In the wild, rats live for an average of 2 years. And so it could take a while for a population to be significantly impacted. The other problem with that is new populations move in that haven't had the contraceptive. And so you always have a baseline that stays there even when you're using the contraceptives. As far as a structure, you're looking for other ways to stop the rodents. It's IPM for pest control. I don't want you to think that SCARs are what we just show up at a house and SCARs get thrown out. That's not the case. We are looking for penetrations into the home, smaller things, or depending on how good the company is as far as how handy they are, that they can seal up, recommending getting a contractor to seal larger things up. Mechanical traps are used. There's so many things. Outside in the yard is usually where you can find rat burrows, and you can use CO2 to kill the rats in the burrows while they sleep. So lots of different options are available. The problem is every structure is different. Every situation is different. And to just not have them as an option, you you run a risk. The other thing too is it becomes economics. Some of these penetrations, some of these issues that can be with a house, or let's talk about a landlord situation. They're not going to spend the money to get these things fixed, or fixed correctly, or they're going to try to do it themselves. And you just continue to live with the problem. It can run in the tens of thousands of dollars to do exclusion work sometimes at locations.
I appreciate your answer. I'm just trying to figure out, are we going to be dealing with a big infestation? I don't want the birds of prey to be harmed, but I also don't want the human population to be harmed in Connecticut. So I appreciate your answer, and it's good to hear the information coming out today. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your willingness, Anthony, to help us try to navigate this going forward. But to your own testimony a couple of seconds ago, where mechanical traps and carbon monoxide and contraceptives all being used, they would seem to be, especially the mechanical traps and carbon monoxide, be more immediate rather than even the contraceptives taking a while, and even eschars taking a while. Your example in your own basement, it took a while for
the
rat to be. So why couldn't we go down the path of more immediate results rather than taking a chance on having the rat ingest the eschars, die in the wall of my home, or go outside and get eaten by an unintended consumer, and go down that road? I mean, where is there any kind of in between here?
Yeah, I think there's a little confusion there. Yes, the contraceptives do take a while. The eschars, like I said, putting out eschars, you're going to have dead rodents and rats 3, 4, 5 days, and they're dead. It's not a really long time. Putting out mechanical traps is great. And mice are much easier to get with mechanical traps because they're curious and they will go to the traps. Rats are neophobic, and it becomes much more difficult to mechanically catch rats. There's many tricks of the trade to try to make it work faster. But trapping can be a very long process. And especially if you end up in situations with like an alpha male that just completely stays away from the traps. So, eschars are actually a quicker way, but they're not the first tool that we use out of the box. We are trying a variety of different methods. The CO2 is great for the burrows, but you have to be able to find the burrow. The burrow needs to be on your property. In my case, the burrow is not on my property. And I can't just go make an application to a neighbor's property for their burrow. So you get property lines that rodents don't adhere to. So there's a lot of complications that come up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? So, Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question, are there any non-eschar rodenticides that you would use that are effective?
Sure. So there are first generation rodenticides. The first generation rodenticides, however, tend to have other side effects. It's if something else were to get into it, there's not necessarily an antidote for that. So this is where you run the risk of higher dog poisonings and things along those lines. So there are some other products out there, but they have their cons as well in treatment.
So if I understand you correctly, so that they can in some cases be more toxic?
Yes. Well, they can be toxic in not having an antidote. They can be toxic in the answer is yes. The other problem with them is there's resistance to some first generation rodenticides as well. So between a resistance situation and between the fact that it takes multiple feedings, so the product has to be out for longer for them to get it. The rodents have to go and feed on it more times to get it. It greatens the chance for dogs. I can't remember how many years ago now, maybe it's 10, 15 years ago, EPA actually changed and made it so that for homeowners to be able to buy this stuff and use it, which is sold in the shelf. Now you'll see it comes in this small container that you can't open, you can't use. It's just a disposable thing. And that was their way of trying to additionally keep it from pets and dogs in that regard.
Okay, so those are those kind of black boxes that we see and that we can buy.
Those little teeny ones that come with the rodenticide in them, yes, those have first generation rodenticide inside of them.
One more. So let me kind of ask it this way. If this bill were to pass, what would you go back to what we were just talking about, sort of the more contraceptive approach, or would you go for a first generation, or would you go for something else?
Again, it depends on the situation, right? There would be a place for first generation products to be used. It would be unfortunate, but there would be a place for them to be used. However, rodent control is not just putting out poison for rodents. And I think that's the biggest misconcept of this whole thing. It's for doing rodent control, it's a whole look at the structure, look at how this is happening, why is it happening, correcting those issues, and solving the problem at the same time so that it's prevented from happening again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, I'm going to go David Golombeski.
You hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, members of the Environment Committee. Name is David Golombeski. I'm a lifelong resident of Milford and currently employed as a golf course superintendent at Newtown Country Club. I'm the Government Relations Chair on the Board of Directors for the Connecticut Association of Golf Course Superintendents. CAGCS, in partnership with the National Superintendent Association, USGA, and the PGA Tour, has developed the best management practices document for golf courses. This allows golf courses to establish and measure progress toward goals related to environmental stewardship and providing habitat for native and migratory insects, birds, and animals, and marine life. The practices listed in the Integrated Pest Management, Pesticide Management, Water Quality and Management, and Pollinator Protection and Wildlife Habitat chapters demonstrate strategies we use to reduce our reliance on pest control products and create high-quality habitat, allowing wildlife and water bodies to thrive in these valuable open spaces. As you've heard, neonics and all other pesticides are constantly reviewed by EPA as part of the regulatory process with FIFRA. This is carried out by qualified environmental experts to ensure the safety of these products in the environment. If during the course of this reviews there's harmful effects found, restrictions and their label adjustments can be made. 2016, as you're aware, these were designated, neonics are designated restricted use here in Connecticut, limiting their access to licensed professionals that have been certified by DEEP to possess knowledge and training, understand, and minimize the risks associated with responsible use of these products. They also established a Pollinator Advisory Committee as a responsible approach to protecting and promoting pollinator species. Neonics are a critical component of IPM programs. Without having them as a tool in the toolbox, it can lead to other unintended consequences, such as using other products on a curative basis that are less effective and possibly more harmful to pollinators in the environment. From a preventative perspective, if their use is banned, it will cause the increased reliance on a single class of products, at least from a turf perspective, which in turn will lead to higher likelihood of resistant pest populations. Also, if neonics are banned, it may limit the ability to respond to future invasive and damaging insect infestations, whether it be in turf setting, nurseries, or forests. Again, the waiver process is cumbersome. Decision to approve or renew registration of pest control products requires extensive knowledge, which is why it should fall under the regulatory agencies such as DEP, not here in this building. We urge you, as others have said, to fully fund DEP, the pesticide division, hire a PhD level environmental toxicologist to review data. Additionally, ask DEEP to collaborate with UConn and the Ag Experiment Station to evaluate current trends relating to pollinator protection, water quality, and environmental effects from all uses of pesticides, and ensure that there's one-to-one label replacements before action is taken. So in closing, I ask that you oppose HB 6916 and any amendments and encourage the legislator to fully fund DEEP and have them do pesticide regulation, not this committee. And I would also urge opposition to HB 6915 as well.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Rep. Callahan, please.
Thanks for your testimony, David. Just a question about you're with the greenskeepers. How widely used and what concentrations would neonics be used in a golf course setting in Connecticut?
Some golf courses use them. Some have shipped. Some do. Some don't. They're a tool in the toolbox. They're not used, willy-nilly on a crazy basis. They're used very judiciously in certain situations. It's not like we're going out, weekly or even monthly applying these things during the growing season. They're used for certain target situations.
And would the concentration be, I don't know, if you had to do a 100-gallon tank on the back of a cart, how much would put in that tank?
I mean, it depends on the actual product, but they're neonics are generally very low use rates, extremely low compared to, we're talking, ounces per acre type of thing.
That's what I was getting at. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you testifying today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Callahan. Rep. Anderson, please.
Yep. Usher Gombeski. So it sounds like, do you have any feel for how our control of use of neonics on golf courses compares to other states?
I know it's been, there's been some further controls taken in other states. If you've heard from other speakers today, I know New York and Vermont, they've been banned there, but that's the most I can say right now.
So we may need a study in this state to see if
Yeah, no, and that's what I say, I mean, it's one of those things where, I think in this building, a lot of this decision is more made on, and with all due respect to our opposition, on emotion and such, as opposed to, this type of stuff requires, expertise and such. Hence, it's amazing that you think about the way I just thought of this is to register a pesticide to use, it just goes through DEEP's pesticide division over here on Elm Street. But yet here, and they also have the power to pull that registration if they see some detrimental effect to public health, the environment, whatever. But yet, they can easily register and pull products. But yet here we are in, the legislative body here, and we're trying to, it's essentially like we're trying to do DEEP's, no disrespect to you guys, but you're trying to do DEEP's job basically.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Anderson. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Thanks
Thank
for
you for
joining
your
us today.
time.
Yes, sir. All right, folks. Next up, for the sake of time, we're going to ask some folks from the Farm Bureau to split 3 minutes. We have Tracy McDougall and Paul and William. Take it away.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Senator Lopes, I see has stepped out of the room, Representative Parker and other members of the Environment Committee. You'll see in our testimony packet, we do have, we've submitted testimony on 6 of your bills today. You have a very aggressive agenda this afternoon. So I'm going to go through some of these and keep it as brief as I can. On 6915, there were the second generation rodenticide proposal. You'll see in our submitted testimony that there's a recommendation for a very slight modification in the wording in section 7. Right now, you have wording in there that allows use on certain agricultural operations. The wording that I've submitted that we would like to see incorporated into that bill would simply make it more available to a broader range of farming operations, basically. Again, as was mentioned earlier, these are restricted use chemicals in Connecticut, so they're only going to be used by a licensed pesticide applicator. They know how to use them, they know what the consequences are and the effectiveness of them. So if that wording is changed, as we suggested, Connecticut Farm Bureau could be in support of this bill. Moving on to 6916, the neonicotinoid bill. You've heard our testimony before on similar bills in previous years, chlorpyrifos and glyphosate and so forth. And as was mentioned by the previous speaker, Connecticut Farm Bureau has a longstanding position that the regulation of pesticides should be maintained within the currently established jurisdiction of EPA at the federal level and Connecticut Department of Environmental Protection and Energy here in Connecticut. These agencies have the knowledge and expertise to evaluate and properly decide the efficacy, not the efficacy, but the effectiveness and the appropriateness of these pesticide products for use by people in our country. And we want to make, our emphasis is that let these scientists, let these experts make the decision. If at some point down the road, there's a change in attitude there and they become banned or restricted, then that's going to be the law of the land. But it's irresponsible in our feeling to set regulatory policy through the legislative process based on a proliferation of emails. The seeds, a couple of to refute a few statements that have been made earlier, saying that there's little or no benefit to the use of the neonicotinoids in the seed treatments. That's totally false. I would refute any study that shows that kind of outcome. Farmers wouldn't be using these if there wasn't a benefit. Are there other options? Yes, those other options use typically older chemistry compounds that are going to typically have broader environmental impact as well as increased cost. But the main thing is they're not going to be as effective and they have a greater potential for non-target damage. Someone mentioned about seeds being left on the surface when they're sown, and that's, Willie Delacamere here is a farmer in Connecticut. He can attest to the fact that you don't leave seeds on the surface. Seeds are expensive. A seed left on the surface is not going to germinate and produce your crop. So that's very unlikely to be a very significant factor.
We've reached the 3 minutes.
Yep.
Thank you for the testimony. I think I see a question online from Rep. Dubitsky, and I see Rep. Kresko will have one. So let's go to Doug online. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks, Paul, for coming in. Now, I was a dairy farmer in my area. Explained to me how the whole coated seed thing works. And it seems to me that we're talking about seeds that are put underground. Is that right?
Yes.
So they're not just scattered around on the surface.
That is correct.
Okay. And what's the purpose of having coated seeds?
So by coating the seed with a very small amount of the neonicotinoid insecticide, when that seed germinates and the radicle, which is the portion of the plant that comes out first, comes in contact with that coating, it absorbs it into the system, into the, the juices, if you will, of the seed, of that young plant rather, and creates a condition where if a horn borer, a cutworm, or any other kind of pest comes, tries to feed on that germinating seed and that young seedling in its first initial stages when it's like up to 5 or 6 inches tall, it's going to pick up that insecticide product and it will die. So you will it's not going to go on to the next one and chew that one too, because that's exactly what they'll do if left unchecked. So the purpose is to have a targeted application with minimal side effects and control just the pest species that you're after.
And if the farmer does not use coated seeds, what's the alternative?
Well, we turn the clocks back, and we have a situation where farmers would have to use, as was mentioned by a previous speaker, I believe, you'd have a planter going through the field, dropping the seeds in the furrow, but also applying a pesticide product. It's called band application, where it's just sprayed in a continuous band down the row in the furrow. So it amounts to significantly more pounds of active ingredient per acre and greater potential for non-target organism impact.
Okay. Now, what was so the coated seeds are the newer technology?
Yeah, coated seed coats have been out for, I'm going to guess, I'm saying 12 to 15 years. It could be longer than that, but widely used throughout the United States by the, like 90, I think the figure I heard was like 98% of corn production in the United States is grown with treated seeds.
Now, what was the other bill that you testified about? Or the other bills?
Well, we submitted testimony on several of them. The first one I got to speak on was the Rodenticide Act, Representative.
Okay, and your position is that the experts should do it, and that isn't us, right?
Well, yes, and in a similar way, yes, but also just segueing with what the previous speaker, who was the pest control expert, talked about. They are a product that needs to be able to be used in certain situations to eliminate a rodent population. They're not going to go away overnight with the birth control methods or other softer products. And many of the first generation rodenticide products are either mice, the rats and mice have developed resistance to them, or they have what's called bait shyness. They just won't eat it. They recognize it as something you don't want to touch, so they won't eat it. And it takes many more feedings on those first generation products. So they do, if anything, they tend to linger longer before before it takes effect.
Right. Now, you said you had a number of bills. That was 2. Were there other bills that you had wanted to discuss with us?
Well, yes, the next one was the biomass fertilizer bill number 64. We believe that bill was very well intended for people who are seeking information, but we believe it's very ill-conceived. We think that the unintended consequence of this bill would be to punish farmers who have used this type of fertilizer and soil amendment on their property, which was highly touted by our state Department of Agriculture back in the day because no one knew better. We recommend a more holistic approach that would involve the farmers, the landowners, and provide help for them rather than being punitive.
Okay, so this fertilizer, this stuff that was municipal sludge?
Correct.
Okay, and it was distributed to farmers to spread on their fields?
Yeah, it was touted as a way to solve 2 problems, Representative. It was touted as a way to eliminate this backlog of product that was coming out of public, sewage treatment plants. Like, what do you do with it? And they realized, hey, this has some nutrient value. It has organic matter. Why don't we incorporate this into cornfields, say, and farmers can benefit from that additional nutrient value, the organic matter, and everything's, sound like a great idea, didn't it? Until we realized more recently that PFAS compound, PFOS, compounds that are typically found in municipal solid waste, sewage sludge, are a problem. So this bill that seeks to create this public registry would really, if think of it, if you own land and you had this spread on your land, and now, that is part of public record, what's happening with your land value? What are your neighbors going to feel about you? I mean, it's just a very bad idea. Is it a problem? Yes, we understand it's a problem, but we need to address it in ways where farmers can be a partner at the table to work out some kind of solution. This is a national problem. I think the bill that's being proposed here to just create this public registry would be a very big mistake.
Well, what would the purpose of a public registry be? It would seem like it's just a blacklist.
Yeah. It would be, again, penalizing farmers and landowners for doing something they did years ago that was perfectly legal and acceptable.
Okay, was there any other bills that you wanted to mention?
Well, appreciate the opportunity, Representative. The other one was Bill 72, Senate Bill 72, the legislative approval requirement for evicting farmers on state-owned property. There have been a couple of instances around the state where, whether it was DEP or what was the other agency? I forget now. Department of Corrections is one that owns land, but Department of Agriculture, where they've had this land and historically it has been farmed. Maybe it was deeded to DEP as a conservation measure and so forth. The farmers would like to continue being able to use that land. We have a couple instances where DEP said, well, you know what, we have other designs for this property, so thanks for all your, thanks for being here, but no thanks. We're not renewing your lease. Our recommendation, as you see in the testimony, is actually not to adopt this bill as it's written, because I think it's too onerous. If you were head of a state agency and you had to go through, get Senate and House approval to end a lease, would you ever even enter into that lease? Probably not. So to protect farmland access to these state-owned properties in the future, I think it would be more, we believe at Connecticut Farm Bureau, it would be more reasonable to say, lease that land to a farmer, but give them a long-term lease. Give them a 4 to 5 year lease or something. So when they fertilize and lime and do other land stewardship measures on that property, they know that they can reap the benefits from that over time. But to have the rug pulled out underneath them after they've had it for several years and just be told you're done doesn't seem to be very fair to farmer.
The best of intentions sometimes don't work out so well. Was that it? Were those your only bills?
The last one, Representative Dubinsky, was the solar, the bill requiring the solar developers to provide bonding. And we are in support of that bill. There are many instances where solar arrays are being put on prime and important farmland here in Connecticut. We would love to see a more comprehensive plan in place so that when that solar array reaches the end of its useful life, that land can indeed be restored to productive agricultural use.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming in, Paul. And I don't know, I can't see, I understand you had some people with you, and I'll just wave to them because I can't see them if you have somebody.
Thank you, Representative Dubinsky. We appreciate it. Rep. Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a single question on 6915. You were in the room here and you've heard some of the previous testimony basically saying that the carve out for the farm industry to use rodenticides is problem causing in itself, meaning that you guys just willy-nilly just throw the stuff around and it's, if we have to stop using it, so do you. But I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm thinking if anybody's going to judiciously use this material on their own property that either making a living off of? Well, why don't you just answer the question?
Sure. No, I'd be happy to. Thank you for the question. The reality is that in Connecticut, we don't have a lot of huge corporate farms. The vast majority of our farming operations in Connecticut are smaller family farms. And typically, where does the family live? On the farm. That's the case in my operation. We raise our children right on the farm, and the barn is 30 feet away, and the greenhouses and so forth. So yeah, in order to use these products, you need to be a licensed pesticide applicator, certified through DEP. You need to go through continuous recertification training every several years. And the label is the law, as we're taught. So the restrictions that are on any pesticide label, including rodenticides, must be followed. So to use them in any other manner or capacity is illegal. So we live on the farm. We want to make sure that we're protecting our own pets and children and so forth. So they are used quite judiciously and carefully. I mean, if you wanted to go to another level of awareness and advocacy, if you will, perhaps requiring like DEP as part of their certification process for pesticide applicators to distribute information regarding these second generation rodenticide products. That might be a good way to increase awareness, to make sure they are in fact being used properly, and just lower the incident of any kind of non-conforming use.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Gresco. Seeing no other questions, Representative Mushinski.
Yeah, I just want to say on the record that you said we're doing this bill because we get a lot of emails. That is not accurate. We had scientists come here today. We had scientists put stuff on the record. People that work with birds every day who are dying on a very high basis. We've had retired PhD from the agriculture, Connecticut Agriculture Science Center in New Haven come and testify. I mean, these are all scientists. They may not be your scientists, but they are scientists, and we do listen to them. So it's not just emails. There's actual science on the record, and it has been for a few years now. And we respond to scientists as well.
Well, I apologize if you took that offense, but there are a boatload of scientific evidence out there, including what's been done by the Environmental Protection Agency and reviewed then by the officials at our Connecticut DEP, that show these products are safe within the use that they're recommended for, and therefore their registration is being maintained. So there's two sides to any issue, and I apologize if that was offensive.
Thank you, Representative Mushinski. Appreciate it. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you very much. You have a good afternoon.
Next up on our list, we've got number 47, Clarice Begeman.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon, co-chairs Parker and Lopes and members of the Environment Committee. I'm Clarice Begman, Secretary of the Friends of the Farm River and Estuary, nonprofit organization, whose mission is the protection and improvement of the environmental quality of the 25 square mile Farm River watershed. We are also citizen scientists currently doing water quality studies, identifying fecal coliform sources, and also finding very low dissolved oxygen levels in the estuary. The Farm River watershed involves areas of North Branford, North Haven, Wallingford, Durham, East Haven, and Branford. In addition to our written comments, I am pleased to testify in support of HB 6915 regarding rodenticides and HB 6916 regarding neonic. The Farm River is already one of the most environmentally impaired water bodies in the state due to elevated levels of fecal bacteria, excess nutrients, sodium, and turbidity from stormwater runoff, lawn fertilizers, failing septic systems, industrial operations, and agricultural practices. In 2020 and 2022, the DEEP analyzed the river, 3 tributaries, the estuary, and the embayment at Long Island Sound, and found that they failed to meet federal water quality standards and were impaired for one or more federally designated uses, including recreation and as habitat for fish, aquatic life, and wildlife. Okay. We are very concerned about the condition of the farm, river, and estuary and want to prevent further contamination from rodenticides and neonicotinoids. The U.S. Geological Survey found neonics in 56% of Connecticut waterways tested, as well as in our groundwater at levels deadly to aquatic life and which pose serious risks to human health. The Farm River, despite its degradation, serves as one of the sources of water in Lake Saltonstall for our drinking water managed by the Regional Water Authority. US EPA does not regulate non-agricultural uses of neonics or neonic-coated seeds, despite widespread contamination of the nation's waterways. Regarding rodenticides, Mr. Giovanni, 2 speakers ago, made a comment that said that there's no antidote for first-generation rodenticides. I would have you check with your scientists, because that is actually true for the second-generation rodenticides, not the first. You can treat the first with high doses of vitamin K. Free Friends of the Farm, River, and Estuary, recently observed a dead barred owl bleeding from its beak, a dead fox in a driveway bleeding from its mouth with no other visible injuries, and a family cat previously healthy the days before vomiting blood, then dying, shortly after pest control company placed eschars at a business near their home. A recent spill of rodenticides in Brantford required deep staff wearing hazmat suits to come remediate the release. The dangers to wildlife posed by eschars are so well known and documented that even secondary poisoning cannot be considered unintentional. Regarding costs, we know that remediation of toxic chemicals is very expensive. Yes, these bills will cost money to implement, but the future remediation costs could be much greater, not to mention the potential human health costs, physical and emotional. You heard about PFAS.
Could you please wrap up? Thank you.
You heard about PFAS and other carcinogens in drinking water. We don't want to be facing the same with rodenticides and neonicotinoids. We support integrated pest management without eschars. For all these reasons, we strongly urge Environmental Committee to vote in favor of 6915 and 6916.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we're going to move along. Thank you for being with us today.
Welcome.
Next up on our list, we have number 48, Stephen Burns. Stephen, are you with us?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, co-chairs, for the invitation to testify, ranking members and members of the Environment Committee. I'm here in support of SB 887, which is the act purporting to exempt certain cookware from PFAS requirements. I lead a relatively new organization. You heard about this from one of your previous testifiers, called the Cookware Sustainability Alliance. And we created this alliance of most of the cookware companies in the world that have a significant stake in nonstick cookware. Our purpose is very simple. We're dedicated to providing science-based information about the safety of cookware products, both for consumers, but also for policymakers like you. We're here to educate and advocate. We're here to bring science and studies. We don't bring corporate sponsored studies. We actually rely upon independent, refereed science journal articles. And we've submitted some of these to committee staff in the past. Because when we're talking about the environment in this committee, or ultimately public health, which obviously everybody's concerned about, PFAS and public health, we think that public policy decisions need to be guided by sound science. I'm here to make quick 4 points, if I could, today. The first is to really define how a fluoropolymer is and how it's different from PFAS chemicals. Fluoropolymers are what creates the nonstick coating on a nonstick pan. There are 12,000 chemicals in PFAS groups, 12,000 different ones. Some of them we feel don't belong on the list. PFOA and PFOS, you've heard these mentioned before today. They are chemicals of concern, there's no doubt about it. But fluoropolymers, and especially the one that we use called polytetrafluoroethylene, PTFE, it's up to 1,000 times larger than any PFOA or PFAS molecule. And the result is, and again, this is backed by numerous studies, it passes through a human body. It cannot bioaccumulate. It is not water soluble. There has never been shown that a molecule of PTFE or fluoropolymer has been able to bond with H2O. They simply pass right through it. And so as a result of that, a lot of the concern is voiced in whether or not nonstick pans might end up in landfills and somehow break apart, or maybe they get scraped in the kitchen. It doesn't matter because the actual molecule of a fluoropolymer is non-toxic.
Mr. Burns, your time is up. Can you please summarize? Thank you.
Be happy to. So there's really 4 or 5 points I want to make at the end. Non-toxicity, not water soluble, highly stable. Fluoropolymers don't degrade. We no longer manufacture with PFOA. One of your panelists said this, and here's something that I'd leave the committee with. Fluoropolymers are used by the medical profession, and I noticed that you've exempted medical devices in your bill. They are coated around a pacemaker, a stent, or a catheter. If a fluoropolymer coating a nonstick pan is deemed to be dangerous, how is it that the medical profession for decades now has coated pacemakers with that same chemical before injecting them placing them into the human body? So thank you for the opportunity to testify. And I'm happy.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. We appreciate it. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Lopes.
All right, thank you. With the new chemicals that you put on, are you still putting, is he there? Oh, good. He disappeared on the big screen. Are you still putting out the warnings on the pots and pans when you sell them saying, do not overheat, do not scratch the surface?
There are warnings often that say do not heat over 500 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a significant temperature. I haven't seen a do not scratch because, again, our position is that the coating itself isn't dangerous. It would lessen the, how effective the pan is if it's scratched up, because it's supposed to have a nonstick surface. But we do, like, an automobile would have warnings. Any device in the kitchen would have some type of warning. We say don't use it over 500 degrees.
The bill from last year, does it create a problem with your company and the companies you're associated with selling these products in Connecticut?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would essentially start the process of removing them from all Connecticut households and restaurants, for that matter.
Okay. I don't know how much you paid attention to earlier testimony. We had significant testimony about the dangers of even your newer chemicals. One of them being, as they're heated, they can be released into the air and be breathed in as a danger. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. And I would refer anybody who's interested. The Washington Post had a great article about this last July. I think it was called, it had Teflon flu in the title. But in that article, the Post talked about the first case of Teflon flu, and I do use air quotes on that, was I think a 29-year-old man in Tokyo, Japan, who fell asleep for 5 hours while boiling water, woke up, and then went to the emergency room with nausea and headaches. Nobody's expired, nobody has died. And what the article goes on to do is quote almost a dozen different poison center executive directors, toxicologists, chemists in universities. None of them, not a single one, says that is more than user error. As a matter of fact, one of the professors quoted said, I go home and the only thing I use are nonstick pans. I just use them correctly. So yes, there has been cases of, as there is with anything in the house, if used improperly, it may cause harm, but it has not caused, as I say, and I don't say this lightly, it hasn't caused a fatality. It's caused headaches that go away after a couple hours.
Okay. I'm all done with questioning. Any other questions?
Sorry.
No, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm not there in person again. Mr. Burns, I was looking for your written testimony. I apologize, I couldn't find it if you submitted. Did you submit written testimony?
I did, sir. I'm sorry if it's not up there.
No, I'm sure it is. I've been going back and forth to various testimonies. I didn't see yours. Were there any studies that the PTFEs are not water degradable? In other words,
Yes.
did you cite those in your paper?
I don't in my written testimony. I'm happy to send that as a follow-up, sir, but there's been multiple studies that it doesn't bioaccumulate. It's not water soluble, as I've said, and ultimately not toxic. But we do have studies from around the world that will show that.
All right. Could you please forward that? I think you would agree, Mr. Burns, that in the past, representations to past legislators about the safety of various chemicals have been in dramatic error.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So you can understand where some of us on both sides of the aisle are a little skeptical of just blanket statements. But if you provide the studies, I'll take a look at it. I appreciate it. We certainly don't want to harm good players in the business environment, but at the end of the day, there have been bad actors and are bad actors, and we need to, unfortunately, bad actors sometimes create bad legislation, but we need to do something. So whatever you can do to help us navigate these dangerous waters would be appreciated. Thank you.
Be happy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions? Seeing none, well, thank you for your time, Mr. Burns.
Thank you.
And we're up to number 49, Pete Gorman. Welcome, Mr. Gorman. Thanks for sticking around all day.
Thank you very
Take
much
it away.
for the opportunity. Representative Parker, Senator Lopes, members of the Environment Committee. It's nice to see some familiar faces here as well as some new ones. I am here testifying today in opposition to House Bill 6915 and 6916. Representatives from the pest control industry have and will continue to provide testimony on House Bill 6915, so I'm going to focus on 6916. Neonicotinoids are not the new DDT. They are one of the chemistries that replaced DDT. Proponents of this bill are relying on obsolete data and biased reports to convince legislators to bypass the regulatory process designed to protect human health and the environment. The Yukon report and the Hartford Courant article comparing neonics to DDT are both biased and contain multiple inaccuracies and unsupported assumptions. And it would be irresponsible to draft legislation based on information contained in either document. The authors of the Yukon report never collected a single sample. Instead, they developed models to fit outdated data and made assumptions to support the position of the people that paid for the study. When you dive deeper into the data in that report, you will find that when most of the samples were collected, the 2016 law that designated neonicotinoids as restricted use had not taken effect. Neonicotinoids were still available to homeowners, and alternative modern chemistries were not yet available. The authors repeatedly refer to applications made to golf courses, even though golf courses were early adopters of acelepryn, which poses significantly less risk to the environment. Figure 1 in Section 2 of the Yukon report indicates that samples were collected from 2002 to 2009. Acelepryn was not registered by the EPA until 2008 and was not available for use until the spring of 2009. Over the last few years, we have discussed the declining pollinator population, but failed to generate current data or consider the impact of habitat loss and fragmentation caused by urban and suburban development dating back to the mid-1900s. Last year, we were told that neonicotinoids had been killing birds for over 50 years, even though they were not registered until the mid-1990s. This year, we are drafting legislation without evaluating the impact of the 2016 bill that designated these products as restricted use pesticides or the shift to the modern, more desirable alternatives. Misinformation packaged into attractive messaging and marketing is propaganda. It takes extensive experience and expertise to interpret the data related to the interaction of key chemical characteristics such as solubility, persistence, and the tendency to bind to organic matter, and to understand how these products impact the environment. Once again, the proponents of this bill are using carefully selected data to encourage legislators to bypass the regulatory process that remove DDT and other persistent pesticides from the market, reviews data related to current issues, and replaces older chemistries with new technology that is more effective and poses less risk to human health and the environment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on these bills once again.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. Are there questions from the committee? Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gorman. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Are you still involved with the golf course community?
I am through employment and as the immediate past president of the Connecticut Environmental Council. We are the advocacy partners for that, for the superintendents and other groups. And recently, I was the chair of the group that developed the New England Best Management Practices for Golf Courses document.
Okay, thank you for that. And are golf courses using seeds with neonics?
No. So seeds for neonics with neonics on them are limited to agriculture. So primarily neonicotinoid applications would be either sprayed or they would be applied through a granular fertilizer.
And are golf courses using the sprays generally?
Usually they're very targeted as far as their sprays, yes. And my experience with many golf courses is that most of them have already shifted over to acelepryn or the anthranilic diamides, which is a much more desirable and much more effective product. But Representative Parker, we've talked a number of times about this in the past. A few minutes ago, I just emailed you the labels between the imidacloprid label, which is the most widely utilized neonic in the world, and acelepryn. And I encourage you to read the two labels. Look at the language that includes the specific bee protection steps that are required by law, and then look at the list of pests controlled and identify the gaps between the two. It's not a one-to-one replacement. So again, while the industry is being responsible and shifting the majority of the use to the new modern chemistry as it becomes affordable, and as new products become available. But you can't take the products away from us, because that would have a significant impact on our ability to manage emerging pests. One of the things that we keep talking about is invasive pests. They're not all necessarily invasive. They can be present, but they become a problem periodically, right? So a lot of the pests that we use these products for in turf are Japanese beetles, Asiatic garden beetles, European mass chafers. They all have names from foreign origins. So they're not native. They don't have native predators to protect us against them. So we need to keep these tools in the toolbox, which is why we rely on the regulatory process.
And I just, one more question, if I could, in follow up to that. My understanding is that there's alternatives to neonicotinoid use, especially with golf courses. And would you be, certainly the bill has outlined in the past an exception for infestations. So would you be amenable to a ban with an exception on infestation as is outlined?
So there's two parts of the answer to that question. Number one, as far as an exemption for infestations, the pest and this applies to many different pesticides. Pest populations do not move at the same pace as the regulatory process or legislation, right? So pest populations grow, can be very rapid. It can occur over time. Think about asking the commissioner of the DEP to provide an exemption to a pesticide. I mean, look at the passion that we've had in this room today. It would be very, very difficult to convince somebody to provide an exemption. And that could lead to significant damage. How many bills have we had over the last few years to talk about protecting our forests and the natural resources that we enjoy throughout the state, and the impact of climate change. All of these things are interrelated, but we tend to ignore a lot of the interconnectedness in these bills. Your other question about the alternatives, right? So acelepryn and its related chemistries are much more expensive than the neonicotinoids. The cheaper alternative is a curative approach, which is far more toxic to pollinators and much less effective. So you're going to either ask people to spend more money on a product, or they're going to take the shortcut to the alternative that is less desirable. So that's one of the unintended consequences that we've talked about in the past.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, Representative Callahan.
Good to see you again, Mr. Gorman. When it comes to application of neonicotinoids, first of all, it's not only used on golf courses, obviously, it's used on if there's an infestation in a forest, whatever can be reached. We don't know what's going on in the deeper forest, but in your experience, two questions. Is it done in a low dose as far as dilution? That's the first question.
So the dilution rate will be based on the area that you are making the application to. So that will vary. It will all be determined based on the EPA approved label. So, but to give you, I believe, it's I think the imidacloprid rate for grubs on turf, and I would never do this when I was using it, try and pull it out of my head. I'd always read the label. I want to say it's around 1.6 ounces per 1,000 square feet, depending upon the concentration of the product that you're using. So I guess it's irresponsible for me to even make that assumption. But yes, it's very low use rates. But to give you another example of how the regulatory process works, acelepryn, the replacement, is 8 ounces per acre.
Okay.
Right. So as you go from older chemistries, it's pounds or ounces per 1,000 square feet. And then we get down to a fraction of ounces per acre. So the products become far more concentrated, far more effective, so that you have to introduce less material into the environment. That's how the regulatory process works.
And along those lines, just one follow-up, Mr. Chair, is the application done in a blanket approach, or is it done in a target approach when you're using neonics?
Typically, it's used preventatively, because in a turf situation, you're trying to avoid the less desirable curative approach. You also are trying to avoid the economic damage. In an agricultural situation, what you're trying to do is avoid the loss of your yield, right? Farmers can't go back and just replant those crops. Once they're damaged, that's a loss to the farmers, and they take that financial hit. In turf, you can do a renovation, but it's costly. It requires more money, more fertilizer, more water, as opposed to preventatively preventing the infestation to begin with.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gorman.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Senator.
Hi. Were you present when the earlier testifier, Rebecca McMacklin, was speaking?
I don't know. I don't recognize all the names.
Okay.
Is there a specific topic?
Yeah, she was it's been a decade director of the horticulture at Brooklyn Bridge Park.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I remember.
I Googled her. She has some bona fides.
Yep.
Look pretty good. She maintained in her testimony that after taking away the usage of a lot of the neonics and chemicals and going on a more organic track on building the biodiversity of the park, they have an incredibly lush, award-winning kind of park. She said that a lot of the invasive species stopped coming. They had to stop treating for them, and then also the increase in the numbers of threatened bees, stick bugs, mantids, and ladybugs all returning to the park. I mean, you're very knowledgeable in your stuff. She seemed also very knowledgeable. I mean, what's your take on her? She also said it was less expensive to do it that way. So I mean, please expound on that.
So again, there's a lot to that, right? So yes, you can create a healthy, vibrant ecosystem using organic products and organic fertilizers, which is your primary defense to any pest in an IPM strategy. But again, we're looking at one isolated incident in one geographic location that is very unique, right? So she's down in Brooklyn Bridge Park or something like that. That is not the open spaces of Connecticut. And the pest population dynamics would be very different in this area.
Yeah, it did seem like not just there. She left there a while ago, and now she's at a cemetery park. She's had success in multiple locations.
Yes. So the success is based on the fact that she created a very vibrant, healthy ecosystem to begin with. So that is always your first step in IPM. But that also doesn't take into account the applications of these products to protect, say, against hemlock woolly adelgid, which almost wiped out hemlocks in the state of Connecticut in the late 1990s. I remember hiking in Penwood Park many, many times where they essentially had to come in and log the forest to be able to prevent forest fires down the road. They harvested all the hemlocks, and I still hike there with my dog on a regular basis, and there's still that area is still recovered. It took about 25 years for that area
And
to
as you
recover.
mentioned, this is stuff well in the past that before a lot of the chemicals, a lot of maybe her techniques have come into play as well. I've been in Penwood Park many a time myself.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the problem we run into every year, and it's the benefit of the committee and the population watching. We have knowledgeable people saying on one side of this issue, knowledgeable people on the other side of the issue, and we're trying to make a decision on which way to move forward. And it is very difficult because you had knowledgeable people saying contrary information.
It is. And my argument going all the way back to the chlorpyrifos bill many years ago, we were till late at night. We all remember that pain. Is that we're talking about the regulatory process, not necessarily defending this specific chemistry. The regulatory process has the initial evaluation, which now includes evaluation under the Endangered Species Act. It has a renewal requirement every 15 years where we have to go and confirm that the data is still valid and evaluate the current uses to determine if this product is still safe and effective and necessary. And that regulatory process is what got us from DDT to neonicotinoids and now to even better technology. And my argument has always been that it's irresponsible to bypass that regulatory framework. The legislative act was to establish FIFRA, which includes many of the guidelines that were laid out in Rachel Carson's book, Silent Spring. And I was shocked to hear the other day that Rachel Carson was actually a certified pesticide applicator.
Well, I'm not quite old enough to remember a lot of DDT, but I don't know if it was a regulatory process or the birth abnormalities and the deaths that really spurred the change.
So DDT was actually the soft eggs of the eagles. It was the bioaccumulation of the pesticide, which is no longer allowed under FIFRA.
All right, we're only halfway through our testimony at 6 o'clock, but Rep. Callahan.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I forgot to ask Mr. Gorman one question. You said at the beginning you're going to concentrate on the neonics, but I just wondered what your opinion was on, briefly, please, on the rodenticides.
The one part about the rodenticides that I have not heard anything about today that we mentioned last year that I want to bring back up is the social justice implication of this bill. The areas that are most prone to rodent infestations and the diseases that they spread are high density urban populations dominated by minorities, immigrants, and low-income residents. And a lot of the incidents of exposure are in affluent rural areas. And I think we really need to consider that when we're looking at all of the alternatives as far as this legislation.
Thanks, Mr. Gorman.
I'll venture a few questions, not to drag this on too much further. So I'll be brief and ask you to be as well. In terms of do you have any suggestions on how we might be able to tell the extent of use of neonics? And no, there's again, in that Yukon paper, it's not being tracked because it's not being recorded by this specific pesticide. Any thoughts on how we might be able to improve that? And I'll cross one off later in the list, which is, I did hear you say you use them preventatively on golf courses, which makes me think it's not targeted response to an issue, it's the whole course. So help me understand the usage of that and how we might get better data on the usage, because I appreciate that's where you're coming from.
Yep. So, and I can follow up one-on-one because
Sure.
you've been
Yeah.
interacting for the interest of time. So the first question, can you state the first part again? I apologize.
Yeah. How might we be able to track the use of this?
So the retracting the use is to work with the regulatory agency. All of our use is now required to be submitted online, and so that it can be used in a searchable format. So give them the resources that they need to continue that process, and they're even working to improve that process within the regulatory agency.
And do they do that by, like, was it say you're using a neonic or something else, or is it just any use of pesticides? Is it specific?
We have to provide reporting for all restricted use pesticides that we use throughout the course of the year, and distributors have to submit a report as well.
So the data is there somewhere.
The data is there.
All right, thanks.
It can be refined, and that process can be improved, but we made significant improvements in that in recent years. As far as where these products are used, you're protecting your highest value areas first. That's where people tend to invest the money in the acelepryn and the more expensive products that are more effective. If neonicotinoids are used at all, it's on the periphery of the golf course, and it's the area that it's being used is shrinking every year.
And when you say use it preventively, is that like once a year you'd put it down and spray the whole course?
Yeah, you use it once a year, and it's designed to be systemic enough and persistent enough to protect for the entire season.
It sounds like a lot of use in terms of the whole course.
Well, you'd have to look on a case-by-case basis, but that information is available too.
Sure. Okay. Appreciate that.
All the application records are available for public consumption.
Awesome. And then my last question was just, you referenced unintended consequences about if neonics aren't available, people will use a different product that's more dangerous and have to use more of it. What product is that, and why is that legal?
It's one of the products that at one point was more desirable than DDT and chlordane and ophthalol and all those. And it replaced older chemistries, and hopefully soon through the regulatory process, we will have a replacement for that one as well.
Is there a specific one that you were referencing?
Dilox or trichlorophon.
Okay.
And in fact, Rich Coles was at a seminar yesterday, and he actually showed that some of the new anthranilic diamides, which acelepryn is in that class, could be used for curative applications. So that application could be replaced as well.
Thanks for all that you shared. We really appreciate it. And looking forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you to the committee. We appreciate it. Next up, we have number 50, James Woodworth. Is Mr. Woodworth with us? A little tongue twister.
Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Hey, I'm here. I have to give you guys credit for your persistence and your endurance. This has been quite a long time. But anyway, I'm Jim Woodworth. I'm a stewardship chair of the Great Meadows Conservation Trust in Weathersfield, Rocky Hill, and Glastonbury. And you missed me by one shot here on the camera, I think. But anyhow, I'm 50, not 52. But anyway, several of our floodplain parcels are leased to excellent local farmers. Great Meadows has been designated a state-level important bird area by the National Audubon Society, but it is also a fertile and productive floodplain farming area. GMCT's official statement is in unequivocal support of HB 6915 and HB 6916, has been submitted by the GMCT Vice President, Diana Evans. My comments express my own views based on consulting with farmers, the Farm Bureau, and my own research. I also want to express unqualified support for HB 6915 concerning control of rodenticides for the benefit of our birds of prey, eagles and hawks, for example, that nest in the meadows. In speaking with our turf farmer, I am pleased to report the substitute of the pesticide acelepryn for the previously used neonicotinoid, as your previous speaker mentioned. Thus, I support the turf provisions of 6916. I support the reduction and ultimate elimination of the agricultural uses of neonicotinoids because of its effect on pollinators and birds, exacerbated by neonicotinoids' water solubility and leaching into streams and rivers, with collateral damage to insects and birds that feed on them. However, the proposed bill bill's ban on the agricultural use of neonicotinoids offers a waiver plan that might be unworkable for the use of nicotinoid treated seed that would place an undue burden on these small farm businesses that produce our local food. Our farmers, however, follow integrated pest management and agricultural pest management practices, and their pesticide use is subject to DEEP regulation. The focus of the bill should be on encouraging the development of alternate pesticides and the tightening of the application of IPM so that nicotinoid seed treatments are calibrated to target severe insect pests on a case-by-case, field-by-field basis, rather than prophylactic treatment. This will require much more, perhaps, intensive monitoring of the effects of pest infestation and experimentation with comparing crop yields from seed treated with nicotinoids and seed treated only with fungicides or with alternate pesticides as they are made available. According to the Farm Bureau, currently 95% of corn seed purchased by farmers in Connecticut is treated with nicotinoids.
Mr. Woodworth, your time is up. Would you please summarize?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so if 1% of the seed sold in Quebec is not treated with nicotinoids and 95% in Connecticut, that's a scandal. And that the powers that be that educates the farmers, because they get their education, they learn their education, they're not stupid, they are doing the best they can. That needs to be corrected somehow so that
Thank you, Mr.
nicotine,
Woodward.
yes, is
We
reduced.
appreciate it.
Okay.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time. We're going to keep moving. Next
Thank
up
you.
on our list is number 51, Justin Donovan.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity today. I'm Justin Donovan, and I'm here representing Connecticut Environmental Council. I'm also a sales rep for Target Specialty Products and former vice president of Turf Masters, holding a dealer's and supervisory license here in Connecticut. I'm here to oppose both House Bills 6916 and 6915. In 2015, while managing over 220 million square feet in Connecticut of turf, roughly 13,000 individual homes, I voluntarily made the decision to switch from imidacloprid, a neonic, to a celloprine product that's a different chemistry and happened to be more effective on my target pests, grubs. As I progressed in my career, I now sell products to other professionals, and I encourage all my customers to make that same move I did a decade ago. And can say with certainty that our industry is adopting these newer technologies and moving in that direction. However, as much as I encourage the use of alternatives whenever possible, the banning of neonics would have a devastating impact in limiting our toolbox when alternatives do not exist. If you think back to the images you have in your mind of what America looked like at the turn of the century, I'm sure you picture what I do, a tree-lined street where it seemed like the trees reached out from the other side, almost cathedral-like. Rarely have I ever seen such a tree-lined street in my life, but our streets did actually used to look that way until the 1950s, when they were all killed by Dutch elm disease brought in through the invasive elm bark beetle. That one beetle wiped out a tree that had become ubiquitous across the country. Today, the main remnants we have from that iconic Native American species, the American elm, are the streets named Elm Street that you find on almost every street in America, or every town in America. That tree is gone from our environment, and the next one we're going to lose is the ash tree. The ash tree can be protected and saved with the use of neonics, and neonics are the only effective tool at doing so. Without neonics, ash trees are going to disappear. Banning neonics when they are so useful in controlling invasive species isn't a move to save our environment, but in fact will ensure we continue to lose native species we all want to keep in our environment. The thing with invasive species is we don't know yet what the next one will be. These tools are already restricted to only be in professionals' hands and something not available to the public. Waivers would create substantial roadblocks to proper, timely treatment and limit the efficacy of these products. Please let the professionals have their tools. We've already lost the elm trees, and we're on a path to no longer hearing the distinctive crack of an ash baseball bat at Fenway Park or Yankee Stadium. Neonics are essential tool we need to keep in our toolbox to protect our native species. And if I could, just to touch on HB 615, and Pete just mentioned this, but I also sell a lot of products to pest control companies. And when it comes to rodenticides, they are almost exclusively, all the rodenticides I sell are being used in inner city areas where you talk to the technicians.
Donovan, your time is up. Would you please summarize? Thank you.
You talk to the technicians, and these children, the people are living on top of each other in filth, and it doesn't matter if you're clean because your neighbor's not clean and you can't afford to get out. And there's not many tools in the toolbox that are going to be nearly as effective in trying to address public health in the
Thank
people
you.
that really need it most.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Next up on our list is number 52, Katie DGN Antonio.
Nice job. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
My name's Katie. I'm from Killingworth. I'm on the Killingworth Conservation Commission and also the chair of Democracy, Women in Action, and Indivisible chapter. Testifying today in support of 6916 and 6915. I'm an avid gardener and environmentalist. I fully support the reductions in use of toxic neonics and rodenticides. We live in the woods. We love to see our butterflies, bees, wasps, and bats. They're all native species that we do not want to kill off. We also have an owl that lives nearby who we like to listen to in the summer, so we don't want to see him poisoned. Next, I want to talk about 6917, which I support with concerns. I worked for several years on the Sustainable Essex Committee. We led annual litter cleanups, and the number one thing we picked up were single-use plastics that covered our food and toys and just other junk, things that is, wrapping all of the things we use. They cover, or they end up in our soil, our ponds, our rivers, and eventually the Long Island Sound. And reducing plastic pollution is just not happening at the level of the consumer, putting that burden on the consumer to know what to recycle properly. That education, there needs to be way more funding for it. And an important piece of the puzzle is actually incentivizing those producers of the plastic to properly dispose of it. So I was pretty disappointed that there's only an ongoing study for EPR for consumer packaging. I know there was proposals last year to make EPR for consumer packaging into law. And so I think just all these studies and task force are stalling techniques. The recyclers and producers, they insist that education and better recycling will fix the problem, but I don't see that as the case. Disposable plastic has infiltrated every segment of our lives because it's cheap to make. And as the world transitions to renewable energy, oil industry's plan B is single-use plastics, things that are in all of our packaging. So they really don't have a financial interest in promoting recycling or making sure it's a viable market because of cheap virgin plastic that's easy to make and they can keep selling. So it's really important for Connecticut to lead the way in legislating a robust EPR for consumer packaging. And, even though we're a small state, I think we can really lead the way in doing this and encourage all the other states, big and small around us, to have a regional coalition. So I urge you to support this bill and make it stronger, and it's an investment in our future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And we will move along to number 54, Lori Brown. Ms. Brown, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you so
ahead.
much. Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Senator Lopes and Representative Parker and all the members of the Environment Committee. I'm Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And I'm here to state our strong support for 3 bills on your agenda today. 6916 that would curtail the use of neonicotinoids, 6915 to ban the use of rodenticides, and 6917 to better manage solid waste, and in particular, the food waste and food donation provisions. So with regard to the two pesticides, this is, as you know, the third year that the neonics and the rodenticides bills have been raised by this committee. And you've heard overwhelming support every single year for these initiatives and the indisputable damage that these chemicals are causing for both wildlife and humans. So we're actually very disappointed that DEEP is asking that the rodenticides only be restricted and not banned because of the lack of resources. And I, align our comments with those of Annie Hornish of that DEEP really doesn't need to hire staff to implement this program and this restriction. Plus, the restriction absolutely does not fix the problem. It is a pest control industry profit center, and they're not concerned about the unintended wildlife deaths they're causing. So unless you prohibit the use, the industry will simply continue to use this product unchecked, as widely and as often as they can. And, like I said, it is a profit center. It's a repeat business profit center where they actually go to the businesses and they replace and refill the poison boxes on a regular basis. So I know you've heard from, many testifiers that the science and the impacts of both neonics and rodenticides are just painfully clear. So please, I would urge you to listen to the expertise of the hands-on wildlife advocates who do understand the problems and the solutions, I think, than pretty much anyone I've heard today. So we do ask that you support both the neonics and the rodenticide bills in their most effective form and help them get over the finish line this year. With respect to the solid waste bill, I want to specifically highlight the section that addresses food donation. So it seems that 1 in 8 Connecticut residents struggle with hunger, and while large food generators really throw away hundreds of tons of perfectly safe, healthy food, I mean, the solution seems pretty obvious there. And HB 6917 would really address this by requiring a food donation plan for the large commercial food generators. And this would reduce the food waste and redirect edible food to our communities. So that, I hope, will stay a strong provision in that bill. And lastly, I just want to register our opposition to SB 887, that it's exempting the cookware from PFAS. This would really undermine the great work that the committee did last year to curb the spread of toxic PFAS chemicals in our environment. And I think it would just be an unjustified step backwards and does not deserve your support. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. We appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for joining us. And we will move on to number 56, Myra Clockenbrink. Is Myra?
Good evening. Whoops.
Welcome. Good evening. Take it away.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Myra Clockenbrink, and I serve on the Town of Greenwich Sustainability Committee. I am here to speak in strong support of HB 6915, HB 6916, and in opposition to SB 887, bills that address the use of rodenticides, neonicotinoids, and PFAS in cookware. These toxic substances are not just environmental pollutants, they are direct threats to our wildlife and by extension to us. In considering this bills, I want you to keep in mind that our wildlife populations are already under threat from the bird flu virus. The virus is devastating wild bird populations, waterfowl, raptors, scavengers, and shorebirds. Even worse, it has jumped to mammals, killing coyotes, foxes, raccoons, and bobcats in our region. Our wildlife is already struggling, yet we continue to introduce more poisons into their environment. Rodenticides are killing raptors and mammals outright. Eagles, hawks, foxes, and bobcats that consume poison rodents suffer slow, agonizing deaths. This is preventable. These chemicals should not be used when effective non-toxic alternatives exist. Neonicotinoids are another insidious threat. Coated onto seeds, they spread through the entire plant and leach into the soil and water, poisoning birds, pollinators, and mammals. Birds die from eating treated seeds. Those that survive may suffer reproductive failure, eggs that don't hatch, chicks too weak to thrive. Mammals face infertility, birth defects, and increased mortality. The science is clear. These chemicals do not just stay where they are applied. They persist, they spread, and they kill. And then there's PFAS. These forever chemicals contaminate our waterways and bioaccumulate in wildlife, leading to immune system disruption, liver toxicity, and reproductive failure in birds like bald eagles and ducks and fish, and even in marine mammals. We cannot continue to poison the very ecosystems that sustain us. I wish I didn't have to deliver this litany of harm to you today, but this is the bottom line. You may not be able to stop bird flu yet, but you can restrict rodenticides, neonicotinoids, and prevent loopholes in our PFAS law. Our wildlife is already under siege, and we look to you to act. With gratitude for your service, I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Glockenbrink. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move on to Lance Travato.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you, members of the committee, fellow testifiers, advocates, and constituents for listening to me today. My name is Lance Travato. I'm the president for the Connecticut Pest Control Association, and I oppose HB 6915. I spent the entire day listening to testimony and would like to use my time to address some of the key talking points that I've heard. First, I take offense at the portrayal of myself and my industry as villains. Our number one goal is to protect human and pet health. I heard earlier that California has not experienced any negative consequences from banning rodenticides. A quick Google search suggests otherwise. LA County has faced and continues to face an endemic of typhoid fever amongst its homeless population. The situation became so severe that police officers threatened to walk off the job. And just 2 days ago, there was another article written in San Francisco. Next, I heard claims that fertility control is the future of rodent management. While it is an interesting approach, it is not without its significant pitfalls. This product has been on the market since 2017, yet there is little data that supports long-term efficacy. Consider this scenario. You install a fertility control product in a home with mice. The mice become infertile, but continue living in the home for 1 to 4 years, shedding millions of microdroplets of urine and feces throughout that environment. I've also heard exclusion being praised as the ultimate solution for preventing pest infestations. While exclusion is a valuable tool, and my industry would love to offer it to every single customer, it is not always feasible. Exclusion services often cost thousands of dollars, making them inaccessible to many. Additionally, not every structure can be effectively sealed. In my 20 years in the industry, I have serviced literally thousands of customers. I've frequently encountered homes with unique construction, additions, or hidden flaws that make exclusion extremely difficult, or if not impossible. I could provide countless examples, but time does not permit it. The Connecticut Department of Agriculture has issued multiple warnings urging homeowners to prevent rodents from entering chicken coops due to the growing concern over avian flu H5N1. This highlights the undeniable connection between rodents, the parasites they carry, and the diseases they spread through close proximity to humans and animals. Furthermore, this bill fails to differentiate between rodent species, and that is a critical oversight. The house mouse, Mus musculus, for example, is almost exclusively an indoor rodent. It is transported from place to place by human activity, not by migrating from the outdoors. In apartment buildings and urban settings where the house mouse are the primary pest, exclusion is ineffective. Finally, while Connecticut has only 3 pest control supply houses, there are hundreds of hardware stores and farm supply retailers that sell rodenticides. I fully support the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection in restricting rodenticide sales to licensed professionals. Rodenticides should not be in the hands of untrained individuals. Thank you for your time today. I'm more than happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Travato. Any questions? I'm not seeing any, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mark Gonzalez.
Hi, thank you so much for the time. I'm so sorry. I'm on the CT rail train back home. But I want to speak very quickly. I'm Mark Gonzalez. I'm the program coordinator for the Constitutional Law Foundation. And I want to speak very briefly about SB 887, the PFAS bill. So last year, this committee and this legislature, with overwhelming bipartisan support, passed Public Act number 2459. And it did so many incredible things for our state and took bold action. And now is not the time to go backwards on this. So the cookware industry often cites their usage of PTFE, and rather than PFAS to suggest it is cleaner. PTFE was originally made from PFOA, a PFAS that the US has since 2015 stopped using. Instead, they have transitioned to a chemical known as Gen X. While Gen X, the research is still pretty nascent, we believe that there's been signs that it could be just as bad, even possibly worse than PFOA, and both of these are PFAS. Besides these, like the chemical composition of it, we also know there's all the dangers like in our homes. There's also dangers when it gets overheated, which most of our trash and chemical does. I think we've addressed some issues related to landfilling, but also with incineration. When these chemicals are burned and they are incinerated, it is released into our air or leached into our groundwater. It's regulated by the state or at the federal level. So, and research is still ongoing as the impacts of airborne emissions. So I think there's still lots of harm going on with the airborne PFAS that we just don't know yet. And I think there is still reason to be concerned. So keep it very short and sweet. There's widespread accessible alternatives already in the market. And you did it right the first time. Please do not go back now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Any questions? Being none. Oh, Mr. Reddington Hughes almost got you over there.
I know. Forgot I was over here, huh? I just have one question. I know that this element was, the PTFE is also used in medical grade coatings as well as artificial body parts and also catheters, syringes, and sutures. Would your recommendation be to ban it in all of those items as well?
I would have to get back to you with a better answer. I honestly, I don't know. So what's different about cookware is that there's easy alternatives. We know there's ceramics, we know there's stainless steel, we know there's cast iron. I'm not as familiar with all the specifics related to medical devices to know if there's an easy alternative for that. But I can get an answer to you. Thank you.
Yeah, the reason I asked the question is because the fear is that you would ingest it if you were using one of these pans and cooking in it, where if you have these other items, they're already in your body. So I would think that that was a lot worse for you. Thanks.
It's a good question. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next up is Ryan McLean. Ryan McLean. After that, Nicole Rivard.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here on behalf of Friends of Animals. I was planning on just using my 3 minutes to say thank you for raising this very strong, meaningful bill, but now I have to start off by refuting what I just heard about typhus. Typhus cases have increased in California, Texas, and Hawaii. It's not a California only issue, with many other states currently not testing and reporting. And CDC representatives attribute the increase in part to increased physician awareness and monitoring. Fleas on cats, opossums, and rodents can spread typhus. CDC advises that due to many states not reporting typhus cases, it is challenging to understand the full scale of the disease spread, and one should be very hesitant to link typhus cases to any legislation in California without formal scientific testing. Okay, now I'll say thank you. This has been a journey, and I want to thank the Environment Committee for raising this meaningful bill that will protect Connecticut's wildlife, residents, and pets. FOA is very grateful. The only suggestion we had is reclassifying them also as restricted use to try to close that internet loophole because the public is still able to purchase SCARs online. This strong bill recognizes that California and British Columbia stopped using SCARs in 2022, and there have been no public health crises. We have done Public Information Act requests to get that data and have interviewed the Ministry and Parks Department in British Columbia. Again, research, not emotion. I was thinking about what Representative Parker said before about getting a better idea of how many birds of prey and other mammals might be dying across Connecticut. And I thought, you know, a place called Hope is doing testing, but there's actually about 335 rehabbers in the state. And you could multiply her results by that number because if all the rehabbers were paying for testing, I guarantee we'd see hundreds, if not thousands, of dead animals testing positive for anticoagulant rodenticides. And even Wildlife in Crisis is our biggest wildlife rehabber in the state. She estimates 100 birds annually and 40 foxes. So I just wanted to bring that up because I know you mentioned that earlier. I think this bill sees and recognizes farmers because they are exempt from this bill. And also, if there was a public health crisis, I think we're forgetting to mention that they can be used. This is about getting Connecticut to focus on less toxic methods of pest control and removing food sources. I also want to bring up Evolve is a birth control made by Sinestech. It was approved in Connecticut in 2023, and it's not just for pest control managers, it's for the public. And I've talked to the makers of it. They say farmers are loving it in California, and they're even using it in sugarcane fields in Florida. Lastly, if I could have one more second, I feel that it's very insincere, actually offensive, to talk about how low income communities, you know, people are suggesting that they can only use these most toxic poisons, especially when it's their kids who are among the most poisoned. It's wrong to assume these communities don't care about the environment and that they are okay with rodenticide poison infiltrating everything. That's all I got.
Thanks. I don't see any, I see one question, but I do want to, not that I'm just put words in someone else's mouth. I think speaking as someone who represents an inner city community, it's not that we don't care about the environmental consequences of things. It's just that there are more incidents of dealing with rats and mice than there are less urban and dense areas. And there is the question that we will get from constituents of, when you open that kitchen cabinet and there's a rat staring at you, it is a very intense experience. And you want that rat dead, gone, not in 10 days, not birth control. You want it dead within the hour and gone. And it's serious. They convey disease, they bite children, it is serious. So that is where I don't think any of them are saying they don't really care about this stuff. They do care about that, but that is an intense experience that you have to put yourselves in their shoes about what they're facing and what they see from some of the communities they serve. But that's just my little 2 cents on that.
No, I understand.
I don't think, I see a little bit of the back and forth chirping, but I don't think either side really is to the detriment of what people. I mean, everyone here is trying to help people and the environment and the animals. It's just there are other factors weighing in on what people think and see. So we don't go, just my 2 cents there. Representative O'Day, you're up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Nicole, thank you for your testimony. Sorry I'm not there. A little under the weather. Maybe you could just, and I appreciate all the information you've given me. Maybe you could just share, there are a number of companies in Connecticut that have utilized less problematic ways in dealing with rodents. Can you just mention briefly how you've been talking with some of those companies?
Yeah, I think we've come up with maybe a list of 10. And, I guess what I find interesting is that, they have been successfully in business for decades and they don't use poisons. And actually, one of the people I interviewed worked for Terminex for 5 years. And he said there's a huge gap in business practices and they try to control mice and tell customers that they can never be stopped. But he says mice are animals and they shouldn't be, controlled. It's all about the only real long-term, from his experience on that side of it, poisons will never solve the problem. They'll just kind of manage the problem. If you really want a long-term solution, it's all about sanitation and exclusion, because the only reason why mice and rodents, are interacting with humans to begin with is because we're giving them a reason to. And I think why I brought up the low income communities, it's like if there's other ways to mitigate the situations, and it's helping with trash management, and it's helping close up the areas where the mice and rats are getting in. I've read a lot of articles about what Hartford is doing, and they're moving away from poisons, and they are using like a carbon monoxide sprayer. And I understand that you can't use that right up against a building that's occupied, but they're having much success within the areas of housing developments. And the people that are on the front lines are saying, you have to change human behavior. Like, they can only do so much if no one's going to be responsible for trash mitigation. And even the success of, you look at Bushnell Park, they have never gone back to using poisons, but it's like a multi-pronged approach, right? It's birth control, it's the carbon monoxide, and it's, landscaping and trash management. And so, yeah, there are companies out there who aren't using poisons, and they're getting, customers. So it obviously works. I guess that's why I like to bring that up. And I'm glad, thank you for the question, because sanitation and exclusion does work.
If you could get that list of 10 to the committee,
Sure.
and the digital copy of the documents you gave me, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Nicole, for your testimony.
Thank you. Hope you feel better.
Thanks.
We don't mind you being sick, but you don't have to look like you're reclining with your feet up, enjoying the night.
Sorry.
All right. Any further questions, Representative Gresco?
Just one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You sat here all day, Nicole, and heard what Senator Lopes is and I have said in that, right before you, we had someone from the industry that is telling us facts that he views as facts, and you're telling us what you view as facts. So I don't expect you to speak for the whole your whole advocate side of it, but would you be willing to negotiate? For example, one of the criticisms was it starts October of this year. How about a phase out? I mean, are you willing to wiggle a little bit here? And yeah, and I know you can't speak for the entire group, but and I don't put you on the spot, but I'm just trying to give you what we're going to be contemplating as we go forward, and taking a hard line in the sand often makes us have to come back next year.
No, I want to see something done this year. So I think there's wiggle room.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate it. Any further questions? Thank you for your testimony and the other work you've been doing. It's been very helpful. Teresa Eckel, I believe, is online.
Good evening, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, esteemed members of the Environment Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Terry Eichel, and I'm the Executive Director for the Interreligious Eco-Justice Network. We are a faith-based environmental organization that works with religious communities and their members on environmental issues. Every faith tradition speaks of the importance of caring for the planet and all of its inhabitants. For example, I know every bird in the mountains and the insects in the fields are mine. Psalm 50, verse 11. Do you not see that all is in the heavens and the earth? Even the birds that go about spreading their wings in flight extol his glory. Each knows the way of its prayer and of its extolling Allah's glory. Allah is well aware of whatever they do. Quran 24:41. I'm approached weekly by houses of worship that are seeking to green their congregations. And they do this through a variety of ways. They engage in energy efficiency, they install solar or heat pumps, they plant pollinator and vegetable gardens, and they reduce both their trash and their use of toxic chemicals. And they do this not only because it reduces their costs, which it does, but also because it aligns with their faith. So it is in this spirit that IREGen urges the passage of HB 6916, an act concerning the use of neonicotinoids, and HB 6915, an act concerning the use of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides. We urge you to reject SB 887, an act exempting certain cookware from PFAS requirements. Neonicotinoids and rodenticides are toxic chemicals that cause harm and suffering to insects, birds, and wildlife. We are concerned about the widespread contamination of neonicotinoids in Connecticut's water systems, as reported in a recent report by UConn. And according to the American Bird Conservatory, it takes just one neonicotinoid-coated seed to kill a songbird. We are also concerned about the harm and suffering that rodenticides cause. In addition, it sounds like these SGARs also cause a rapid die-off, followed by an even more rapid population explosion. And any animal that consumes a rodent that has been killed with an SGAR will suffer a slow and agonizing death. So we urge you to pass both these bills. Finally, we urge you to vote no on SB 887. PFAS was rightly banned last year unanimously in this committee and in the House and Senate. You made the right decision last year to protect Connecticut residents and our drinking water from these dangerous class of chemicals. I just don't believe that a new formulation is safe, and I believe that allowing an exception will open the door to more exceptions. Please stand with your good bill from last year and reject SB 887. Thank you.
Representative Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the testimony, Teresa. I just had a quick question for my curiosity. When you're working with different faith-based organizations and greening them up, as you said, do you ever face pushback, or are they usually pretty receptive?
Oh, I mean, they're to what I'm suggesting?
Yes.
Well, they're usually coming to me saying like a synagogue in Willimantic said, we'd like to reduce our use of disposable dishware. Do you have any recommendations? And so, I'm really happy to work with people based on what they need, their budget, that sort of thing. Like if someone says we'd like to reduce our energy costs, I obviously refer them to the energy efficiency programs, and then I'll sort of help them walk through the program. What are the sort of lowest hanging fruit? Where are you going to see your biggest return on investment? If you approach it from a scriptural theological perspective, they're very receptive to considering that. I had one, Pentecostal pastor who was like, you know what? You got me. Let's do this. And it was because I was really talking about, from a faith-based perspective. I think I quoted Micah 6:8, and, the earth is the Lord's and all that's in it, the world and those that live in it. And so when you approach it from that perspective, you can really have a whole conversation. So it's not like I'm sitting there saying like, here are the 5 things you need to do, and if you don't do it, you're wrong. Like I would never approach it that way, And the thing about faith communities is they are a community with people with lots of different viewpoints. And so you really do, it requires respect for other people's opinions and viewpoints and stuff like that. You could never go in and sort of try and, lay the hammer down or anything like that. That would never be my approach. So no, I don't get pushback. Like for instance, we provide grants for pollinator gardens and vegetable gardens, and we encourage them to use organic gardening practices and plant native plants, and they're always so excited to learn more. I mean, people of faith look at the planet as, evidence of a creator, of God's love, of a way that God is present with us. And so they see everything as a miracle.
Hey,
And so
Terry, I'm going to cut you off.
Sorry, you got me going.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. I'm going to shoot a question at you since you're the faith-based group and I can play devil's advocate. On the PFAS bill, you just said that the PFAS formulations, the new ones, you don't believe they're healthy. But to play devil's advocate, what if the science came out saying that they are safe, they are healthy? Would that change your mind, or are you just adamantly against them regardless of what the science says?
I mean, the first class of PFAS chemicals is like 10,000, correct? And we keep finding it in our drinking water and our wells. So
I'm just saying, I mean, the person who gave testimony from the industry said the PFAS they're using in cookware is not dangerous to humans. It passes through the system. I'm worried, are you just taking adamant or against this chemical being used in cookware, or do you have an interest in following the science on it?
I mean, I'm always interested in learning about science and, you know, from every perspective, you know. That being said, I would stick with my own nonstick, you know, I wouldn't be
I meant for a
using that,
policy
you know.
decision, not your personal use.
Yeah, I mean, and I just introducing another chemical that is similar to a former one that has been banned would be a hard stretch for me.
All right, thank you very much. I don't see any other further questions, and thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, George Kirschner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. George Kirsten with PRBA, Rechargeable Battery Association. Want to thank the chairman and the committee for their work on this bill. I know it's a lengthy bill, it can be a little bit complex. There's some different opinions about the bill, but again, thank you very much for all your work here. We strongly support HB 5019 and want to briefly touch on some key provisions here. I also want to take just a few seconds to touch on some of the issues that were mentioned during some of the previous comments. We represent the major manufacturers of rechargeable and non-rechargeable batteries, as well as product manufacturers who use these batteries in their products. We also, and this is an important point, we also have 5 battery recyclers who are members of PRBA. Actually, one of those recyclers sits on our board of directors. All of those recyclers, you know, in talking to them about these bills and some of the comments we've seen, particularly from Redwood Materials earlier, who were recommending that a definition for a specialized battery recycler be included in this bill, none of the recyclers that were members of PRBA feel such a definition is needed in these bills. The bill addresses the challenges the waste industry is facing with these batteries being placed in the recycling stream. We all know about the fires, that's been well documented, and we know consumers need to be better educated on how to responsibly recycle their batteries. This bill takes a major step forward towards solving that problem by requiring the establishment of a battery stewardship organization that will be responsible for comprehensive consumer outreach and education programs, establishing convenient and numerous drop-off locations for batteries, reporting annually to DEEP on the success of the program, and most importantly, managing the anticipated 250 plus producers who are selling batteries and battery-powered products into the state. The bill also ensures that it will not disrupt the current automotive lead-acid battery collection network operating in the state, because those batteries are specifically excluded from the bill. The bill is aligned with battery EPR laws recently enacted in Washington, D.C., California, Vermont, Illinois, and Washington State. This alignment is very important, not only for our members, but also the stewardship organizations, as well as the regulators in all the different states. It makes it easier from a compliance standpoint, and it makes it easier for the producers to understand what their obligations are in those different states. And lastly, and it's particularly important that this bill include the collection of these larger lithium batteries, which are referred to as medium format batteries in the bill. This is one of the fastest growing segments of the industry right now, because we see these batteries in lawnmowers, both push lawnmowers as well as riding lawnmowers, e-bikes, standalone portable power systems that are displacing portable gas and diesel and power generators, and also in marine and recreational vehicle applications. It's really important to also recognize these batteries, the e-bike batteries, these are the ones that have been causing fires in New York City over the last few years. And a lot of those batteries, where they have found the problems with, they were low cost, unbranded, or I should say, brands that are not familiar to all of us, mostly being imported from China. And again, incorporating those batteries into this program is particularly important. We don't want those low costs, I'll call them cheap, inexpensive batteries ending up in a MRF or ending up in the recycling stream that's going to be causing these fires. So again, between the small portable batteries to the larger medium format batteries, this program, again, consistent with the other states, and also there are actually 9 other states that are currently considering bills just like this, and we're working in all of those 9 states in addition to Connecticut. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment. Be glad to answer any questions you might have about the bill or our positions on some of these provisions in the bill. Thank you.
Representative Parker.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Kirshner, for your testimony. Two quick questions. Can you describe, is there a funding mechanism set up to run the system?
Yeah, this is a producer-funded program, so there's no eco fees or advanced recycling fees that consumers will pay when they go to purchase their batteries or when they go to drop off their batteries. So again, it's all incorporated into the cost of the product when the consumer goes to buy the product. So again, that's how it's funded, and those producers pay into the battery stewardship organization based on the volume of batteries or the number of batteries or battery powered products they sell into the state of Connecticut.
Sure. And are you getting pushback from any of those producers about this bill?
We are not. They recognize they need to step up to the plate, and they fully
Right.
support what's this bill as well as the other 9 bills in all those states and the laws that have been passed in those 5 or 6 other jurisdictions.
That's helpful to hear. So then just potentially contemplating any opposition from folks that might be trying to do a competitive process. I could see that, but are you aware of anyone else that might be opposed to this, or does it seem like it's the direction the industry is really trying to go?
Well, for our members, again, the major manufacturers of rechargeable batteries, lithium-ion specifically, and the product manufacturers, whether they're power tools or other battery-powered products. Yeah, again, I don't anticipate any opposition from our members in this space. We know there are some concerns about the bill from other segments of the industry, but not in the battery manufacturing in product manufacturing world.
It's helpful to hear and always encouraging. That's all from me. Rep. Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are going to most likely have to tweak the language in the current language to get back to something that Connecticut uses as a model for EPRs. We've already spoken about that, but in the other states that you cited here that already have battery EPR or are considering battery EPR, do they define what a specialized recycler is in their bills that you're aware of?
They do not. There are no states that have it in pending bills, nor are they in any of the bills that have been enacted into law, the 5 or 6 states. And I'm glad you brought that up because, I know the gentleman from Redwood said that definition is in the New Jersey EV bill or EV law, since it is the first state that passed an EV battery EPR law. That definition actually is not in that law. There is a definition for authorized propulsion battery recycler, but it's not that specialized battery recycler definition that he was referring to.
And if I may, one more question. Wouldn't it be the product PRO's decision as far as who takes what type of battery and where when they sit down, rather than having the retailer or say, I'm going to take this one, but not that one?
That's correct. So all these collection locations will be responsible for collecting all battery chemistries because for 2 reasons. One, consumers can't tell the difference between battery chemistries. So they're not going to want to run off to drop off one battery chemistry over here and one battery chemistry over there to that retailer. It's an all battery collection program. All the collection networks or all the collection locations will be open to collecting all the different battery chemistry, whether they're portable, mostly in the portable side. The medium formats will have unique collection operations set up because they're more regulated for shipping purposes. But generally speaking, it's all batteries in each location.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lou Dubuque.
Hello, Chair Lopes and Parker, ranking members and members of the committee. My name is Lou Dubuque, and I'm here on behalf of the National Waste and Recycling Association's Connecticut chapter, representing the private waste sector industry statewide. I'm here today to speak on HB 6917 and HB 5019. While NWRA is neutral on the organics-related provisions of HB 6917, we strongly oppose the bill's provisions directing an EPR for paper and packaging product study to be undertaken. Before considering any significant changes to waste management and recycling or studying EPR, Connecticut must first update its waste characterization study to ensure decisions are based on accurate current data. We appreciate that DEEP is committed to conducting an updated waste characterization study, and our members have provided input on the key parameters and metrics that should be included. However, without this study, the state lacks the foundational data needed to determine whether EPR for packaging is beneficial to the state, let alone necessary, which materials should be targeted, and the magnitude of impact such a program would have in the cost of living in Connecticut. Connecticut has already examined EPR for packaging materials in depth. The 2017 task force to study methods for reducing consumer packaging that generates solid waste met nearly a dozen times and concluded that EPR was not the right solution for the state. Instead, the task force recommended voluntary initiatives, enhanced consumer education, and market-driven strategies, all approaches that strengthen Connecticut's already successful recycling system without imposing new costs on consumers. I attached a copy of that task force report in my written comment submitted yesterday. Turning to HB 5019, NWRA supports the intent behind establishing a battery reclamation program to prevent hazardous lithium-ion batteries from entering the recycling or waste streams. These batteries are responsible for thousands of fires in recycling and waste facilities and collection vehicles every year, putting workers, businesses, and communities at risk. We applaud the legislature for addressing this serious issue. However, we suggest that HB 5019 could be streamlined with a framework that is quicker to implement, more cost-effective, and less burdensome than the creation of a new extended producer responsibility program. That framework should be based on the following: prohibiting lithium-ion battery disposal in recycling and waste streams, following the lead of states like New Hampshire, leveraging Connecticut's existing solid waste laws, such as Section 22A-256 of the Solid Waste Management Law for mercuric oxide batteries, to establish an immediate take-back program rather than creating a new, slow, and bureaucratic EPR program. And 3, addressing all potentially hazardous lithium-ion batteries, such as embedded batteries, batteries built into products that cannot be easily removed for proper recycling. We urge the legislature to strengthen HB 5019 by incorporating these measures and ensuring Connecticut adopt an effective, comprehensive, and more immediate battery collection and recycling program. We submit that this approach may deliver better and more effective results in a more immediate time frame. Thanks for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your
Great,
testimony.
thank you.
A little off script here. Can people who are still in the room who are going to give testimony, please go tell the clerk that you're here and see if we can move you along a little quicker so you're not here all night. Marshall Millette.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Just wanted to say good evening to the you chair and the entire environmental committee for letting me speak today. My name is Marshall Millette, and I'm here to speak against HB 6915 as it is currently written. I have submitted written testimony. I've been listening to a lot of information handed out as well as you have this entire night from many other speakers. And I would like to kind of second off of what Lance Travato, Anthony Giovanni, and Heather Millette have also said. And that is, there is a lot of misunderstanding of exactly how SJRs are used in the rodent field, especially through IPM. We don't necessarily always go for that for the first case scenario. There's situations where we do need to use that for quicker response and to protect human health. We also do care about the entire environment and wildlife, contrary to what some may portray us, which I am also sad to have that experience on this, but I'm sure both sides feel similar in some ways. The big concern, though, is that second generation anticoagulants are a necessary tool in order to make sure that we can quickly get those rodent populations down, depending on the situations. There are other methods. For instance, everyone's brought up fertility, contraceptive products, but a lot of those do take a lot of time, and some of them do actually require the use of rodenticides in working with them as you're using them, as well as other methods of mechanical means, snap traps, and things like that. And it does take a lot more time than your second gen. First gen does take even longer, as that was another piece of the conversation. I wanted to touch on that. Second gens do have anticoagulants. There are some that don't. Antidotes. There are some that don't, and first gens do have, most of them do not have antidotes, and that is one of the reasons why they're not necessarily as safe as others for your pets, families, non-targets. The other part is anyone that's been in the pest control field like me, that's gone out to houses, and it was mentioned briefly, is that we've gone to houses, people have gotten second gens, even though they're not supposed to be able to, from the internet. And they'll have it in buckets. They'll have it in bags. We'll show up and we're like, what are you doing? They're pouring it out in the field. They're pouring it out around their house. They're putting it in places which you would not typically use them or put them in order to make sure that it's a safe and proper application of that product. And they're unfortunately the ones that are causing a lot of the harm compared to the pest management professional. And then to Senator Lopez's point, when you're dealing with issues in the city communities and things like that, rodents are commensal, especially the Norway and the house mouse, and those require human interaction. They thrive off of our habitat, what we provide them, and a lot of those people, when they
Marshall, the buzzer went off. If you can summarize.
Oh, I apologize. That's my bad. Thank you, though. So basically, I just want to make sure that everyone understands that this is a tool. I'm all in favor for restriction towards the DEP and licensed professionals, but unlicensed professionals, I'm not in favor of having these and making sure it's regulated through the DEP. I'm not in favor, though, the way this is written currently for that. And thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, or even after this.
Thank you, Marshall. Any questions for Mr. Millett? I don't see any, but thank you for your testimony. Okay, next up, I have Luis Washer.
Thank you so much. Is this on? Yeah. I'm going to try to be quick. I'm Louise Washer. I'm here on behalf of the Norwalk River Watershed Association in support of HB 6916, the Neonics bill. And I wanted to just respond to some of the points that were made earlier. One about the Yukon report. So the Yukon report is not a study. It was a way to look at all of the data that we have on where neonics are in our Connecticut environment. So it looks at 25 years of US Geological Survey monthly studies, monthly sampling of the Norwalk River. It also looks at deep data and one other study through Yukon. So it compiles all those. So there's really no basis for discrediting that data. If you want to just look at the USGS data, you can see that 56% of Connecticut rivers have neonics in them at levels that exceed the EPA benchmark for aquatic life. So killing the river insects. And if you look at the deep data that was compiled in this report, you can see that in the Norwalk River, which is the river that they study, we've lost 3/4 of the mayflies since 1989. So that said, I think with the different, it's got to be hard for you having all these people say different things. I think talking to the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station about this study and the USGS data and what's in the water is, I recommend that. Like, that just seems like a good resource for everybody to turn to. This legislation is carefully and narrowly targeted to address existing regulatory gaps. So everyone has been saying that this should be the EPA's job. So the EPA does review neonics every 15 years. They have not done it in years and years. They put it off each year. So we are waiting forever for the EPA to do that. I don't think under the new administration that the EPA is going to be acting any more quickly. We may not even have an EPA. They have said themselves that they meet less than 5% of the reviews annually that they're supposed to do. So there's a huge backlog. The EPA also exempts coated seed. So we have a loophole at the federal level, and a pesticide that is regulated, if it is on a seed, it is not regulated. So the EPA does not help us there. The EPA's insecticide strategy does not address non-agricultural uses, so uses on lawns and golf courses. And Connecticut DEEP has not exercised its authority to regulate more strictly than the EPA ever. They have intimated that they don't have the resources to do that. So that is why we are here and asking for very specific, very narrow restrictions on uses that have been shown to not be beneficial to users. So the Farm Bureau said that they had not seen studies showing that corn, soybean, and wheat coated seed don't increase yields, but there are 400 studies gathered by Cornell University. I'll just wrap up by saying Scott McCart, who joined earlier, is an author of that Cornell study. The Cornell study is the basis for the New York and Vermont laws, and New Jersey and Maine. So I think he did send written testimony, and he is someone you could go back to. And maybe the Farm Bureau hasn't seen all of that data, but there is a lot of science showing which seeds. So on fruits and vegetables, yes, they are providing benefits to farmers. On corn and soybean and wheat seeds, they are not. And it's out there. And again, the Ag Experiment Station is very familiar with that work as well. So another good resource.
All right, thank you. Thank you. A couple of the people that gave testimony earlier did mention that they're moving on to newer chemicals away from neonics. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I think the alternatives in Quebec, which in 2019 banned the use of these on these seeds, thought that most farmers would move to diamides, which is what was being mentioned as an alternative. And it turns out that not as many farmers did. They were using just less pesticide, which is great. But the go-to alternative would be diamides. And one of the things that came up when the Farm Bureau was saying that not using coated seed would be going back in time, this law would not say you can't use coated seed. The seeds are coated with fungicides, nematicides, all kinds of things. This would just be saying the seeds would not have neonics in the coating, so they could have alternatives like diamides. And one of the reasons that 98% of corn seed is coated is because the agrochemical industry is buying the seed suppliers. So seed just comes with these coatings, and farmers often don't even know what's on there and don't have a lot of choice.
Yep.
So farmers are buying a pesticide that is not helping them and is costing them money and is polluting their farms. So I do think it's something worth Connecticut taking the time to look at. Thank you.
We look at it every year. We look at it till we're
We haven't really talked about the seeds that much.
Who knows?
So I appreciate it.
All right. No, I
Thank you
appreciate it.
very
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Khan.
Hello, honorable co-chairs Lopes and Parker and members of the Environment Committee. Thank you very much for staying so long and for your thoughtful questions. My name is Laura Khan. I support HB 6916 regarding neonic use and SB 844 regarding limiting 1,4-dioxane in household and personal care products. Thank you for raising these important bills. I oppose SB 877 regarding a PFAS exemption for cookware. I chair the New Haven Environmental Advisory Council, the city board that deals with environmental issues. We submitted written testimony about these three bills. We have hosted experts who informed us about neonics, 1,4-dioxane, and PFAS and how they all end up in our water. Passing the neonics use law and the 1,4-dioxane limit law and leaving the PFAS law you passed last year intact will prevent much future contamination by these three pollutants of our waterways and drinking and wastewater. We need clean water, and we must stop dumping unnecessary chemicals in it to keep it clean. We will be better off without neonics, 1,4-dioxane, and PFAS of all sorts, including PTFE. We baby-proof our homes from danger we can see. Shouldn't we be even more vigilant about danger we cannot see but know about and can easily prevent? I note the passing of two dedicated Connecticut environmentalists who understood the importance of protecting our water. Nancy Alderman of Environmental and Human Health died on January 1st, and Steve Herzog, a big anti-pesticide advocate, died on Friday. Thank you for doing everything in your power to protect our water, our planet, and us.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'm going to bounce around a little bit here, but I got an Antonio Travato, which did he speak already? Oh,
Nope.
No, that's not the same person. All right, thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, committee members. Thank you for the time today. My name is Antonio Travato. I've been working in the pest industry for over 20 years. I'd like to give you a little bit of my outlook on the HB 6915 bill, which I strongly do oppose. Us as technicians, we focus on non-pesticide solutions first and foremost, an IPM approach, an integrated pest management approach. Like other members have said, exclusion techniques, traps, and elimination of harborage areas. But this doesn't always work. For example, with the house mouse inside an urban apartment building where they live their entire lives and they do not venture outside. As a pest professional, we use kid-proof, tamper-proof, and pet-proof bait stations for our bait blocks when we do need to strategically place and implement our baiting program. To add snap traps and glue boards around children inside these apartments usually aren't the safest option. I argue that we are the most safety conscious users of the rodenticides over any common homeowner that can go to 100 different hardware stores or tractor supply stores under the guise of farm control and purchase the baits. They have no previous knowledge or training on how to safely use or implement these baits, but they still can buy them. I consistently see homeowners do it themselves with rodent baits openly placed in barns, basements, and strewn along the mulch beds. These unsafe practices that we shriek at and shake our heads at every time that we see and come across them. There's no question that the rodent population is extremely important to the public safety. Eliminating rodent population is extremely important to public safety, but the public should not be blanketly allowed to use these baits with unlicensed, untrained hands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Travato. Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your patience. I'm going to jump over to an Esther Schoenberger.
Hello. Thank you, honorable co-chairs.
You wouldn't happen to be related to a Phil Schoenberger, would you?
I'm not. Sorry, wish I could make that connection for you. I'm here today in support of the bill HB 6916 regarding the use of neonics. My name is Esther Schoenberger. I'm a 14-year-old beekeeper from New Haven. I'm not a pesticide expert, nor am I a master beekeeper, but I am an informed community member as an outdoor loving kid and a beekeeper. Throughout the past 3 years, in collaboration with Connecticut beekeepers, my family and I bought, assembled, and have been nourishing our backyard hive to be an activity and a contribution to our community. Despite our limited backyard space, what first interested my family about investing in a hive is how much our livelihood depends on these little pollinators. We all knew that bees were important, but it is especially gratifying to walk around the neighborhood, see a bee, and wonder if it is one of yours, and if you are in part responsible for the growth of the plants being pollinated by that bee. Especially with my brother, it is a highlight of our seasons to be able to suit up and explore the wonders of what goes on in our hive. Picking up a frame heavy with honey and bees in this experience that should be felt by everyone. Our hive shows all that nature has to offer and is a source of joy in my family. We do not use our bees' honey for profit, but nonetheless being able to protect and cultivate the sweet honey they provide shows the delicate balance of nature and how we impact it. One day, I hope that my kids will experience these same joys and know the feeling of gifting someone honey that comes from your backyard. It's a pretty cool feeling. Our bees have managed to become connected to other parts of our lives as well, including our religious practices. As Jews, we have a connection and responsibility to the earth. We filter and process our honey for Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, as honey is a symbol of this holiday, signifying a sweet year to come. We give gratitude to the earth and our bees for the honey, and we share it with family, friends, and neighbors. Although I haven't yet completed high school math, the numbers and facts that have been presented thus far from reputable sources are pretty clear. From 2014 to 2022, beekeepers in Connecticut lost on average 51.6% of their hives due to these pesticides. Those numbers are coming from the Bee Informed Partnership. This is not sustainable for them or for any of us who enjoy the miracles that these bees provide. These pesticides are killing our bees for a purpose far less important than its consequences. The impact of these little insects is greater than anyone can imagine, and nobody wants to see what a world without these magical creatures would look like. Thank you.
Thank you. You're 14, you said?
Yes.
Oh, my 12-year-old's home. She's playing Insta Snapgram chat instead of here testifying. So I'm proud of you. You did a nice job.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any questions?
I will just echo my co-chair. Thanks so much for being with us. Really impressive, and appreciate your passion and advocacy and everything you brought into it tonight. And thanks for sticking around with us all day.
Thank you.
We
Glad to be
appreciate
here.
Next up, we're going to go to Bob Conlon.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Chairman Parker and Chairman Lopes, I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I am a retired science teacher, a biologist, an environmentalist, a birder, and a beekeeper. And I'm speaking tonight primarily as a beekeeper. But let me go back a bit. As a biology major in college with a focus in ornithology during the early 70s, I do clearly recall the concern for the then declining peregrine falcon, bald eagle, and osprey populations in Connecticut. Research conclusively determined the pesticides were the cause, which ultimately resulted in the banning of DDT in 1972. So here we are, 53 years later, and again, we're staring down a barrel of a very similar scenario. While the objective here, unlike that of DDT, is not to enact an outright ban of a pesticide, the goal is to prohibit non-agricultural use of bee-killing neonicotinoids, insecticides commonly referred to as neonics. As a hobbyist beekeeper here in Connecticut, I believe it's imperative that we do all we can to limit the further toxification of our environment. According to a report from the National Resources Defense Council with regard to insects, neonics are the most potent insecticides ever created, thousands of times more harmful than DDT. Neonics are of extreme concern for three reasons. One, they're extremely toxic to insects and other invertebrates, and as we've heard throughout the course of the day, how that magnifies and transfers through the entire ecosystem with regard to food chains. According to the NRDC report, just 1 square foot of lawn treated with a neonic product at EPA-approved rates can contain enough neonic to kill over 1 million bees. Listening to some of the testimonies of spraying, which is being used prophylactically, makes one consider and wonder how much neonics are actually being applied to golf courses and lawn areas within the state. Two, neonics are systemic, meaning that they're taken up by the plants, toxifying all parts of the plant: stems, leaves, flowers, pollen, and nectar. And with regard to the young lady who just gave the previous testimony, that nectar should be of concern because that's what directly goes into the honey that we're consuming. 3, they are both persistent and highly soluble in water. While only a small amount of the insecticide is taken up by the plant, even if it's coating a seed, that seed could be in the ground and like somewhere between 2 and 4% of the chemical that's actually on the seed is actually incorporated into the plant. The rest stays in the soil, and then comes a rain or some watering, and that is going to percolate down into the soil. It's going to infiltrate the soil, and it's going to end up in the groundwater. One of the topics that has not been mentioned here today is the effect that neonics have on the microbial population within the soil, which is all important to the soil fertility.
Conlon, your time is up. If you can summarize, please.
I will. Beekeeping is becoming more difficult and costly for beekeepers given the number of stressors impacting bees. We're currently facing parasites, pesticides, climate change, with the result, as the previous speaker mentioned, about a 52% colony loss every year. Even at sublethal doses, neonics weaken the bees' immune systems, their navigational abilities, their stamina, memory, and all importantly, the queen's fecundity or fertility. And once that's gone, it makes it almost virtually impossible for a colony to survive. Therefore, I believe neonics are certainly one of the major stressors impacting bees, and I completely support HB 6916. Thank you for your time. Open for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Conlon? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Joyce Leeds, sorry. Lights.
All good. It's missing the T. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Lopes and Parker and members that are staying with us online and both in person. I'm Joyce Lights. I'm Executive Director of Connecticut Audubon Society, and we are commenting today in support of House Bill 6916 and House Bill 6915. In addition, we oppose House Bill Senate Bill 887 on the PFAS. Please keep PFAS bill strong as it was voted on last year. For HB 6916, Connecticut Audubon Society asks for strong legislation to reduce the high harm, low benefit uses of the neonics across the state. These are used on lawns and ornamental plants and on seed coatings, as you've heard throughout today. We've heard a lot talking about EPA. EPA's own report has indicated that pesticides are bringing 200 endangered species to the brink of extinction. The use of pesticides for low impact, for low benefit uses is an area that we can certainly strengthen our state's environmental standing. The recent Yukon report, as Louise noted, talks about our rivers and that the levels are at chronic levels that are dangerous to our macroinvertebrates. By losing our insect population, we are losing our birds. Connecticut is a wonderful environment resource. We have a great variety of habitat types. We're a key resource on the migratory pathway on the Atlantic Flyway. Without having the insect species that birds are so reliant on at most of their life cycles, it really does weaken us as a state overall. Let's see. And in addition, EPA does not have the capacity to really monitor their testing or continue to do their reviews. I've been down in DC talking about increasing levels of funding for EPA and Fish and Wildlife Services, because it's not just EPA. Fish and Wildlife has to review for the endangered species that are being impacted by these pesticides. They only receive $1 million a year to do testing. At this point, on the chemicals that EPA and Fish and Wildlife needs to review, they're on about a 100-year backlog. Never mind bringing new chemicals onto the market. Neonics can be flushed out of our environment, similar to DDT, but we also know that it's going to take decades for this to happen. And do we really have the time to wait for us to lose all of our bees and pollinators and our birds before we take action? I'm asking that we partner with states like New York and Vermont and take the restrictions on those low benefit uses. We also urge the passage of HB 6915. The impacts on our raptors, owls, and eagles, after having brought back eagles from a recovery on DDT, to then have them impacted by a food source that is poisoned is a very sad process. There are ways and there are towns that are taking action. Bushnell Park, Town of Fairfield is going to be implementing. So there are towns that are taking action. We're asking that the state take similar action. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? No.
We heard before about the timing for the EPA investigating, updating neonics happening every 15 years, but a previous testifier, and then you sort of alluded that's not do you know the last time it was actually updated by the EPA?
I'm not exactly sure the last time that it was updated. I know that it's on the list and it's been bumped off a few times.
If you found that out, I'd be curious to know. I'm sure we have other people that can help us find that out too, so don't go crazy on it, but thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Joyce.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eileen Kopek.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks to the Environment Committee for taking my testimony. I have some written testimony that's in there about some of the bills, so I'm not even going to talk about that. The thing that I wanted to talk to you folks about a little bit is HB 6917 and HB 5019, and those have to do with EPR regulations. I would like you to consider putting, I don't know, into the category of these things that we're going to regulate, single-use vapes and e-cigarettes. There is no collection for any of these kinds of things. They're just thrown in the garbage. And we there's no appetite from either the cannabis industry or the tobacco industry to do anything about these spent devices, and they're single-use devices. So some of them do have batteries in them. So it would be great if maybe they could be included in some of the EPR regulations around batteries, even though I know that, again, they're not part of this discussion right now. I'm gonna end with this. The tobacco industry doesn't have an interest in taking any responsibility for these products. I've been to a few of the Save the Sound cleanups, and the most found thing in all the trash that is found is cigarette butts. Okay, so these devices, these single-use vapes and these single-use e-cigarettes are going to be the cigarette butts of 2035. So instead of finding cigarette butts on our beaches, we're going to be finding these spent single-use vape and e-cigarette devices. Thank you for taking my testimony.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Kopek? Seeing none.
Just briefly, Eileen, thank you so much for testifying. I know you write me very frequently about environmental quality legislation. Just want to thank you for taking the time to testify today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Tomko up next.
Honorable co-chairs, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, members of the Environmental Committee. I'm Tim Tomcho. I'm testifying in my personal capacity as a resident of Windsor. I'm testifying in opposition to House Bill 6917, an act concerning management of solid waste in the state, specifically Section 4 of the bill, which seeks to revise subsection D of Section 22A, 244B of the general statutes, Connecticut's NIP law. I began my testimony with an admission of error. I initially signed up to testify as a member of the Windsor Conservation Commission to present the written testimony submitted by our chair, Tammy Young. We unfortunately submitted the written testimony prematurely, not having all the necessary approvals to do so. I asked the committee's forgiveness and to correct the record by attributing the written testimony to me, Tim Tomcho, and not on behalf of the Windsor Conservation Commission or the awesome town of Windsor. I did contact the committee clerk yesterday about the error. She indicated she would see what she could do, but the testimony is still published.
Mr. Tomko, in my great responsibility as chairperson of this committee, it has been changed. You're all set.
Thank you very much. The written testimony provides an overview of the history of the NIP law, highlighting its success in raising $13 million since its enactment in 2021. The state distributes these funds to the towns, which can be used for various purposes, primarily efforts to reduce litter. Based on its share of NIP sales, Windsor receives approximately $30,000 a year, which I've been informed is used to hire a person to pick up litter, many discarded NIPs, around town during the summer. This is a good start, this law. However, every session since 2021, revisions to law have been proposed to this committee. The proposals underscore the fact that the NIPs continue to be a large source of litter and waterway pollution. For example, this session, a few bills were proposed in regard to the NIP law. proposed Bill 83, an act concerning the use of nip bottle payments by municipalities, limiting it to litter remediation. 646, authorizing municipalities to prohibit sales of plastic liquor bottles. 6288, an act concerning nips to prohibit nip sales or to make nips redeemable under the state bottle program. HB 6917, Section 4 revises the NIP statute by permitting municipalities to use NIP surcharge funds as a source of revenue for the hiring of local or regional solid waste coordinators. Any revision of the NIP statute should include substantive requirements to address the environmental issues caused by NIPs, not hiring of waste coordinators, which are important jobs but should not be funded by NIP surcharges. NIPS surcharge fund should be used in a manner that more directly addresses serious environmental issues caused by them. It's for that reason I asked the committee to remove Section 4 from HB 6917 and pass it out of committee with a joint favorable substitute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tomko. Any questions for Mr. Tomko? Feel free.
Thank you, Senator. So just to be clear, your opposition is just that if we were going to do anything about NIPS, you'd want to do a lot of other stuff. Do you think there's an issue with simply adding the ability to use NIP funding for these regional coordinators? Is that in itself a problem for you?
Yes, actually, that's exactly right. I think the law was enacted to address NIPS and the issues created by them. And it does provide for the hiring of a recycle coordinator. But to add on for more hiring as a source of revenue for municipalities to hire waste management coordinators, local, municipal, regional, just waters down the intent of the bill. So, or of the law.
Understood. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for clarifying. Thank you, sir.
Sounds good. Any questions? Yes, Rep. Bennington Hughes.
Well, thank you for waiting it out here.
You're welcome.
My question has to do with the spirit of what was actually, behind the NIP collections to begin with. And I didn't, maybe I misunderstood, but did you not think that it was a good idea to limit the municipalities to be able to use this having to do with, the cleanups of the bottles?
No, actually, thank you for the question.
Okay.
If I said that, I was remiss. I actually think it's a great bill or the law.
Yeah.
And that surcharges, if you read the written testimony, which is being removed, has some ideas in there. I know it comes up every year. We're not opposed to sales of NIPS. We do local cleanups. The NIPS are everywhere. We hire somebody over the summer to pick these up. And so, no, I don't think that it should be used as a source of revenue to hire additional positions for towns and regions for solid waste. Solid waste is a huge issue and it's a very important job. However, NIPS should be addressed one way or another to even increase the surcharge. It's 5 cents right now. If you were to make it 10, the same as a redeemable bottle, that might give an incentive for industry to find better solutions, to find a way to recycle NIPS or as redeemable recyclable bottles.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
All good. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Tomko.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jerry Grabaric.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm here. I'd like to thank the Environment Committee for allowing me to testify remotely on Senate Bill 64. I am a lifelong farmer and also a selectman in the town of Preston. My immune system also thanks you because of my high PFAS blood level as tested by Quest Diagnosis. I don't need the exposure inherent in the big public meeting. If this Senate Bill 64 had come up years ago, I would have wholeheartedly supported it. Today, not so much. Both DEP and Department of Agriculture shirk their responsibilities of recording where and how much sludge was spread in Connecticut. They had listed it as a, unquote, soil amendment giving farmers a false sense of security and using it, turning their farmland essentially into a toilet with state sanctions. The legislature has had a couple of years now to get DEP and Department of Agriculture to assume maybe just a little bit of the responsibility for doing this with zero results. A farmer would be out of his mind to want this list published because of the liability issues. I highly recommend that farmers test their own water using a relatively cheap Cyclopore, $79 Cyclopore water test. If locations of spreading are published, only the farmer will be liable, as Department of Agriculture and DEEP have assumed zero responsibilities. Also, do not allow the Ag Experiment Station to PFAS test your farm soils if you use sewage sludge, because the sludge Connecticut imported was overwhelmingly imported from Boston's Deer Island plant. And to think that that sludge from Boston has no sewage sludge, it has no PFAS in it, is beyond belief. I also am totally not satisfied with DEEP and DPH's response to my high blood PFAS levels. If they can't deal with my problem, what makes one think they're going to solve a potential statewide problem? That's my testimony, and I'm sticking to it.
Thanks. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And we have talked about some of the issues you raised up in committee meetings earlier, so we hear you. Where's the list? Okay. Next, we have Holly Fontaine.
Good evening. My name is Holly Fontaine and I'm from Vernon. I am a retired nursing supervisor for the state of Connecticut and a Connecticut animal advocate. Today, I am asking you to please support and sponsor bills B6915, the use of rodenticides. There is no safe poison. I became aware of the toxic effects on raptors from seeing heartbreaking posts by an amazing rehabilitation center in Connecticut called A Place Called Hope. Seeing the continuous post of owls, eagles, and hawks stumbling around because they were hemorrhaging to death inside, which is the effect that rodenticides have on them after consuming a rodent who has eaten this poison. I also attended a webinar that was so informative and eye-opening to the many alternatives that can be used instead of rodenticides. The work they do is heroic, exhausting, and emotionally draining. Looking into the eyes of these innocent victims who have no idea what is happening to them, and yes, some of them can be saved if they catch it in time with vitamin K, but many times by the time they get to the rehabilitation center, there is no hope. Can you imagine being in this position, knowing they are dying and there's nothing you can do to help them? Rodenticides are widely used by pest management companies. They are the common rat and mouse poisons that you can only get through pesticide control companies. They cause internal bleeding in rodents, and when eaten by something else, a bird, a prey, your cat or dog, a coyote, fox, raccoon, it causes the same internal bleeding and suffering, and eventually a painful, slow death. Rodenticides are lethal after one feeding, but the victim won't die for days, meaning the animal can continue to consume even more poison, becoming a super lethal time bomb for the next animal who ingests that victim. Countless raptors, including bald eagles and owls, have died in Connecticut in just the past 2 years from these poisons. Many household pets, too, have been poisoned. I have 2 friends who has cats that have died from the use of eating a rat that was, or a mouse that was ingested rodenticides, confirmed by their veterinary physicians. So many animals are becoming extinct. We must use alternatives if we want to see these animals in the future. I have 3 young grandchildren, and I would love for them to see all species and be able to enjoy them in their future. We all deserve to live a healthy and natural environment with these animals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none online or in the room, thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
We are going to go with John Keane.
Good evening, co-chairs, members of the committee. My name is John Keane. I'm with the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers, also known as AHAM, here in support of Senate Bill 887, which would exempt polymer-coated cookware that is authorized for food contact by the Food and Drug Administration from the PFAS requirements passed last year. AHAM represents major portable and floor care appliances in the United States and Canada. Specific to this proposal, AHAM represents appliances that are powered for their operations, such as electric skillets, stoves, and microwaves. In the enactment of last year's Public Act 2429, we applaud Governor Lamont for underlining the need to create exemption to ensure the manufacture and distribution of cookware is maintained. The term PFAS encompasses, in some instances, as many as 12,000 substances. However, the physical and chemical properties of the individual chemicals within this large group of compounds varies widely. One of which has been discussed and used in the home appliance industry is fluoropolymers. Fluoropolymers are used across many industries, as mentioned before, the medical and aerospace industries, due to their inner and thermally stable properties. In fact, the Food and Drug Administration has authorized fluoropolymers for use in food contact applications. AHAM follows closely any recommendations from the FDA regarding food contact surfaces. AHAM must make sure that FDA authorized cookware is still made available for Connecticut consumers. With that, we'll make sure this bill moves forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Keane. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much for your testimony. And we're going to go to what should be the last person in the room, Iris Hers-Kaminsky.
So, thank you, co-chairs Lopes and Parker, and to the esteemed members of the Environment Committee. I appreciate your seriousness and your patience. So I strongly support Bill SB 884 that was proposed by Kristen Cohen, and thank you, Senator Kristen Cohen. An act concerning the maximum allowable concentrations for 1,4-dioxane in household cleaning and personal care products and cosmetics. My name is Iris Hertz-Kaminsky. I'm with Yale School of Public Health. We have a Superfund Research Center that focuses on 1,4-dioxane. And as a mom, I am appalled that 1,4-dioxane is a toxin that is in our household common detergents and shampoos and bubble bath and all that. With all the advancements of science, I think we could do better. 1,4-dioxane is approximately 0.5 nanometer, and it's not being removed through conventional drinking water treatment or filtration. In fact, in fact, it's only, this contaminant is only removed by specialized systems such as AO, advanced oxidation. These systems are very, very expensive. So pollution prevention is extremely more economical and efficient than cleaning it out of our water bodies and the environment. And it's not always feasible or technically available for us to do. And one of the reasons it's not always feasible to do so, it's not detected, we don't know about it. If the companies don't share that this ingredient or byproduct or unintended ingredient is in a product, no, we just don't know about this. And then, so I believe the people have the right to know what they're putting on their bodies and what ends up going into the environment. And New York and California already passed similar legislations. So it makes a lot of sense to follow. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Elise Alum.
All right. Good evening. First to committee, thank you for hearing me even at this hour. I know you've been here all day. My name is Elise Alum. I'm from Newark, Connecticut, and I submit this testimony as a concerned citizen in support of House Bill 6916, an act concerning the use of neonicotinoids. So I don't have a fact sheet with me or an expert mind, but at the very least, I do have my story. And at 22 years old, it looks like there are already serious threats to my life before I've been given the opportunity to truly live them. And as it is, my world is filled with the inescapable concern of environmental degradation, climate change, and economic downturn because of choices that have been made for me and not for the better. And personally, I feel the use of neonics is a fine example of that. And so I implore each mind behind the eyes that have perhaps read my words already and now hear my voice. Why are we continuing to use a pesticide that barely protects crops while maintaining so little regard for protecting people like me? And I've read that only 5% of the neonic pesticide coating is taken to the plant it's meant to protect, which means the 95 remaining percentage has a chance to work its way into my small stature and to yours too, however tall you stand. And I have already seen and heard about the rapid increase in developmental issues in children, as a close family member of mine has worked as a paraeducator for 17 years. And personally, as a young woman, I don't know if I will ever have children, but I'd like the chance to have them. And evidently, neonics can decrease sperm quality and quantity, cause developmental issues in prenatally exposed children, and neonics can alter metabolic function. And so that decreases my chances. But if you're not interested in my sob story and your concern lies with topics like integrated pest management, public health, and personal livelihood, please consider the following. Integrated pest management is meant to be environmentally sensitive and rely on a combination of common sense practices. Pest damage is to be controlled, quote, by the most economical means and with the least possible hazard to people, property, and the environment. And to the best of my knowledge, but more concretely and reliably, to evidence readily available, there is no common sense in using neonics prophylactically, whether as a seed treatment or as a way to keep our lawns greener. And there's nothing environmentally sensitive or economical about using neonics in the way that they are currently used. They are ineffective at protecting crops and successful at killing thousands of bees and apparently harming unborn children. The use of neonics means taking a sledgehammer to your own livelihood and health and all the lives that you hold dear. And so to the committee, whatever you believe in, and I know you must operate with whatever convictions you hold, but with this bill, however you are affiliated, I ask you now to operate as one thing above all else, and that is human. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for taking the time to testify with us. Your concerns are noted. Any questions for Ms. Alum? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. At this time, is there anyone left in the room who wants to testify? And you're still here. Congrats. Oh, okay, thanks. We will go with Charlie Tanny. I don't see a Charlie Tanny, clerk, Madam Clerk. I think David Golombeski already went, so Keith Nielsen. No Keith Nielsen. Emily May. Do I have the right list again? Okay. Waited this long? Okay.
I'll come ask you.
John Rosario, I see you, so feel free to go ahead.
Good evening. I'm John Rosario, Vice President of the Connecticut Pest Control Association. I want to thank the Environmental Committee for hearing my testimony today. I strongly oppose HB 6915, the ban on second generation rodenticides. I've been in the pest control industry for over 2 decades and have seen an increase in the rodent population over the last 10 years. I can confidently say that we face significant challenges when it comes to rodent control across all 8 counties. Rodents have become a major concern to public health more today than ever before. Due to climate changes, overpopulated cities, polluted streets, abandoned houses, and overgrown vegetation are some factors that provide food and harborage areas for pest control professionals to compete with. Every day in every home, schools, businesses across the state, not to mention housing and apartment complexes rodents thrive in. There's a high research from Johns Hopkins that shows high levels of asthma in children in our urban cities due to rodent drop-ins in urine proteins. This doesn't include viruses such as hantavirus and plague that cause respiratory and flu-like symptoms. You heard supporters today talk about birth control, exclusion, and preventative measures and how California is doing so well. Respectfully, that's an opinion. As previously stated, San Francisco's rat population is exploding, and birth control doesn't kill or cure the viruses rodents carry. Exclusion work can be effective, it's circumstantial, expensive, not guaranteed, and in most inner cities, not an option. I do not mean to degrade in any way. Sanitation does not apply when it's the neighborhood problem and the house are not structurally sound and in some cases should be condemned. On top of the fact, investors and landlords simply will not pay. I find this bill contradicting to allow state officials to make decisions on where and how to place second generation rodenticides at facilities of their choice without a license or experience, then turn around and charge the professionals for testing, recertification, and renewals in order to stay in business. On top of the supervisory instructions, service reports, and record keeping, today we talked about taking away a screwdriver and giving us a flathead just to turn around and use the same screwdriver you're trying to take from us. Second generation rodenticides must be restricted and banned from the general public. We are the professionals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rosario. Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony and time. Next is this name, David Michelle. Sounds familiar. What a surprise. Circle back to Emily May. Text him, Chris.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Miss May. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks so much. My name's Emily May. I'm Agricultural Conservation Lead with the Pesticide Program at the Xerces Society for Invertebrate Conservation. I appreciate the opportunity to voice our strong support for HB 6916. As a science-driven organization working directly with farmers and other land managers in Connecticut and throughout the country to conserve beneficial insects, we are well versed in the importance of balancing pest management and environmental protection. Neonic insecticides are highly mobile, persistent, and widely detected in Connecticut's environment at levels that threaten aquatic life and pollinator health. Surface water sampling has repeatedly detected imidacloprid in the Norwalk River at levels that exceed federal benchmarks for harm to freshwater invertebrates. Neonic insecticides are also exceptionally toxic to honeybees. An adult honeybee can be killed by 4 nanograms of clothianidin or thiamethoxam, which is a dose 15,000 times smaller than a grain of salt. Exposure to even more trace levels of these insecticides can impair bee foraging, reproduction, and the ability of a colony to survive. Turf grass and ornamental landscapes, maintained primarily for aesthetic reasons, remain a significant source of neonic use in the state, as do the seed treatments applied prophylactically on 95% of corn acreage. Imidacloprid was the pesticide most frequently detected at hazardous levels in bee-collected pollen at 5 sites across the state, and high levels of thiamethoxam and clothianidin in bee-collected pollen at a nursery were traced back to applications to specific pollinator-attractive outdoor ornamentals. Widespread contamination with these insecticides can contribute to pollinator declines and must be addressed. I did want to address the point from the Farm Bureau suggesting that the seed treatment restrictions will push farmers towards in-furrow applications. This doesn't really align with what we're seeing in Vermont and New York, where the most common shift appears to be alternative seed coatings such as diamides or biopesticides. Even if growers are considering in-furrow applications, we need to be comparing the relative risks of the alternatives. So I wanted to direct you to my written testimony, which provides a risk comparison among different alternatives, including neonic seed treatments, alternative seed coatings, and in-furrow applications. And the important takeaway there is that at field rates, neonic seed treatments introduced the highest per acre risk for bees compared to those alternatives based on environmental persistence and toxicity. On average, neonic seed treatments are 11 times more harmful per acre to bees by contact exposure and 29 times more harmful by oral exposure than those alternatives. So we believe HB 6916 is a science-based and reasonable step that reduces risks to pollinators, but retains access where needed. Despite overwhelming evidence of harm in the US, federal agencies have failed to take action. US EPA's review of neonics started in 2008 and has been repeatedly delayed, even as mounting independent research shows widespread harm to beneficial insects. Both the EU and Canada have completed extensive reviews and implemented strong restrictions and cancellations of use in that time period. So it's now up to the states to take the necessary steps to protect our natural resources from harm. So for all those reasons, the Xerces Society urges the committee to support HB 6916. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present our perspective.
Thank you, Ms. May. Rep. Dubitsky has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. Your testimony was very interesting. Now, you heard the Farm Bureau's testimony, I assume, and they said that 95% approximately of the seeds for corn is coated with neonics. A lot of farmers are also beekeepers, and they need the bees to pollinate the corn. Why do you think they continue to use this specific pesticide if you're saying there are better alternatives? Why is so much of it used in Connecticut?
Well, I would direct you to the seed market for that. Part of the reason why farmers in Vermont and New York are starting to look at alternatives is because the policies have been are now moving towards being in place by 2029. So the seed companies are now beginning to offer some of those alternative seed coatings. For the most part, farmers don't have that much choice about what's coming in on their seeds. And so neonic insecticides are on the majority of almost 100% of corn acreage nationwide in the US, and on a good deal of soybean as well. That's largely just driven by what the seed companies are coating the seeds with early on in the supply chain. And farmers don't actually have much choice until there are policy restrictions in place driving the market to different places. So those diamide insecticides are coming into greater use as more and more states are implementing these types of policies.
Okay, so almost 100% of the seeds sold in the country are coated with neonics.
Correct.
And you want us to ban it. So what are the farmers going to use?
Well, we're seeing a big shift in the market, regional market, because New York drives a lot of our regional market. They have almost 1 million acres of corn in New York, whereas Connecticut has about 30,000. So Connecticut's not what's driving the market. But as New York shifts with their policy in place, that is going to open up opportunities throughout this region for farmers to access alternative seed coatings.
But if almost 100% is sold with the coating, how are the farmers in Connecticut going to find seed that's not?
Well, I will say there are already seed companies that are offering, even companies like Pioneer offer alternative seed coatings, and or you can just get a fungicide only treatment as long as you're ordering at the right time during the year. So if you're ordering in September instead of in February, you are able to access, the variety of different seed treatment options. Once you're ordering in February, you're kind of locked into what's still available on the market at that time. What we're seeing is, though, that the companies do have these alternatives available, and they are going to make them available in those places where policies are driving what farmers are able to plant.
So that they have all this stuff in stock. So if we suddenly say all the farmers in Connecticut need to buy it, it's available?
It will be available, yeah.
From whom?
The major seed companies are paying attention to these state level policies. What I can tell you is that the companies are looking at those alternatives. They're making them available to researchers, both at Cornell and at University of Vermont, other places that are studying these. So I believe that they are going to be more available to farmers in the future as more policies are in place that restrict access to neonic seed treatments.
Okay, you believe. Do you have any information that if we pass this law and all farmers in Connecticut have to, at the same time, switch over to a different type of seed, that seed is going to be available? Do you have any information on that?
I can't give you a 100% crystal ball future, but I think that there's enough time built into this legislation. There's a delay in implementation that the seed companies are going to have plenty of time to adjust.
Okay. I'd be interested in hearing that from somebody who actually knew as opposed to guess.
Yeah, that's
do
fair.
you know?
I would say you have an agronomist from Quebec coming up in the testimony from Louis Robert, who has seen this implemented as a restriction in Quebec in 2019 and saw how the seed companies were able to respond. So I would ask him that question.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm searching for your testimony, Ms. May. Can't seem to find it on the list. I'm sure it's there somewhere. But if you have a time, feel free to email it to me as well.
Will do. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you much. I think it's Diane Keefe is next. And double check, there was no Charlie Taney. Did we get him? Make sure I didn't skip anybody. No, he's done. He spoke. Charlie Taney is the one I was worried about. All right, never mind. Diane Keefe, feel free to go ahead.
Thank you very much to the co-chairs and members of the committee for providing the opportunity to testify. I'm testifying in support. My name is Diane Keefe, and I'm from Norwalk, Connecticut. I am testifying in support of HB 6917. I have a few adjustments that I recommend. Along with the director of WestCog, I agree that the tipping fees at the resource recovery facility should be increased in index to inflation so they reflect today's cost to manage solid waste instead of the fee set in 2003. And that there should be no exception for special waste, which is currently imported into Connecticut as a result of that loophole. Number two, I do not agree that recyclables should have an equal tipping fee as the bill is currently written. And number three, I believe that the enforcement funds should be earmarked for enforcement of fines against waste haulers who include recyclables and municipal solid waste in the same truckloads, undermining the work of all households and businesses doing source separation of recyclables. Number four, the definition of resource recovery facility needs to be defined more clearly to include those facilities that are collecting and staging municipal solid waste for transport out of state to ensure that all the out of state volumes are subject to the fee. Number five, the fees and fines collected for solid waste tipping fees in violation of source separation regulations must be allocated to a solid waste management fund who augments funds provided to municipalities for the minis to do more closed loop recycling planning in the municipalities. Even better, part of the bottle bill funds that are currently going into the general fund should be removed and allocated to subsidize aerobic composting sites regionally located to service all Connecticut municipalities in such a way that we're not driving trucks all over the state. These measures can generate green jobs in every region of Connecticut. I do encourage a staged approach to accelerate the institutions that are responsible to recycle food waste rapidly toward all institutions being responsible for either donating or recycling food waste by 2028. Moving on, I oppose 887 because it reverses the progress we made in the last legislative session, and PFAS is dangerous. I am sad every time I go into a Goodwill and see all of those scratched nonstick kitchenware being sold to Goodwill
the timer
buyers.
went off here, if you could summarize.
Oh, sure. And then I also support 5019 for EPR for batteries, and 6915 and 6916. And thank you so much for your time. The one thing I would add to all the discussions about neonics is that earlier in my career, I directed an epidemiological study. And although Connecticut has a very strong cancer registry, the amount of research dollars put into epidemiological research is relatively low compared to its importance, because understanding the toxic load on people's bodies from the processed foods and beverages and all the other carcinogens in our environment is very undefined, considering cause of death can be a heart attack even when the person has stage 4 cancer. So what we feed the
Ms.
corn
Keefe,
to the cows.
Yeah, I have to cut you off here.
Yeah, no problem.
Any questions, Ms. Keefe? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I assume you have written testimony. People want to follow up with you. Next is Jim Lambella, sorry. Going twice, Jim Lambella, seeing not there. Susan Linker.
Hi, how are you?
Good, please
I
proceed.
was with you all day, but I had to come home and feed my dog. So thank you for being here, and thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Susan Linker. I'm the president of Connecticut Votes for Animals, and I'm here to testify, give my oral testimony on one bill, the SGAR bill, but I wanted to also just let you know that I submitted written testimony in support of SB 1282, the minimum quarantine getting reduced for dogs and cats exposed to rabies, and also, of course, the neonics bill. So as far as the SGAR's bill, I mean, I was there with you all day. I've heard the testimony. I don't think, and this has been an issue that I appreciate this committee has been raising for many years, and many of you have been champions of this important issue, so I wanted to thank you for that. And obviously, I think we all know that it's having a devastating impact on the environment, and the consequences are exceeding the target animals. And that there are also, now we talked a lot about a lot of solutions that are available and alternatives, but I wanted to tell you two personal stories that I think kind of will represent a lot of what I was hearing during the testimony. I live in Bloomfield, Connecticut, and my neighbor this summer, I came home from work and I saw a bait box outside her house. And I said, oh no, I have to deal with this. And you know, it's a neighbor and it's always tricky. So I mustered up my courage, got a lot of information, printed it out, knocked on her door, and I said, I noticed you have this bait box there, and do you have a mouse or a rat problem? And she said, no, I saw a mouse outside. So she called the pest company, and their solution for a mouse outside, not even one that was in her house, was to put one of these bait boxes in a residential area in her house. So I see them on walks all the time, in front of veterinary offices, in front of stores, in front of Whole Foods, in front of hotels, everywhere. These things are ubiquitous. They're all over our environment. This is not something that's been strategically being used in infestations. This is something that these pest companies are just turning to. And my neighbor was an example. When she read the information, she said, my grandkids come here, and she made them go away. They never told her how toxic these things were. I also, by day, work at Our Companions Animal Rescue. One of our facilities is a 6,000 square foot dog training facility. We also have a pet food bank where we store food for people to help feed their pets. And a couple of years ago, we started realizing mouse droppings on all of our desks. So we called a pest company, and they immediately went to the bait box, and we thought, you know what, let's try to find an alternative. We knew what this poison was. We didn't want to expose it to our animals or the environment. So what we did was we replaced all the garbages, had the staff make sure they were not putting any food in their desks. We took our food bank and started putting all the donated food into Rubbermaid sealed bins. And every day after dog class, we vacuum that room. And we take Grandpa Gus's spray, it smells like cinnamon, And once a week, we spray it around the perimeter. We didn't use a single poison, just through these cleaning measures. A place that houses dogs, cats, food, and people that was attracting mice, they disappeared because there was no reason for them to come in anymore. There was no food there. So there are alternatives even beyond using any kind of poisons. So I just wanted to represent that these,
Hi, Ms. Linker, the timer's gone up.
they're everywhere. They're solutions. I appreciate this committee's leadership on this issue. And I really, really hope that this year we can get this bill passed because it's a good bill. And I think we're well informed about the issue. So thank you very much.
I agree. I think the 14th time is the charm too. Any questions for Ms. Linker? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night. Thanks for being here so late.
No problem. Cassandra Hill?
Hi there. Thank you guys for all being there so late tonight and taking the time to listen to my testimony. I am Dr. Cassandra Hill. I'm one of the veterinarians at Connecticut Humane Society, and we are in support of SB 1282 in reducing the minimum quarantine time for animals possibly exposed to rabies. So the National Association of State Public Health Veterinarians has reduced their protocol on quarantining these animals from 6 to 4 months back in 2016. And we also have several surrounding states that have reduced this as well, such as Massachusetts and Rhode Island. And then just, kind of our situation at Connecticut Humane Society, most of the animals that are presented to our shelter with wounds of unknown origin, which are the wounds that kind of make us suspect possible rabies exposure. They're typically stray animals, so we have no data or documentation on whether they've ever been vaccinated for rabies. And so we also do not know most of the time when the injury took place. It is recommended to revaccinate or booster the rabies vaccine within 96 hours of injury, but not knowing that makes it a little difficult for us to ensure that we are doing it that quickly. However, we do vaccinate for rabies as soon as the animal comes in and a veterinarian is available to vaccinate. Because of this, and the possibility that this animal has been vaccinated before, there's possibility that we are providing some increased protection if there is a history of vaccination and if we get to them fast enough. However, there isn't actually a way to definitely know if we've done that or not. I also wanted to speak about how quarantining these animals for 6 months rather than 4 months can negatively impact them and their quality of life. This is particularly so in kittens or puppies that come in, mostly kittens in our case, with wounds of unknown origin, and they need to stay in our shelter quarantined, with the only socialization being with a very select few staff members that are vaccinated for rabies themselves for 6 months of their life, their very early life. And these are very formative months for these animals, and being quarantined without socialization during these months can definitely cause some behavioral issues in them. Adult animals also can have some issues in this way, as a shelter environment is often already anxiety inducing in these animals, and having to keep them with us for 6 months can kind of increase stereotypical behaviors and anxiety induced behaviors.
Ms. Hill, timer's gone off, but I do see a question from you from Rep. Dubinsky, so please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Quickly, please, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Is there what is the reason for reducing the quarantine period? Is there new science with regard to gestation period of rabies, or is it simply for humane purposes because it screws up the animals?
I think kind of both or, in both ways that can be applied. There's not a ton of rabies research going on about incubation periods because they vary so much between the animals and like where the injury took place, like on the body, so that it's very variable, but the majority of cases show clinical signs within a few weeks to 90 days. So I think just the reason why why it was at 6 months is an abundance of caution. So we're kind of weighing the benefits here because letting them out 2 months early, it doesn't just mess them up. I mean, they can cause injury to themselves while they're in the shelter. And then I'm sure you've heard some of my colleagues talk before about the financial benefits of also allowing us to have more space and more money and time for other animals as well.
Okay, so you think it's safe?
I mean, there are always outliers with incubation period, so I can't like say 100% that this will not happen, but I don't think that there's any increased risk to public health by reducing the quarantine.
Okay, is this just dogs and cats or is it other animals too?
Well, I think this bill is specifically addressing dogs and cats. And generally our shelter takes mostly dogs and cats, so that's what I'm addressing right now. But there's not a lot of research on other like small mammals and everything regarding rabies incubation time.
Okay, what about horses and cows?
I'm not sure because we don't take those at the shelter.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Any further questions from Ms. Hill? Seeing none, thank you very much. Jennifer Weber. I don't see a Jennifer Weber, so we will go Dominic Romanella.
Thank you to co-chairs Lopes and Parker, vice chairs Hokedal and Baumgardner, ranking members Harding and Callahan, and members of the committee. It's an honor to speak before you today. My name is Dominic Romanella, and I am testifying in support of House Bill 6916, an act concerning the use of neonicotinoids on behalf of the Maritime Aquarium at Norwalk. As Connecticut's second largest family attraction and a leading conservation organization, the Maritime Aquarium is dedicated to protecting Connecticut's coastal habitats and wildlife through applied research and environmental restoration. I'm the aquarium's Associate Director of Conservation and Policy, and we strongly support this bill because it addresses the unnecessary use of neonics, which are highly toxic insecticides that pose significant environmental risks with minimal benefit. Decades of research confirm that neonics are devastating to pollinators, especially bees and butterflies, and their decline has cascading effects on entire ecosystems, including bird populations, which have dropped by 3 billion in North America over the past 50 years, a loss that's been linked directly and indirectly to neonic exposure. Neonics also threaten Connecticut's waterways, including our precious Long Island Sound. Studies across North America have demonstrated their impact on reducing the abundance and diversity of invertebrates on land and in aquatic ecosystems. Aquatic invertebrates are keystone species. Insects like mayflies and caddisflies are vital prey resources for fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and bats. And in Connecticut, neonic concentrations have significantly increased in both surface water and groundwater over the past 2 decades, raising serious environmental concerns. If invertebrate populations collapse, it will destabilize food webs, affecting birds, fish, mammals, and other wildlife that depend on them. And so this bill is critical to protecting Connecticut's remarkable and beautiful habitats and wildlife because neonics are extremely toxic and cause great environmental harm. For further details, please refer to the Maritime Aquarium's written testimony that we submitted. And again, we strongly support this bill. We thank you for your time and consideration, and I'll be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for staying up with us. Next person up, Louis Robert, or may even be Robert, from what I understand.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me well? Yeah.
I can hear you.
All right. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Louis Robert, and I am an agronomist and grain crops specialist who work with the Department of Agriculture in the province of Quebec, Canada, for 33 years. Since my retirement from the department in 2022, I serve as a private consultant. I took in the process. I took an active part in the process by which Quebec got rid of neonics. Up until 2015, pretty much all corn planted in Quebec was planted using seeds that came into the province already coated with neonics. Ever since 2021, we hardly see any neonic coated seed in Quebec, be it soybeans or corn. There are three main reasons, from my point of view, that helped us reach this outcome. First, sound public funded research results. Second, growing public awareness. And third, regulation by the Department of Environment. As of April 2019, the Department of Environment in the province of Quebec made it mandatory for anyone wishing to use neonics to produce a written recommendation from one of the province's 3,300 registered agronomists. In its pre-bylaw consultations, the department had made it clear that the use of those chemicals would be restricted based on their proven acute toxicity to the environment and public health concerns. Residues of any one of the three main neonics were detected in significant concentration in over 95% of water samples collected in rivers and streams being monitored by the department. The seed suppliers reacted very swiftly to this regulatory change, having seen it coming for some years. In the first season of the implementation of the regulation, that is 2019, they quickly switched from neonic coated seed to another class of insecticide, the diamide coated seed. Prior to the regulatory initiatives, word had already spread around that the insecticide treated seed may not bring any advantages to Quebec farmers, at least among crop advisors and top cash croppers. Dr. Geneviève Labrie led a large research project carried out from 2012 through 2016, that is 5 successive cropping seasons in 7 different regions, and they found no significant difference in yield between treated and untreated plots of corn and soybeans across all sites and years. Dr. Labrie's findings are consistent with other studies conducted in the US and Canada. And for myself, I was in January 2019, I was fired for having leaked an internal memo to the press, to the media. In that memo, I warned the deputy minister of the interference that the company exited to prevent the publication of Dr. Labrie's research about the usefulness of insecticide-coated seed. An inquiry by the Auditor General later that year publicly cleared me, and following official apologies from the Prime Minister, François Legault, I was reinstalled at my position in August of 2019. Since that time that I initially leaked the memo, the science has already grown stronger that the seeds treated with neonics provide no benefits to Quebec farmers. I might add that the seed suppliers, the companies, can go a long way in order to prevent the research result to be known by the farmers themselves and by the general public at large. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Just a few. Anyone else first? Or, well, I'm gonna go first. As the seed companies switched over to different pesticide coatings, do they have a reason or incentive to want to stay with neonics, or are they comfortable moving over to the newer pesticides?
Well, they felt that the diamides would do approximately pretty much the same effect in the field, that is preventing from warworms and seed cone maggots. But in reality, Dr. Labrie's work could be applied to all kinds of insecticides. And as of now, for the season 2025, I would say that more than half of the corn and soybeans planted in Quebec will be without any insecticide coating at all. And the Department of Environment was so successful with their regulations that it's already stated, everybody knows in Quebec that for the next year's cropping season, 2026, the restrictions applied to neonics will be extended to all insecticides on seed. And perhaps in 2027 or 2028 to all pesticides, including fungicides on seed as well.
So I just want to make that clear. So they're finding after 5 or 6 or more crop seasons that insecticide and fungicides coatings on the seeds are not affecting crop
Right,
yield.
right. If we had experienced any damages to crop, we would have known, that's for sure. And nowadays, it's hardly a topic that's being discussed at the coffee shop. You know, they don't care anymore. It's not being discussed anymore. Neonics had just vanished from the picture in Quebec.
I assume that when they do run into a problem, what do they do now if they don't have coated seeds? Do they just apply insecticides and fungicides?
Everybody realized what the researchers had told us, that is, most problems experienced in the field, any crop failure soon after corn planting or soybean planting can be related to problems other than the insect pests, like mishaps with the planters or anything like that, bad adjustments of the machinery. That happens quite a bit, and rotting sometimes too. But the real damage by seed cone maggots or worms, those are extremely rare and can be dealt with under the crop insurance policy. You know, they can claim an amount of money to cover that. But I was told by everyone that it doesn't happen hardly ever happen.
I appreciate that. I'm going to refer, Representative Dubisky has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for coming in. Your testimony is very interesting. Now, we heard testimony that if a farmer started using uncoated seeds, they would then change to they would reinstall their liquid tanks on their planters, and they would spray. Instead of having coated seeds, they would spray as they were planting. Is that what they did in Quebec?
No, not at all. No, and the evidence is quite obvious because now with over 200,000 acres of corn and soybeans planted without any insecticides, and last year, 2024, we had a bumper crop. It was fantastic, huge crop. So everybody was happy, and nobody that I'm aware of ever used a sprayer to spray insecticides on top of the crop. No.
Okay, so why is it that all these farmers think they need it?
Just companies. I mean, there's marketing reasons. Basically, it's far off from any research that we see. You see, so. It was very fast that people in Quebec, not only farmers, but the general public as well, realized that we're being told all kinds of things, that may not be always true,
So you think
So
all
we
the
better
farmers are being duped into thinking they need it?
Right. Yeah. And it was pretty much a big scandal in Quebec when that happened. And a lot of people lost some credibility around this issue.
Okay. Now, this stuff is pretty expensive, isn't it?
Oh, but
Pesticide?
it's not
an insecticide?
the insecticide. Most of the seed traditionally up until 2015 came with at least 3 different chemicals, 1 insecticide and 2 fungicides. Now they're taking off the insecticides altogether, and very often the fungicide, one of the fungicides at least. So it's it just showed the perfect
Is the seed
crop.
any cheaper because it doesn't have it?
Yeah, it's about five to 10, maybe $15 a bag of seed, cheaper without without insecticide than with the insecticide. So out of like here in Quebec, we pay a bag of seed around $300 Canadian dollars. That'd be about $220 US dollars per bag. So without the insecticide, you can remove maybe $5 to $10 American dollars per bag.
Okay, you mentioned a study that a gentleman with a name that I wouldn't even try to pronounce conducted a study that indicated there was no benefit to coated seed. Can you make that study available to us?
Yes, no problem. I've already sent a document to the intent of your committee with the front page of that article. You'll see it, but it's available. It's a open access kind of article. So you go to +1 and Geneviève Labrie, I can write it down and send it to you in 2020. It's a well-renowned publication, and the study made a lot of noise. Yes.
And it's in French?
No, it's in English.
Okay, great. Well, we look forward to taking a look at it. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony. Sorry you were near the end because it was very, very informative and helpful, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Last person, Bill Hyatt.
That's for last.
Yeah, thank you everybody for sticking around for the last person on the list. So I've never been last on the list. Now I know that people really are here in this room at that time. So thank you. So I'm here this evening on behalf of the Connecticut Fisheries Advisory Council. The council is an umbrella organization that represents the interests of anglers and fishing organizations all across Connecticut. You've heard from some of them earlier today that caught it online. We submitted testimony, the FAC did, in support of HB 6916. Our testimony focuses on the impact of neonics on aquatic insects. These insects, as you've heard before, mayflies, caddisflies, stoneflies, are often referred to as keystone species because they are absolutely essential to freshwater ecosystems. They are absolutely essential to supporting fish populations, and they are absolutely essential to supporting recreational fishing. They are basically foundational in the food chain. So we've reviewed a number of technical reports on neonics, and two things really stand out to us. First off, the general understanding that neonics are highly toxic to aquatic invertebrates, particularly insects, and secondarily, that neonics are commonly found at toxic levels in Connecticut waters, despite the existing laws that limit their use. And I know there was testimony earlier that that refuted this, that said the data was, in the Yukon study in particular, was from before the more restrictive regulations were put in place. But I encourage you to take another look at that Yukon study. You'll clearly see that there's data that's included that's very recent. Coincident with the increase in NIC concentrations in the waters of the state of Connecticut, and of particularly concern to our group, the Fisheries Advisory Council, both the incidence and abundance of wild trout in Connecticut streams has been declining. Cold water streams and wild trout are known to be indicators of environmental health. The DEP, as some of you might be aware, did a statewide stream survey in the 1990s, invested a lot of effort in it. And since then, there's a subset of streams that they've monitored the trout populations in over a period of 25 or so years. Brook trout are no longer found in a third of those streams that they were found in the 1990s. So more than a third of them, they're gone. And in the remainder, brook trout populations are significantly diminished in most waters. And wild brown trout, a more tolerant species, have declined in all but a couple of streams. The Fisheries Advisory Council isn't trying to imply that all of this decline was due to neonics. There's obviously a suite of factors that are at play here, including increased temperatures, development, flow alteration, et cetera. But anything that does harm to a keystone insect species, anything that harms the foundation of a food chain, will further the decline of trout populations. So in conclusion, we believe that the data and the reports that we've seen and read are sending us a very strong message. They're telling us that eliminating the routine application of neonic pesticides is the right thing to do. And I think you've heard from a lot of folks today that really describe their use as kind of routine. You know, it's a safety net, it's a prophylactic. So anything that moves the needle away from the routine application is what we would support. I'll close with a quote from the study done by the UConn Center for Environmental Sciences and Engineering. Quote, "The likelihood that neonics are causing ecosystem-wide damage in Connecticut is high," unquote. It's for this reason that Connecticut sportsmen, including more than 70,000 trout anglers, support the passage of HB 6916. I'll add two little quick things. You've got the attention of trout fishermen quite a bit this year with both the combination of the neonic bill and the hatchery cuts that were in the governor's proposed budget. So I think you're going to be hearing from a lot of us over the course of this session. And then last, I know that Rob LaFrance earlier had mentioned the willingness to work with this group to try to refine things, to make things more palatable. And as I said earlier, we support that because the important thing here is kind of moving the needle on those routine application, routine use of neonics. So anything that can be done in that direction, it'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you, and thanks again for waiting around for the last guy on the list.
Thank you. I got a couple of questions. Sure. I'll keep them quick, friends. Appreciate what you shared on behalf of the trout fishermen. The one's better than me. Is there a causational tie between the decline in mayflies and neonics? I know you're saying that mayflies or the overall trout population can't just be attributed back to neonics. You said it maybe could be directly attributed to the mayflies and the other. So is there that connection to the neonics at that point in the?
So the decline has been ongoing certainly since the 1990s in trout populations. So is it correlated with the increase in neonics? Certainly, but correlation is not causation. You've heard that a million times. And as you said, there's this suite of factors that's influencing not just our cold water streams, which I talked about, but lots of what we see in our environment. And the ability to parse out a direct causal relationship is an onerous task. And I think waiting for that level of exact proof, what you're concerned about might be gone.
Appreciate that perspective. It brings me to my second question, which was about the opportunity to try to get some better science around this. Are there examples where, whether it's work that Deep's doing or it's from a university or wherever, where there's able to be more of that direct uncovering some more of these clear connections? It feels like there's still some inferences being made, and to have a firmer case might be helpful. Even to your point, this one, the UConn study's been bandied about today with, it says this, it says that. As someone that's read this before, are we ever going to get that?
So I appreciate the question.
Loaded question, I know.
And
have a crack at it.
What we will do is we will keep looking, and anything that we find as far as direct studies, and we will do a look and try to get back to you. But as far as that direct link in the environment, I don't know. I think most of what I'm seeing is inferential, and it refers to, when you've got levels that you're measuring in the water that are shown to be toxic, to have a chronic toxicity level, and which means that you've demonstrated that it can kill these organisms, meaning the insects. You've got that link, right? Now, the other link, which is much more difficult to show with absolute certainty, are the changes in the abundance of the food chain organisms having an impact, a direct and measurable impact on the animals. And the answer, even if it could be, yeah, it happens 1 year out of 2 or 3, or 2 years out of 5, or it's a statistical result. that takes a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of data to parse out.
Appreciate the perspective, the context on that. I see Rep. Dubitsky has a question.
Actually, I don't. I just wanted to say, hi, Bill. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for what you do for sportsmen. And I don't know who you pissed off to get the number in the middle of the night to come in and testify. Usually you'd come in first thing in the morning. But thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, and I'm thrilled that I got here at around 8:30 as opposed to 11 o'clock at night. So I'm glad this is fine.
Representative Reddington Hughes, please.
I just have one question, and thank you for your perseverance here. Is there any concern that the elimination of these neonics and the replacement of some other chemicals that are less studied and perhaps highly toxic would even be worse for the aquatic life and the insects?
So phrased the way you asked the question, that would of course be a concern. And I think that it would rely on the vigilance and the dedication of scientists and the environmental community and the regulators to make sure that that doesn't happen. I think I believe, I have faith that there would be a concerted effort to ensure that that didn't happen.
Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Final thoughts, comments from the committee? Thank you all for being here tonight. This public hearing is adjourned. Have a good evening. Thank you so much to the staff that stuck with us and made this happen all day. We appreciate you guys.
Good night, everybody.